Oh, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. And then the next opponent of power is this power to rely on all these precious holy objects, these gifts of our teachers, of all the enlightened beings. They're vehicles for us to help ourselves out of this suffering. So just in this case, we're using this recitation of the Chenrezig mantra. So Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme. Seeing this as an antidote, as a strength to keep us from all the negativity, from all the non-virtue, really transforming our minds into this virtue, this compassion, this loving kindness of Chenrezig. Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme. And the fourth opponent power is to refrain, to make a determination not to keep doing these negative actions. It can be one in particular. It could be just trying to refrain from non-virtue and taking it in a reasonable way, knowing that we have this habit of non-virtue, this habit that's been with us for countless lifetimes. So it's not going to just stop now, but we're going to make an effort. We're going to try to refrain from falling into action, speech, thoughts of non-virtue, harmful thoughts, harmful actions, harmful speech. So just thinking in this way to refrain from this, even if it's just for the next 5 minutes. It's okay. Just thinking, may I take this seriously? May I do this? Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme. 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 Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme Hum. So now just imagine that Chenrezig emanates into countless bodies, coming to the crown of your head, the crowns of each and every sentient being, dissolves into light and enters our crowns. And just imagine your body is completely filled with this compassion of Chenrezig, that your mind has been transformed, the delusions eliminated, that we're filled with this loving kindness and compassion, this wish to eliminate suffering, that all of our own delusions have been eliminated, that we're resting in this clear mind, this mind of knowing, this Buddha nature. And just imagine that a sense of joy, peace, compassion just pervades this whole area of yourself and every sentient being. So with this thought, let's now do this Thangtong Gyalpo prayer, this special prayer. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings, that result from karma and temporary conditions such as the harms of spirits, illnesses in the elements, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, that like a butcher leading a being to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other infectious diseases, the mere sound of whose names terrify beings, as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of harmful interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every pleasure, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the triple gem, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors and guardians, and by the strength of the infallibility of karma and its results, may these many dedications and prayers be fulfilled as soon as they are made. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings, that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, or the elements, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, that like a butcher leading a being to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other infectious diseases, the mere sound of whose names terrify beings, as though they'd been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of harmful interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every pleasure, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the triple gem, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors and guardians, and by the strength of the infallibility of karma and its results, may these many dedications and prayers be fulfilled as soon as they are made. So on this third repetition, let's just imagine that this prayer is completely effective. We can see this image of Thangtong Gyalpo, just remembering that image, this being who shared this prayer that's so effective. So just thinking in this way, may all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings, that result from karma and temporary conditions such as the harms of spirits, illnesses, and the elements, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, that like a butcher leading a being to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other infectious diseases, the mere sound of whose names terrify beings, as though they'd been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of harmful interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every pleasure, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the triple gem, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors and guardians, and by the strength of the infallibility of karma and its results, may these many dedications and prayers be fulfilled as soon as they are made. So just thinking that this prayer be completely effective. Let's bring our thoughts to our dedication prayers. Janchu Semcho Rinpoche Ma Ke Panam Ke Girchi Ke Panyam Pa Me Payam Gone Gondu Pelwar Shu Ke Wadi Nyurdu Dag Lama Sangye Drogyur Ne Drowa Chikyam Malupa De Sala Gopar Shu. So let's end with just a little dedication in our hearts, in our minds. Just thinking that all the merit, all the benefit of taking this time to do this practice, to think about other sentient beings, to generate this mind of bodhicitta, to purify with the four opponent powers, just thinking, may it be dedicated to all sentient beings that they may achieve precious full enlightenment, that they may be free of suffering, and have lasting happiness. So just thinking in this way. And then dedicating for the long lives of our precious holy teachers. Gangri Rawe Korwe Shinkam Dear Pendan Dewa Malu Juwe Ne Chenrezig Tensing Yatsuyi Shabe Site Bardu Tengyur Chi. So just praying that His Holiness the Dalai Lama's holy wishes be spontaneously fulfilled, that he remain with us. And for our precious holy guru, Lama Zopa Rinpoche. Tub Shul Jang Jing Jam Gong Gawe Tenzing Yang Pelwe Gunzo Kamporje Cho Sugar Wele Mon Dudu Ma Nak So Dulce Gondu Shabten. So just remembering, as Rinpoche advises us, that all things exist dependently, interdependently, that there's nothing but emptiness. There's no I, no this, no that. And just holding this compassion in our hearts and dedicating for ourselves, for all sentient beings to attain full enlightenment. So, thank you. Venerable Tsundru.
Hello, thank you for guiding. It was wonderful.
Thank you. Thank you. And I wish you, thank you for being here, and and thank you to everyone. Have a wonderful session.
Thank you. Also, thank you to Chenrezig Institute for organizing this one more time. And as previously, I would also spend a few moments to reestablish our motivation. especially remembering that we do this practice to pacify the coronavirus and all its consequences. And now, since more than 1.5 years, the world has changed dramatically. Although at the moment it seems to go slowly better. Still, we need to do some prayers to pacify the Delta variants and all other consequences still happening from the virus. And maybe we can try to develop some compassion as far as we are able to, by remembering how many people have been sick, or at least tested positive for the virus. And even worse, how many people have been dying after having been diagnosed positive. And as I think we can all remember how it feels when we are sick ourselves, when somebody close to us is sick, or even if such a person has died. I think we all can relate to that to some degree. And by remembering the sentient beings who have been in this situation, either themselves or their close relatives and friends, maybe we can try to open up our heart and develop some compassion for all these beings. And we could also even widen our perspective more by thinking of all other people who have been suffering from sicknesses or other sufferings. But also in order to make this a Buddhist practice, especially a Mahayana practice, we can maybe remember our own and other people's suffering of being continuously reborn within samsara without any control. This is due to our negative actions. And even if we do virtuous actions, we are still contaminated by afflictions. And all these actions derive from our afflictions. All bad negative actions derive from our afflictions, as it is mostly the mind that determines what we are doing and how we perceive the world. And nobody of us wishes for suffering and wishes only for happiness. And the same thing is true for all sentient beings. But still we are doing so many actions that are really unconducive for this goal of happiness. And as we know, this is mostly due to being overwhelmed by our afflictions, such as anger, hatred, attachment, jealousy, and so forth. Maybe we can remember how we ourselves are under the control of these kind of afflictions, and the same thing is true for most other sentient beings. And all these afflictions are only possible because we are grasping for especially the person, but also phenomena, to exist from their own side, that they exist inherently. We believe that we can find the basis of imputation. We can find the object within the base of imputation. And based on that, we think there exists a real me and mine. So when we encounter things that bring us some happiness or some suffering, we develop attachment and anger. And due to our attachment and anger, certain negative action might arise. And these negative actions have certain effects. Their effects are definite, and they are concordant with the cause. So if the cause is something that brings suffering, then of course the effect cannot bring happiness. And due to that, especially, we are reborn within samsara again and again without any control. And maybe we can develop some compassion for ourselves and for all others who are in the same boat as we are, in the same situation of being continuously reborn without any control, and develop some compassion for those beings. And it would also be good to remember the kindness of these sentient beings, as they have been our parents, children, or friends in our previous lives. They will be so in our future lives. Especially if we look at our current situation, the food that we eat, the house that we're sleeping in, the clothes we are wearing, the possibility of practicing the Dharma. All of that comes about due to the kindness of others. If we would be completely on our own, we would not have anything of those. Maybe we can develop some kind of inner feeling for the kindness of others. And as all sentient beings are tremendously suffering with samsara, might it be the general sufferings or the sufferings of the lower realms, and all of them have been very kind to us and will be so in the future. And especially only due to their kindness we are able to develop some compassion, which counters our diminished selfishness or self-centered mind. We only can overcome that due to the kindness of others and develop some compassion. And only that allows us to really fulfill our highest purpose and achieve everlasting happiness for ourselves and others by achieving fully enlightenment. Maybe we can try to generate as good as we can the wish to repay the kindness of all of us sentient beings. Especially thinking the best possible benefit for them would be to achieve full enlightenment themselves. And in order to do so, they must progress on the path. And for progressing on the path, they do the same way as we do, need spiritual guide who's guiding them. And the best spiritual guide to be able to do that would be an omniscient Buddha. And by remembering the wonderful qualities of a Buddha, who sees with his omniscient mind all phenomena directly in their conventional and ultimate nature, whereby he knows how to benefit all sentient beings in a perfect way. And he has the means to do that, due to his accumulation of the 6 perfections. And he does so impartially, with impartial compassion towards all sentient beings, and spontaneously. Maybe we can develop some kind of wish to achieve this kind of state ourselves, in order to benefit ourselves and all other sentient beings in the most beneficial way. Maybe we can spend a few seconds on that. And then we can imagine that these wonderful qualities of a Buddha appear in the space in front of us, in the form of a merit field, and especially Buddha Shakyamuni. And his compassionate gaze looks at us with complete acceptance. And surrounding us are all other sentient beings in human form, as far as we can imagine. And together we can take refuge in the 3 jewels. Maybe I can bring up the prayer. Let's see. Yes. Okay. All sentient beings, Manavas, so infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Idams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dhammakaya. All sentient beings, Manavas, so infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Idams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dhammakaya. All sentient beings, Manavas, so infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Idams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dhammakaya. And then we can do 1 mala of the mantra of compassion, Chenrezig, by imagining in the space in front of us, Chenrezig, and with the mantra at his heart. And from this mantra, light rays emanate towards us, completely purifying of all hindrances, all afflictions, all negative actions, and their results. And endowing us with all good qualities, up including full enlightenment. And when these light rays also emanate out to all the sentient beings, also completely purifying their afflictions, negative actions, sicknesses, especially the coronavirus, of course, and endowing them with all good qualities and all causes for happiness, including full enlightenment. And with this kind of visualization in mind, we can maybe do 1 mala of the mantra. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. When I think I'm doing the actual prayer 3 times, and then if there's time, maybe no time for another round. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings, that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of God spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are, from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. The mere sounds of those names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are, due to disturbances of the 4 elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the 3 jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth, infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings, that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of God spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are, from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. The mere sounds of those names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are, due to disturbances of the 4 elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the 3 jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth, of infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings, that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of God spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are, from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. The mere sounds of those names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are, due to disturbance of 4 elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the 3 jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Maybe we can do one more time. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings, that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of God spirits, illnesses, and Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are, from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. The mere sounds of those names terrifying beings, as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are, due to disturbance of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. And then we can maybe do, as His Holiness the Dalai Lama suggested, to do one mala of the Tara mantra, especially in order to eliminate all fears that might have arisen in the world due to the coronavirus, and to eliminate all sufferings coming from that. And we can imagine the Tara sitting in front of us with mantra at our heart, and also eliminating light waves to us and towards all sentient beings, and purifying all negativities and endowing us with all qualities. Om Taratu Taratu Zoha. Om Taratu Taratu Zoha. And for the dedication, I would like to do the dedication prayers of Shantideva. Unfortunately, I don't have it on the screen, so sorry for that. May all beings everywhere plagued by suffering of body and mind obtain an ocean of happiness and joy by virtues of my merit. May no living creature suffer, commit evil, or ever fall ill. May no one be afraid or belittled with mind weighted down with depression. May the blind see forms and the deaf hear sounds. May those whose bodies are worn with toil be restored to finding repose. May the naked find clothing, the hungry find food, and may the thirsty find water and delicious drinks. May the poor find wealth, those weak with sorrow find joy. May the fallen find hope, constant happiness, and prosperity. May there be timely rains and bountiful harvests, and may all medicines be effective and wholesome prayers bear fruit. May all who are sick and ill quickly be freed from the ailments, whatever diseases there are in the world, may they never occur again. May the frightened cease to be afraid, and those bound be freed. And may the powerless find power, and may people think of benefiting each other. For as long as space remains, for as long as sentient beings remain, until then may I too remain to dispel the miseries of the world. And finally, for the dedication, we can maybe remember all the kindness that people have been shown during the crisis of a pandemic in the world, especially the doctors and nurses treating people, and the other marvelous stories we have heard around the world where people helped each other getting through this difficult time. Rejoicing in that and dedicating this and our own merits from this session to full and complete enlightenment in order to benefit all sentient beings in the most beneficial way. Okay, and the final dedication. May the precious body mind not yet born arise and grow. May that born have no decline, but increase forevermore. And we can also dedicate this practice, especially for the long life of our teachers, of course, especially for His Holiness the Dalai Lama and Lama Zopa Rinpoche. Jig den kam der Pen der Malu, Pa Kang Le Jung Ve Sampel Yi Jin Kadin Sume Tenzin Gyatso La Sewa Debso Tuje Luendröbje Töpsü Changjing Jam Gön Gilwe Tenzin Kyong Pelwe Kunze Dorpoze Chuek Sum Velek Menturup Pahadak Suak Dülje Güntwe Jabten. Okay, thank you very much. Hope the next person is already arrived.
This is Tenzin Deki. And
Hello,
the next,
Venerable Tenzin Deki. Where are you at?
Venerable Sanju.
Where are you at?
I'm from India.
Oh,
I'm from India. Yeah, but I'm studying Buddhist philosophy in Pomaya Lama Zopa Institute.
Okay. Wonderful.
Yeah.
Great.
And you, where are you?
I'm at Nalanda.
Okay. Good.
Okay, thank you for taking over and have a good session.
Thank you. Bye. So thank you for joining me in today's prayerathon session. And we have completed more than 50 weeks. This auspicious prayer has been specifically recommended by Lama Zopa Rinpoche to dispel the sickness of coronavirus pandemic. So let's begin first by settling our body and mind in its natural state. We can start by taking 3 long and deep breaths and release any tension or tightness we feel in any part of the body, especially around the shoulders, in the jaw, around the forehead area. Just release all stress and tension and feel the cushion or the seat, chair you're sitting upon. Now, in the same way, we bring our mind to the present moment by focusing our attention to the incoming and the outgoing of our breath, either at the entrance of nostrils or at the level of our abdomen, just below the navel. If we are disturbed or carried away by any thoughts, ideas, any future plans, any past memories or regrets, we can just gently let all these feelings and thoughts go and dissolve, let them dissolve into the space of our mind. And gently then we bring back our attention to the sensation of our breath. So let's practice calm abiding, focusing our attention for a couple of minutes. Now with the mind, which is mind and body, which is calm, focused, and relaxed. Now we can set up a positive motivation for today's session. We can start by reflecting that we have a precious human life with all the favorable causes and conditions to practice Dharma, to create virtue, merit, which is the cause of future happiness. The virtue we create now is the cause for happiness, not only in this life, but also in the future lives. So we have this incredible opportunity as a human being with intelligence, with well-functioning faculties, with good environmental conditions. And most importantly, we have met the Buddha Dharma and the virtuous spiritual friend who can explain to us the entire path of Dharma up till enlightenment. But still, this precious opportunity which we have is not going to last forever, because death is certain and the time of death is uncertain. And at the time of death, only the spiritual practice, the virtue we have created, will go with us. We have to leave everything else behind: our friends, relatives, our wealth and possessions, and even our most cherished body with which we were born. We have to leave this behind. And the only thing which can accompany us and which is our true companion in the future life is our practice of virtue, our mind development. So this is our one chance to really be free of this cyclic existence, the samsara, in which we have been cycling, encircling life after life, without control, and undergoing various kinds of sufferings, sometimes in the lower realms, sometimes in the higher realms. So this is our one opportunity to be liberated from samsara and then achieve the state of enlightenment, Buddhahood, for the sake of benefiting all mother sentient beings and to be able to repay their kindness. So let's develop a mind of bodhicitta, the mind that wishes to achieve the highest state of enlightenment for the sake of benefiting and taking care of all the sentient beings who are suffering in samsara day and night without hope and without refuge. Now, with this positive motivation in our mind, we can start by reflecting in the space in front of us. Guru Buddha Chenrezig, sitting on a white, beautiful, brilliant lotus with 1,000 petals. Upon this brilliant lotus, there is a sun disk and moon disk. These three objects signify renunciation, the wisdom of emptiness, and bodhicitta, which have been perfected by Guru Buddha Chenrezig. He has 4 arms, the upper 2 joined together, holding a precious jewel, and the other 2 holding a white rosary and a lotus flower. He looks at us with eyes of compassion and love. And smiles charmingly. The whole visualization is in the aspect of light, completely intangible. Now, as we recite the mantra of Buddha, Guru Buddha Chenrezig, Om Mani Padme Hum, we can visualize rays of white light and nectar flowing from the heart of Guru Buddha Chenrezig into us and completely removing and purifying all our negativities, problems, pains, the sufferings and the causes of sufferings, which are our own mental defilements. Completely removing all these problems in the form of dark black liquid, which flows from the low openings of our body. And then this is replaced by golden light and nectar from Buddha Chenrezig into us, filling us with all the blessings and realizations of the path, and enjoying us and all sentient beings with long life, good health, well-being, filling us with the positive thoughts of benefiting each other, with the strength to create virtue, with the courage to overcome all the obstacles and take them onto the path. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum. Om 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 Mani Padme Hum. So with these blessings which we have received from Guru Buddha Chenrezig, we can recite the refuge prayer 3 times as well as the actual prayer. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings from others who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings from others who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. And we go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. Now the actual prayer, the Vajra speech of Mahasiddha Thangtong Gyalpo, the blessed prayer known as liberating Sakya from disease. So this prayer, to give an introduction to this prayer, is a very powerful prayer which was recited once few centuries back in a Sakya monastery when there was a full-blown epidemic all around. And by the power of recitation of this prayer by Mahasiddha Thangtong Gyalpo, it completely pacified the sickness of the epidemic and brought health and well-being to all the sentient beings in that place. So let's receive inspiration from this story, and also wish that by our recitation of this prayer for 24 hours every Saturday, week after week, may the power and the blessings of this prayer spread all around the world, not only in this world, but in all the world systems of the universe, and completely pacify all kinds of sicknesses, pandemics, epidemics, acute, chronic sufferings of beings. And may everybody be endowed with health, happiness, and long life, and always have benefiting thoughts for each other. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of the graha spirits, illnesses, and bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose name terrify beings, as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of Dakinis, Dhamma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of the graha spirits, illnesses, and bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose name terrify beings, as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of Dakini's Dhamma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. And then we recite one last time. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that results from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harm of the graha spirits, illnesses, and bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose name terrify beings, as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of Dakini's Dhamma protectors and guardians, and by the power of truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So now we can imagine that Guru Buddha Chenrezig is very pleased with his recitation of prayers, and he takes the form of a golden sphere of light. He transforms into a golden sphere of light and comes to our crown, entering into our central channel, and then slowly absorbing into our heart chakra. Our body, speech, and mind becomes one with the body, speech, and mind of Guru Buddha Chenrezig, and we become inseparable. At this point, we can briefly meditate on emptiness, that ourself and others and all phenomena are empty of inherent existence and are in the nature of dependent arising. So now we can proceed with the final dedication prayers. In the land encircled by snow mountains, you are the source of all happiness and good. All-powerful Chenrezig Tenzin Gyatso, please remain until samsara ends. You who uphold the subduous moral way, who serve as a bountiful bearer of all, sustaining, preserving, and spreading Manjunath's victorious doctrine, who masterfully accomplish magnificent prayers honoring the three jewels, Savior of myself and others, your disciples, please, please live long. May the supreme jewel of bodhicitta, that has not arisen, arise and grow, and may that which has arisen not diminish, but increase more and more. Through the virtue of this merit, may I reach the state of Guru Buddha and lead all living beings without exception into that enlightened state. Due to these merits which are empty of existing from my own side, may I, who am empty of existing from my own side, quickly reach enlightenment which is empty of existing from its own side, and lead all sentient beings who are empty of existing from their own side to that state of enlightenment as well by myself alone. For as long as space remains, for as long as sentient beings remain, until then may I to remain, to dispel the miseries of the world. And we can do our own personal dedications also. Thank you very much. Thank you, Chenrezig Institute, for organizing this, and thank you everybody for joining this session. And now I pass on to the next, Venerable G. Hello, Venerable. How are you?
Very good. How are you?
I'm okay.
Oh,
Also.
was that a COVID cough?
No, no.
Oh, right, okay, just a cough. Where are you in the? Are you in the Pomaya library? Is that your?
Yeah, I'm in the library of
Wow,
Yeah.
nice. You can read all those slowly while you're there. In all
Half of them, they are in Italian.
Oh, is it?
My bad luck.
No, but it should be mostly English students go there. No? Okay,
Yeah. I mean, it's a mix of half of it is in Italian, half are English. We have a very good collection. Yeah.
Yeah. How many Sangha you got there now? Like 15?
No, 15, around 10 to 12. 10 to 12. Yeah.
And your programs have started, right?
It starts on Tuesday, the Tantra module. Yeah.
Okay.
How is going for you at Nalanda?
Good. Our programs are starting. Actually, the basic program started on Monday. They're doing the Tantra module now. And the Lamrim course will start on Monday next week, day after tomorrow with Geshe Champa. Yeah, looks good. Looks good. Students are slowly coming back. And the one monk who had COVID is now recovered. So.
Okay. That's good.
That's
good. Okay, have a good session. Thank you
very much. Thank you.
Thank you.
See you.
See you. Bye.
Bye. So let's start this session again with the motivation again. So before the motivation, just relax the body and mind. Just stay still for a few moments. Those of who you know how to scan your body, try to do that. Go from head to toe. Gently scanning every part of the body. Go across the face and the eyes, the jaws. Go down the neck, the back of the shoulders. Go right down the spine, especially the lower back. Make sure that's relaxed, open, spacious. And then take the awareness down to the contact of your seat, the body to the seat, the cushion or the chair that you're sitting on. And go through the legs. If your legs are crossed, or whether it's just you're just sitting on a chair, you can still feel the contact, the thighs, the rest of the seat. Go right down to the feet. And then coming back from the feet, back through the legs, the hips, coming through the torso, the front of the body. Again, concentrating on the chest area, opening up the chest, spaciousness. Feel that lightness in the chest. And going across the shoulders, coming down the arms, into the hands. So you can keep your hands either gently resting on the knees or resting on your lap, the right hand resting on the left. And coming back. The hands up the arms, the shoulders, back of the neck, and coming right up the top of the head. And holding with awareness your complete body, relaxed, upright. And concentrating on the mind to take the awareness to the breath for a while. Inhaling, exhaling. With no control, with no pressure, just observing the breath. So as the mind calms down, as you're watching the breath, let all the other thoughts just slip by. Don't give them any other attention to them. Just keep the mind on the breath. And begin to taste that kind of peace that comes with just keeping the mind neutral. There are no strong emotions or afflictions arising in the mind. And then try to remind yourself how when the strong emotions come, strong attachment or covetousness, wanting more and more things, collecting, this insatiable need for more and more things, how destructive that is, how annoying and irritating it can be. And also the mind of irritation, frustration, that can lead to anger. Remember how when you followed that mind, how inevitably led to more and more pain in your life. And then think we have the power to actually override all those emotions, those destructive emotions. It's within our hands by putting certain antidotes that the Buddha taught us. For example, the mind of contentment, just being happy with what we already have. The mind of loving kindness and patience, resilience, accepting whatever's happening around us. By accepting karma, accepting that we created the causes to experience these situations around us, the mind can stay stable, and that brings peace. So try to remember when we put those antidotes, how calm the mind can be. So we have the power to be a peaceful, gentle person. So then we have that trust that if we put more of the antidotes the Buddha taught us, we'll actually have more results coming, which are coming automatically. We wouldn't have to put effort into putting those antidotes again. So we think of the wisdom that realizes the lack of the self, which actually is the source of so many of our problems. And together as a mind of this kind of selfish mind, wishing to have happiness for that certain me. So they can override those by thinking of others, compassion, and the wisdom mind that tries to get rid of this grasping at this false I. We have to study and learn about how to put those antidotes. And again, we have the time, we have the conditions around us. So how amazing that is. It's a miracle that in this life we met all these conditions. But so many haven't, so many are still lost in their egocentric, self-grasping, kind of self-centered minds. How sad that is, because they create more causes for more pain in this life and future lives. How wonderful if they were free. How wonderful if one day we could free them by showing them the method, the path, exactly how the Buddha and the teachers are teaching us in this life. So we try to aim our minds to a completely liberated, purified, realized mind from where we can really act out selflessly to help others, including our loved ones, parents, relatives, friends, and then expanding the mind to include every living being. Because our mind grasping at the false self is an innate version that comes automatically due to past lives. That's in every living being, not just humans, animals, gods, the lower realms. So expand our mind to include all these beings. And we strengthen that compassion by thinking we have been related to all these beings, although we feel disconnected right now. Many, many lives in the past that have been exactly like the parents of this life, the relatives in this life, the friends in this life. So I have that concern for all these beings. In the same way we have this concern for the ones we care about in this life. And so many, because of not knowing the true causes of happiness, due to this self-centered mind, due to the self-grasping mind, are creating so many causes. And again, we'll have to experience things like this epidemic with the virus going on, as a collective karma right now. And individually, people might get the disease. Some may pass away from it. Some may be cured from it. Then, again, depending on the cause they've created, depending on our prayers, we can activate some positive karma that they've created, so they may meet a diagnosis, a doctor, get the medicine, have the funds to get the medicine, etc., get the vaccine, etc. So thinking of these prayers, as advised by Rinpoche, we try and do them. So not just for the people now suffering from the fear of the COVID and not having the vaccine, etc., but all kinds of diseases that are coming up due to the causes they've created, so cancer and AIDS and all the other sicknesses that are destroying people's lives. How wonderful one day they can be completely free from every cause of suffering. So until then, we also create causes by reciting the prayers that they will meet the conditions, they will heal from their sicknesses, and eventually they will meet the proper teachings that show them the right path. How wonderful that would be. So in front of us is Avalokiteshvara, who embodies this all-powerful, all-compassionate, all-knowing mind, an omniscient mind, and taking the form of this holy being, Avalokiteshvara, 1000 armed. In essence, our main teacher that we've taken in this life, indivisible from that main teacher. And we go for refuge, meaning we will now trust completely in all the methods that the Buddhas have taught us, the thinking of the wisdom mind, thinking of the compassionate mind, and that strengthened compassion, which means bodhicitta. So we take refuge, we trust in those methods, on those minds, and the methods they've given us completely. So all sentient beings, my mothers, our infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, by infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, for infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, Dharmakaya. So try to mix mind with those words, completely trusting in what the Buddha, Dharma, Sangha is. So trying to go for that complete stopping, ceasing of all those afflictions, destructive emotions, and developing all the positive states of mind from patience, generosity, ethics. And from there, we can actually achieve a purified, realized mind. Never falling back from that state, we can benefit others limitlessly, manifesting wherever we're needed to help beings. So we take trust that we can achieve it. So in front of us again, Avalokiteshvara, keeping our awareness there. Recite the mantra. As we recite the mantra, light rays are going out from his holy body to touch all the beings, the ones we know who are going through difficulty now due to some sickness, some difficulty. So completely eliminating and resolving that difficulty for them. And all the other beings that we don't know are also going through difficulty, fear, anxiety, worry, war zones, and they're going through hunger, poverty. So keeping our mind on that, we say the mantra very gently, and then try to keep all these things in heart. The being suffering, the Avalokiteshvara in front of us, saying the mantra, visualizing light rays going out, purifying all the beings. Om Mani Padme. So still keeping the awareness, the mindfulness of Avalokitesh for in front of us, the presence of this great being. So in one essence with our incredible teachers. Let me say the actual prayers. May all the karma of these sentient beings to experience these difficulties be completely purified. So again, to the power of generating refuge, bodhicitta, the mantra, etc. May all that positive causes they've created ripen, and may they be completely healed from whatever they're going through. May they found a solution for all the problems they have. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of grass spirits, illnesses, and bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher, leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds whose names terrify beings, as though they'd been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to the disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and Three Jewels, the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of grass spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds whose names terrify beings, as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 class of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbance of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and Three Jewels, the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of grass spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. In whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds whose names terrify beings, as though they may place inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. In whatever sufferings there are due to the disturbance of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and Three Jewels, the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So with that Avalokiteshvara in front of us comes to the crowns of our heads. And he dissolves into a small sphere of brilliant white light. And that gently comes down to us, touching our crowns, dissolving to a central channel and completely illuminating the central channel, filled with bliss and joy. And as that sphere of white light slowly descends down the central channel, stopping at the head chakra while purifying all negativities of our body, from harming others to killing, stealing, sexual misconduct, and comes down to our throat. Again, radiating light, purifying our speech, karma, distant past lives. So deceiving others, slander, harsh speech, and meaningless talk. And coming down to our heart chakra, completely purifying our mind, this life's ill will, covetousness and wrong view generated, and also past life. Because they create so much obstacles, they create the causes for future suffering. It's all purified now. And the light radiates out from our bodies to touch all the beings around us. Think of our parents, relatives, friends, all going through some difficulty in their lives, everything being purified, resolved, and radiating out to all the sentient beings, all the different parts of the world, in war zones, living in fear, those with great addictions, insatiable thirst for attachment from many, many things, all that's being pacified. And think of all the other realms, difficulties in the animal realm, hungry ghost realm, hell realms, and the God realms. How wonderful one day we can radiate out light, manifesting for all these beings to teach them the true path and the true methods that's needed to pacify all suffering. And then we dedicate, and one day we will actually be able to do this. Dedicate for the long lives of our teachers, and may all the wishes of His Holiness Dalai Lama and Kyabje Lama Zopa Rinpoche be fulfilled immediately. May all wars, religious conflicts, and disharmony in the world be pacified. May all epidemics be eliminated. May all activities of the FPMT be most beneficial for the sixth realm sentient beings and for the flourishing of Buddha's teachings. May all FPMT projects be free of all obstacles and succeed immediately, especially the Maitreya project and the Padmasambhava project for peace. May we be able to complete all the realizations of the path in order to be able to free all sentient beings from suffering and lead them to enlightenment. May all our virtuous, temporal wishes for ourselves, family, friends, and so forth be fulfilled. May all those who died either be reborn in a pure land where they can become enlightened, or at least take a perfect human rebirth. Especially think of beings, people you know. And may all those who are sick and suffering receive whatever help they need. Especially again, think of people you know going through difficulties and sicknesses. May they completely recover, regain their radiance and power, and make their lives meaningful. And quickly, long life prayers of His Holiness. So, the wish-granting, wish-fulfilling angel, source of every single benefit and happiness in this world, to the incomparably kind Tenzin Gyatso, I beseech, may all your holy wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. To you, uphold the subduous moral way, who serve as a bountiful bearer of all, sustaining, preserving, spreading Manjunat's victorious doctrine, who masterfully accomplishes magnificent prayers, honoring the three sublime ones, saviour of myself and others, your disciples. Please, please, live long. Okay, thank you very much. Who's next? Yes, it is. Tancho, who's just arrived in Nalanda Monastery. Is that right?
It is true. It is true. Arrived last night.
Let me see. Which room are you in?
If you worked it out yet. Let me move a little bit. Maybe that piece of furniture gives you a clue.
Yeah, it could be Sultrim's old room, right? Just on the corner above the kitchen.
Yes,
Yeah.
it's Chapel is now in Sultram's old room.
All
I
right.
moved in the one next to, so
Oh, yeah, that's
overlooking
right.
the Gompa.
Yes. But that's strange. I don't remember having white walls. They have yellow walls. No? Are you one at the other
Wow.
corner?
Maybe I'm just radiating white light.
All right, okay. Great, amazing.
It's starting to
Amazing.
work.
You bleached the walls.
Maybe I just took a bit more tan on it. It looks whiter than it is. You
No,
keeping
sure.
well?
Yeah, well.
How's retreat going?
That's good. It's good. I'm all right. So you're staying with us for good now?
I'm gonna be here for a while.
Okay, good.
See how long you're happy to
Oh
keep
yes,
me.
you got the 6 month.
Yeah, that sort of stuff.
I'm not involved in that anyway. So
Well,
have you been given your mentor yet? Who's your mentor?
I'm sure we sort that out on Monday because arrived yesterday at 6 o'clock.
Right.
Straight into getting prayerathon back organized, and then today.
How was the flight and stuff?
Flight was pretty straightforward, I have to say. It's just when they ask you about do you have any electronic items, don't forget to put them outside the suitcase. Of course, when like ping, what's in this bag, and then ping, the other case. It's like, oh yeah, I should have put it all in one.
There you go.
Would have been easier. But you know what?
Knife.
Yeah, no, but it keeps them all happy, I mean, it's no. I have to say, border was all good and coming through to France. I've never had a problem. And it was really interesting to see, because when we sort of think about, what words can do, the damage words can do, particularly when it's politicized.
Mm-hmm.
And there has been this big rift with Brexit anyway, the UK and Europe.
Oh, yeah, right.
And when you see, Brits coming over and behind you going, oh, it's nowhere near as bad as they made out in the news.
Oh, right.
No, it never was that bad as the news made out. And it really shows you how, if we don't do our own research, if we just accept the headlines and just accept one source, it's
true. Yeah, the news is quite deceptive.
But
so what now? You have a PCR test, or you don't need anything?
I'm fully vaccinated, so I didn't need anything.
But here you do a self test or something, or nothing?
I did a self test when I came through the border. You mean? Or
when you came to Nalanda.
I did one before I left in the morning.
Okay.
So I thought at least I show goodwill that although they say you don't need anything, but if somebody suddenly said something, I had my test with me, so that was fine.
Yeah, good.
And I'm okay. Of course, mask at the moment. When you're confined. So
yeah. So can you go to the puja here? You can, no? With the mask or something. What did Tenda say?
That's a good question. It's Tenda was in meetings today, and then was it Jamyang, Tenzin, and Jampa. We went over to the animal rescue and helped the lady out there this afternoon. So
maybe you can stay. I think you can stay down the Zen garden, maybe at least for today and tomorrow.
No, I tried to listen in, so it works quite well that I'm busy here. So once I finish my slot, go over and listen, and But there you go.
See you.
I see you later. All right.
I remember Sarah's joining you. Great. See you.
All right. Take care. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Good evening, everyone. Oh, look, Sarah's here. Hello, Sarah. How are you? Lovely to have you on board. And hello, Marie. Hello, Chenrezig Institute. Hello, everyone out there on the air. It's great to see you all. And my apologies to anyone who, because in the last few weeks, tried to work with the notes on YouTube. I'm afraid that I'm one screen down, so I won't be able to comment on anything that you may leave on YouTube. So thank you very much in advance for any comments or feedback that you're leaving. Thank you very much. Oh, look, Stupa. Hello, Sarah. Ooh, how you doing? You're doing a Star Trekky Sarah here. You sort of beam me up, Scotty. It's always great to see the Stupa. And it's always good to have Sarah on board. I'm sure she's spinning around, spinning her wheel. Anyway, okay. We have an hour. Well, we're just under an hour now. So it's always nice to start in a nice calm fashion. So yes, as you heard, I'm now in France at Nalanda. So the background has been, as you can see, has changed, and I'm sure it will change again over the next few weeks once I've settled in and get everything sorted So thank you very much for everyone who's joining me in this session. Thank you everyone who's been joining all the other leads throughout the day and later on today and throughout the last 58 weekends. So thank you very much for all your kind support. Talking about support, we always stress that these prayers are free of charge. We don't, Sangha, we don't get anything, to do these prayers. It's purely on voluntary basis. And also the volunteers who keep us on YouTube and Zoom. You're wonderful as they are, but the costs coming with the streaming itself. So if you have a few pennies you want to contribute, I'm sure there's a link down in Zoom, a donation button. So if you want to help with the costs of staying online, that's very much appreciated. I think last year. So if you look at it from financial term, we were we paid extra $1,500 or something like that to screen these sessions, and so any penny you might wish to contribute, as I said, would be very much appreciated. Okay, so if we take a few deep breaths, make ourselves really comfortable. If you're sitting on a chair or cushion, if that is not comfortable for you, if you want to lie down, whatever works for you. Just nice and relaxed. A few deep breaths. It's always nice to work out why we're here and what our motivation is. We all have our different reasons, but often they come down to the same basic points, because we either worried about something ourselves or worried about someone else because they're going through a hard time or we're going through hard times. We're just generally interested in the well-being of all other sentient beings, again wishing to ease their suffering in whatever form we can. So, and a few verses from the King of Prayers. I like to recite, as you know, and I like these 4 verses in particular. They're not in consecutive order when you look them up in the King of Prayers, but it acknowledges why we want to be here, to ease suffering. It acknowledges the friendship of those in our community, the like-minded ones. It acknowledges our teachers and gurus who guide us along the way, and it sets bodhicitta, motivation. So just something to work with. May ease the suffering in the lower realms and in the many directions and dimensions of the universe. May I guide all wanderers in samsara to the pure bliss of awakening and be of worldly benefit to them as well. May I always have the friendship of those whose path is like mine, and with body, words, and also mind, may we practice together the same aspirations and activities. May I always meet a spiritual mentor and never displease that excellent friend who deeply wishes to help me and expertly teaches the Bodhisattva way. Limitless is the end of space. Likewise, limitless are living beings. Thus, limitless are karma and afflictions. May my aspirations reach be limitless as well. So if you think about the different ways that we can experience suffering, and a nice prayer to that effect is by Milarepa. Milarepa was asked, how come he's not suffering? When he felt he had nothing, no belongings. And we can look in modern terms at belongings in different ways. We can have the belongings in terms of material aspects. We can have belonging to a particular social group. We can look at belonging to spiritual connections. We can look at what do we belong to. So belonging doesn't always have to be just material things, but but in a wider scale, if you think about the way belongings work out. So, and this one is a Milarepa song of realizations for the reasons why I did not suffer while having no belongings. Lord Guru, I prostrate to you. I am called Milarepa. These days I have no desire for wealth. I don't make any provisions of material things. First, I have no suffering of amassing and hoarding. In the middle, I have no suffering of protecting what I have. In the end, I have no suffering of attachment and clinging. I have nothing, and having nothing is excellent. These days, I have no desire for friends or companions. I don't seek to be surrounded by affections and love. First, I have no suffering of focusing on others. In the middle, I have no suffering of hostile replies. In the end, I don't have the suffering of parting. Having no affectionate and loving companions is excellent. These days, I have no desire for profit and fame. I don't seek to hear any pleasantries. First, I have no suffering of striving for it. In the middle, I have no suffering of it abating. In the end, I have no fear of its decline. I am happy with no pleasantries said about me. These days, I have no desire for a country. I don't seek out any certain place to stay. First, I have no suffering of taking sides. In the middle, I have no suffering of craving of my country. In the end, I have no suffering of trying to please others. Having no certain place to stay is excellent. So let that sink in for a moment. And, look at your response to what's been said. Do you agree with it? Does it seem to be too clear cut? Does it seem a bit balmy? Or does Milarepa have a point? So if we look at it in some respect, not having desire for wealth does not mean that having wealth is a bad thing. If you use it wisely, if you use it to do good deeds, if you just acquire wealth for the sake of acquiring it and not sharing it, then what's the benefit of it? You become too ruthless, you hang on to the wealth. I'm not spending a penny, you're miserly. And then also the way we have the suffering of amassing and hoarding. What is asked of us to get that wealth? Think about when you were after promotion. You knew you worked hard. But what set you apart from the other person who got that promotion? What was the other person potentially prepared to do? Typical stick and carrot. Having to protect it. Think about the rich people. We always think, oh, what a wonderful life. Really? Again, it depends how you use your richness. Are you rich for the rich sake or the wealth? Have you sold your soul in order to get there? Are you just surrounded by gold diggers? Are you becoming paranoid? Who can you trust? Are they just talking to you? Who are your friends? Who turned out to be only a friend because you had money? Who stood by you when you were poor? So again, we become very, let's build fences, let's build this, let's build walls, emotional and physical walls to keep people out. And that in itself then becomes a problem. Not having friends or companions. What does that tie in when we say, may I always have the friendship of those whose path is like mine? It's not that having friends and companions is a bad thing. Again, what aspects do come with it? I don't seek to be surrounded by affection and love. Why not? Because it just, it's rose tinted. It can be very one-sided. On the other hand, compassion is universal. What if you fall in love with somebody, but then you fall out with them? You no longer feel them attractive. You no longer, but they don't love you the way you think they should love you. So again, we have this focusing on others, is suffering from that. Can we be the one person that we want to be? Are we doing something? Do we wear a mask in that relationship? What if somebody disagrees with us? The hostile replies. What if a relationship breaks up? Somebody dies, somebody moves away. We all have been there. So it's not that having friends is a bad thing, but it depends on how realistic we are, what comes with it. Are we prepared for the pain? Now, can we limit the pain by accepting that, things will end? These days, I have no desire for profit and fame. I don't seek to hear any pleasantries. If we think about what's going on right now, what's happening on our TV screens, these instant, fame shows. Come here and you're going to be a millionaire, you're going to be a rock star, pop star, model, whatever it is. And if we see what some of these programs are doing, just to play with, what people are prepared to do on TV to get that fame, that's quite scary. They want the fame, they want the press, they want to be in the limelight. Then what if that runs out? Think about these great sports figures, or actors, and they suddenly, sorry, you're too old to play this role now. You're known for this, not for that. And suddenly all that goes, or they suddenly have an injury, sportsman, and then they don't know what else to do. And they're out of the limelight. Just something to think about. Not having a desire for a country. I don't seek a certain place to stay. Again, if we go, this is my room, this is my house, this is my garden, this is my country, don't you dare enter it. Of course, we don't want burglars unnecessarily in the house. It's fair enough. But then what do we do to invite them in? Hating, particularly these days with all the populist politics that are around the world, the oppression of people, the flag waving, and that's been very dominant, over recent years. People literally, politicians wrap themselves in flags. If you disagree with me wearing this flag, you're not a true patriot. You're anti this country, anti this. Is that what your country is really about? If you think about all the birds and fish, how they sort of cross territories, and land animals, how they move freely from one country to another. Do they say, oh, today I'm going to be in, I don't know, Rwanda, and tomorrow I'm going to Uganda, and and if I'm migrating bird, and then I fly there and I fly here. Why is it that we make such a fuss of what country we're from, what our origin is? So we have to consider all this. And with that, of course, comes in, if we suddenly go away, we have the suffering of homesickness. Kids in particular, if you think about it. When we left home, we went on our first school trip or holiday, wanting to be with our families. Very simple example. So the different ways, we can look at Milarepa's realization, why not having anything is good. It's just our attachment and clinging that goes with it. And on that note, let's visualize in the space in front of us our Guru in the aspect of Chenrezig. If you had the relevant initiations, please feel free to self-initiate. Sorry, if you had the realization, if you had the relevant initiations, please just feel free to self-generate. Sorry, mine is a bit hungry. And if not, just visualize the deity in the space in front above the crown of your head. If you're following us from a different faith, just visualize the deity most closely associated with love and compassion. And those of you who do not wish to engage with deities, visualizing deities, just visualize a clear light that's filled with love and compassion for all sentient beings. Visualize a light radiates from the Guru's body in all 10 directions. And each light beam finding one of the infinite number of mother sentient beings across the 6 realms. And these beings can be as close as to you as sitting right next to you, or the furthest corners of the universe. I wish them all to be happy and free of suffering. The Guru's light enters their bodies through the crown of their heads, filling them with love and compassion and purifying light nectar. And as the light enters, we can feel how we're being cleansed atom by atom in the space between those atoms, how all negative karma and delusion is being burned away, washed away, destroyed. And the more we purify, the more we reveal of our true nature, inherent nature, of the Buddha nature that we have long forgotten about through other actions, and we covered it up with all the grime of negative karma and delusions. But feeling the purification like a refreshing shower when you come off from a hard day's work, maybe out in the fields and washing away all the grime of your skin, soothing your aching body. So we wish all mother sentient beings to feel that way and to experience the bliss and be free from suffering. So we call upon those mother sentient beings to join us in taking refuge in the Guru. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our minds, the Dharmakaya. Having called upon all mother sentient beings to join us in taking refuge in the Guru is pleased. The Guru smiles, and as the Guru smiles, the purifying light nectar intensifies more and more. And we're being purified more to the extent that we begin to glow atom by atom in the space between those atoms. We radiate light back to the Guru, And also we radiate light and exchange light with all other mother sentient beings. We remember that through the actions of body, speech, and mind, we have caused so much harm and damage over past lifetimes. And we acknowledge those mistakes and ask all mother sentient beings for forgiveness. We make the promise that from now on we engage in wholesome activities that benefit all mother sentient beings. So when we recite the Mani mantra, Elio, I think your mic is on. Venerable Elio, I think your mic is on. Anyway, so when we recite the Mani mantra, visualize how you keep exchanging yourself with all the sentient beings and the Guru. And that the more we purify, the brighter we begin to shine. And collectively, the more purifying beings join us, the brighter our collective light and the stronger our universal compassion is. And we all become one with the Guru and become one with one another. Mani Padme Hu, 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 Mani Padme Mani Padme Hu, 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 Mani Padme Mani Padme Hum. 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 Mani padme hum, mani padme hum, mani padme hum. Having acknowledged our faults through past actions of body, speech, and mind, having asked all Mother Sentient beings for forgiveness and the promise that we from now on engage in wholesome activities that benefits all Mother Sentient beings, having taken refuge in the Guru and recited many mantras while exchanging ourselves with the Guru and all other Mother Sentient beings, may visualize ourselves now as pure and holding on to that pure state for as long as we possibly can, ideally at least for the duration of these prayers. If we can, for longer, at the end of the day, week, year, lifetimes, depending on your skill set, and if not, just acknowledge. Wasn't long enough today, I try again. So Aristotle said, excellence is not an act but a habit. We are what we repeatedly do. So the more we try to stay in the pure state, the longer we can hold on to that. So maybe now call upon the great Mother Tara to join us. The Tara recitation, the Green Tara recitation has been recommended by His Holiness the 14th Dalai Lama to help overcome any obstacles in these difficult times. And if we visualize Mother Tara in the space in front, emerald green in color, and light radiating from her body in all 10 directions. And again, each life being found one of the infinite number of mother sentient beings, wherever they are. When we recite the mantra Om Tare Tutare Tore Soha, let's remember that Om again represents the holy aspect of body, speech, and mind of Tara herself. Tara liberates from samsara. Tara liberates from samsara. The Tara liberates us from the 8 fears of ignorance, hatred, attachment, pride, jealousy, wrong view, doubt, and miserliness. If you think about it, all these come into play when we think about Milarepa's song of realization, where he wasn't suffering with having nothing. He didn't get involved. Simple, you know. So then Tora liberates us from the diseases and illnesses, both physical and mental. So we do one mala of Tara. Maybe also dedicate these prayers for the removal of any obstacles that may hinder all those who are sick to be restored to good health. May all obstacles be removed for those who have passed into the bardo so that they may achieve a fortunate rebirth. May all obstacles be removed for anyone who suffers hardships by whatever means. And may those beings be given whatever resources are required to be reinstated to a happy place. And also maybe dedicate the Tara mantra to the long life and well-being of His Holiness the 14th Dalai Lama. Tare tutare dure soha, 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 Tare tutare dure. Tare tutare. Tare tutare dure soha, Tare tutare. Om Tare tutare dure soha. Okay. And maybe also get the backing of our guardians. We recite Vajrayana, and for Vajrayana we visualize a dark blue, ferocious looking Vajrapani. We also call upon Manjushri in a minute. He's wrathful. And what we need to remember is that despite their appearances of ferocious and wrathful, these beings have chosen to dedicate themselves to protect us from being stupid, to making mistakes that cause suffering to ourselves and others, so to keep us in the straight and narrow, but also willing to step in if there's a threat to us. And why do they need to look like this if they're on our side? Well, think about your mothers. Mom can be very, very sweet and smiling on you when you're doing things right. But if you suddenly do something extremely dangerous, she will jump up, run to you, and maybe quite firm and assertive with you, raised voice, serious facial expressions. So if you think about it from that perspective. So if you visualize Dark Blue Vajrapani, his 2 feet are stretched out, and he holds a Vajra in the right hand and a snake lasso in the left. His body is ablaze with transcendental wisdom fire, And from his body, I admitted fire garudas, iron scorpions, black pigs, wind, fire, noxious vapors of poisonous gases, which like violent winds and hailstorm destroy all disease, epidemics, spirit harms, and interferers. Again, we must remember that we're not really wanting to destroy any being, in this case, the interferers, because of what they do. We should really not engage in destroying the being where it can be avoided. What we wish to destroy is the motivation that makes them act a certain way, their karmic imprint, their karmic programming. And because of that, they will find themselves always in that negative karmic loop. So we wish to break that connection so that they can move on and free themselves. So we recite the mantra 7 times, and as we recite the mantra, visualize how you put on a protective suit, either an armor if you think about battling with the pandemic or other forms of suffering, or if you think about it more in a clinical term, clinical way, like a medical gown, when you do surgery. Om Vajapayad Om Padmasaripad Nivasheneganang Taita Saurita Hanana Vajna Rakshakshasua Om Vajapayad Om Vasaripad Nivasheneganang Taita Saurita Hanana Vajna Rakshakshasua Om Vajapayad Om Vasaripad Nivasheneganang Taita Saurita Hanana Vajna Rakshakshasua Om Vajapayad Om Padmasaripad Nivasheneganang Taita Saurita Hanana Vajna Rakshakshasua Om Vajapayad Om Vasaripad Nivasheneganang Taita Saurita Hanana Vajna Rakshakshasua Om Vajapayad Om Padmasaripad Nivasheneganang Taita Saurita Hanana Vajna Rakshakshasua Om Vajapayad Om Padmasaripad Nivasheneganang Taita Saurita Hanana Vajna Rakshakshasua. Now we call on Black Manjushri. He's wrathful faced, 3 eyes. His 2 hands hold a scripture on the left and a sword on the right. He's adorned with precious bone ornaments. And he stands in the midst of a mass of fire, and flames of clear light emanate from his heart, pervading inside and outside of our bodies and the bodies of all other mother sending beings, purifying all negative karmas, obstruction, sickness, spirits, previous note, and burning away all black magic, curses, and so forth. So why do we need Black Manjushri? Well, with his scalpel, it's just to cut out any sort of impurities. If you think about it surgically, he's also, you can think of him as a field medic. If something comes through the armor, it's always good to have a backup. Om tam chu chu su du su du mi su ningo la chakara jakam shantam bepisu om tam chu chu su du su du mi su ningo la chakara jakam shantam bepisu om tam chu chu su du su du mi su ningo la chakara jakam shantam bepisu om tam chu chu su du su du mi su ningo la chakara jakam shantam bepisu om tam chu chu su du su du mi su ningo la chakara jakam shantam bepisu om tam chu chu su du su du mi su ningo la chakara jakam shantam bepisu chu su du su du mi su ningo la chakara jakam shantam bepisu. Okay, so I've called the guardians. I just want to double check that I'm not eating into Venerable Elio's spot. Yes, Venerable Elio. Interesting. I was wondering, I thought I didn't see your name on the list earlier. Must have been.
I don't know what happens because I was sure to do my slot at now. And
oh, bless you. I thought it was unusual not to see your name on the list. And I thought maybe he's a busy man.
No, I don't know, but I was sure. I booked my place for several years, but
yeah.
I don't know.
Oh,
I
bless.
was ready to start, and I don't know what.
No, it happened to me. Because we booked. Just to clarify for some who are wondering why we briefly interrupt, Venerable Elio is very reliable. He's very like clockwork and has been since the beginning. But occasionally, things happen where we have to sometimes get out of. But we also book so far ahead, and Venerable Elio is exactly the same as me. And you think you booked ahead, and then suddenly I had that last week, and I thought, oops, the new month is coming up. And I was just checking for somebody else, and I just saw that I hadn't booked my slot. But what shall we do, Venerable Elio? Do you want me to finish?
If you want, I can finish.
Because, yeah, I mean, it's up to you.
Because the small group is there, and
I tell you what, I've done the warm up. So if you wish, you can go straight into the to the main prayer, or whichever way you want to do it. Venerable Elio, I hand over to you because I know that you have quite a contingent following you. So
okay.
No worries, we sort it all out. I see you next week, Venerable.
Thank
Lots
you.
of love.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye.
Je suis désolé, je ne sais pas ce que j'ai fait dans les réservations. J'ai dû me tromper quelque part. Donc, on va se dépêcher de commencer. Mais voilà, puis tout s'arrange. Donc, bonsoir tout le monde.
Bonsoir Elio.
Je vais partager l'écran.
Bon, alors bonsoir Marie-Françoise, bonsoir Elio.
Voilà. Et
Bonsoir à tous.
Bonsoir. Tu es en France là, Elio?
oui, là, je suis en France.
Oui, je revois. D'accord.
Je ne sais pas, il y a quelque chose que je n'ai pas bien fait parce que apparemment, je n'étais pas enregistré. Mais bon, on y arrive toujours. Et quand les créneaux ne sont pas pris, c'est Damche qui les fait. Donc, voilà, donc en tout cas, je vois que le groupe est là, donc on peut parler de groupe, hein, certainement. Ça peut être un certain nombre, donc merci d'être là, merci pour cette bonne motivation de vouloir continuer à faire cette pratique. Cette pratique que tout le monde continue à faire parce que apparemment la pandémie n'a pas terminé les effets, donc c'est un négatif qui est à travers. Vous m'entendez bien?
Oui.
Bon. Tout ce karma
Non,
négatif.
moi j'entends très faiblement.
Bon, je vais chercher le casque là.
Merci.
Donc, je disais que ce karma négatif n'a pas encore fini de mûrir complètement et il mûrit de mille façons avec indépendamment de la maladie, ça guérit ça mûrit par vraiment de la violence, par des choses difficiles à travers le monde. Donc, on sait bien que nous sommes quelque part dans le Kali Yuga, c'est cette époque dégénérée où il se produit des tas de choses difficiles, des pandémies, des guerres. Là, c'est en Afghanistan que ça se passe pas très bien, qu'il y a de nouveau de la violence. Donc vraiment, le monde est sous l'emprise de l'ignorance. Et c'est bien que de notre côté, en tout cas en ce qui concerne la FPMT, qui est toute cette énergie à travers le monde, cette énergie positive qu'on essaye à notre tour de répandre pour contrer toute cette négativité qui se manifeste. Alors, c'est avec cette bonne motivation qu'on va rentrer dans la pratique rapidement, puisque je me suis mis un peu en retard, je ne sais pas comment. Donc, on commence par générer ces 4 pensées incommensurables. Et comme ce serait merveilleux si tous les êtres demeuraient dans l'équanimité, libres de l'attachement qui les rapproche des uns et de la haine qui les éloigne des autres. Puisse-t-il demeurer ainsi? Puisse-je faire en sorte qu'ils demeurent dans cet état? Maître Bouddha, veuillez me bénir afin que je puisse accomplir cela. Et comme ce serait merveilleux si tous les êtres obtenaient le bonheur suprême de l'éveil et les causes de ce bonheur. puisse-t-il les obtenir? Puissais-je faire en sorte qu'ils les obtiennent? Maître Bouddha, veuillez me bénir afin que je puisse accomplir cela. Et comme il serait merveilleux si tous les êtres étaient libérés de la souffrance et des causes de la souffrance. Puissent-ils en être libérés? Puissais-je faire en sorte qu'ils en soient libérés? Maître Bouddha, veuillez me bénir afin que je puisse accomplir cela. Et comme ce serait merveilleux si tous les êtres n'étaient jamais séparés du bonheur des renaissances supérieures et de la libération. Puissent-ils ne jamais en être séparés? Puissais-je faire en sorte qu'ils n'en soient jamais séparés? Maître Bouddha, veuillez me bénir afin que je puisse accomplir cela. Et donc, une fois que nous avons généré cette motivation positive, nous pouvons nous tourner vers Chenrezig en essayant de le visualiser donc, au-dessus de ma tête et de celle de tous les êtres existant dans tout l'espace. Donc, nous visualisons un lotus blanc et sur ce lotus blanc, un disque de lune. Et au-dessus de ce disque de lune, la lettre Ri, qui est une lettre blanche également, et de laquelle apparaît le noble Chenrezig. On l'appelle la lettre germe parce que justement, c'est un petit peu l'embryon de la divinité qui apparaît. Chenrezig est blanc, il est lumineux et il diffuse des rayons de 5 couleurs. Son sourire est magnifique, son regard est plein de compassion. Et de ses 4 mains, les 2 premières sont jointes, les autres tiennent un rosaire de cristal et un lotus blanc. Il est paré de soieries et d'ornements de joyaux. Une peau de biche couvre son épaule et le Bouddha de lumière infinie couronne sa tête. Il est assis, ses 2 jambes sont dans la posture adamantine et il est adossé à une lune immaculée. Donc, tel que nous le voyons, vraiment, il représente l'essence de tous les refuges réunis. Et donc, maintenant, nous allons prendre justement refuge. Le temps que je mette la prière en ligne. Voilà. Et donc, nous prenons refuge en Chenrezig, qui est au-dessus de nous. Tous les êtres, mes mères, aussi nombreuses que vaste est l'espace, prennent refuge en le précieux maître Bouddha. Nous prenons refuge dans le Bouddha, le Dharma et la Sangha. Nous prenons refuge dans l'assemblée des maîtres, des déités de méditation et des dakinis. Nous prenons refuge dans la clarté vacuité de notre propre esprit, le Dharmakaya. Tous les êtres, mes mères, aussi nombreuses que vaste est l'espace, prennent refuge dans le précieux maître Bouddha. Nous prenons refuge dans le Bouddha, le Dharma et la Sangha. Nous prenons refuge dans l'assemblée des maîtres, des déités de méditation et des dakinis. Nous prenons refuge dans la clarté vacuité de notre propre esprit, le Dharmakaya. Tous les êtres, mes mères, aussi nombreuses que vaste est l'espace, prennent refuge dans le précieux maître Bouddha. Nous prenons refuge dans le Bouddha, le Dharma et la Sangha. Nous prenons refuge dans l'assemblée des maîtres, des déités de méditation et des dakinis. Nous prenons refuge dans la clarté vacuité de notre propre esprit, le Dharmakaya. Et maintenant, en ayant toujours la visualisation de Chenrezig au-dessus de notre tête, nous allons réciter un mala de mantra. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme mani padme hum. Om 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 mani padme hum. Et maintenant la prière. Comme d'habitude, avec donc une strophe et puis quelques malas et ainsi de suite. Puissent toutes les maladies qui font souffrir les êtres en raison du karma et de conditions soudaines, telles que les méfaits causés par les esprits, les maladies et les éléments, ne plus advenir en ce monde. Om mani padme hum. 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 Puis toutes les souffrances liées aux maladies graves, qui tel un boucher menant sa victime à l'abattoir, séparent le corps de l'esprit en un instant, ne plus advenir en ce monde. Om mani padme hum. 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 Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Puissent tous les êtres incarnés ne plus souffrir d'épidémies aiguës, chroniques ou autres, dont le seul nom suffit à semer la terreur et à se sentir aspiré dans la gueule de Yama, le seigneur de la mort. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Puissent tous les êtres incarnés ne plus être victimes des 80 000 espèces de fauteurs de troubles, des 360 nuisances subitement infligées par des esprits maléfiques, des 424 maladies, et ainsi de suite. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Puis toutes les souffrances dues au dérèglement des 4 éléments, privant le corps et l'esprit de tout plaisir, disparaître à tout jamais, et puissent le corps et l'esprit rayonner de vitalité, jouir d'une longue vie, demeurer heureux et en bonne santé. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Par la compassion des maîtres, des trois rares et sublimes, le pouvoir des Dakini, des gardiens et du protecteur du Dharma, et par la force infaillible du karma et de ses effets, puissent dédicaces et prières être pleinement exaucées. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Et là, je pense que nous allons pouvoir faire la dédicace. Si j'arrive à retrouver le... Je la retrouve pas. Voilà, c'est en train de venir. Puisse le joyau suprême de la bodhicitta naître là où il n'est pas né, ne pas dégénérer là où il est déjà né, mais s'accroître de plus en plus. Grâce aux mérites accumulés par ses actions vertueuses, puissé-je rapidement atteindre l'état d'un maître Bouddha et conduire tous les êtres, sans exception, à cet état d'éveil. Grâce aux mérites des 3 temps, accumulés par moi-même, les Bouddhas, les Bodhisattvas et tous les êtres, puissent les guerres, la famine, la torture, la pauvreté, les problèmes économiques et tous les dangers liés à la terre, à l'eau, au feu et au vent être immédiatement pacifiés, et puissent la paix et le bonheur parfait remplir le cœur et la vie de chacun. Puissent les enseignements du Bouddha durer longtemps, et puissent les êtres de ce monde rencontrer les enseignements du Bouddha et atteindre l'éveil aussi vite que possible. Grâce au mérite du passé, du présent et de l'avenir créé par moi-même, au mérite des 3 temps accumulés par les innombrables Bouddhas, les innombrables êtres qui sont entièrement vides d'existence propre, puissé-je moi qui suis entièrement vide d'existence propre atteindre l'état de plein éveil qui est entièrement vide d'existence propre et mener tous les êtres qui sont entièrement vides d'existence propre vers cet état qui est entièrement vide d'existence propre, uniquement par moi-même qui suis entièrement vide d'existence propre. Et la prière de longue vie pour sa sainteté le Dalai Lama. Gandhi Rawe Kawe Chinkam Di Pentang Dewa Manu Jungwe Chenrezig Tenzin Yatso Chape Site Pardo Tenyu Chi. Et la prière de Lama Tsongkhapa, de Lama Zopa Rinpoche, vous qui maintenant l'attitude du conquérant, soutenant, préservant et propageant l'enseignement de Lama Tsongkhapa, œuvrez comme le serviteur imperturbable de toutes choses, vous qui êtes accompli par la force de vos excellentes aspirations qui rendent hommage aux 3 rares et sublimes, veuillez demeurer longtemps comme mon sauveur et celui de vos autres disciples. Et avec ceci, nous avons terminé la pratique de ce soir et donc je laisse la place à la suivante. Quindi Agatha, ti lascio il posto, buonasera.
Grazie.
Au revoir tout le monde.
Au revoir.
Merci,
Grazie.
Merci, Elio.
À lundi, à lundi.
Merci. À lundi.
Salut tous.
Au revoir.
Au revoir tout le monde.
Buonasera, sono Agatha del centro Choling di Polava, Nord Italia, promosso da Geshe Shetopten e fondato sotto la guida del Dalai Lama. E cominciamo subito pensando che la situazione mondiale sta peggiorando a vista d'occhio. Purtroppo non ci sono solo le malattie, stiamo vedendo che ci sono guerre, innumerevoli problemi causati dallo squilibrio degli elementi, la terra, l'acqua, il fuoco, l'aria. Moltissimi esseri umani muoiono e un'infinità di altri esseri sta veramente male, soffre. E tutto dipende dalla nostra mente. Dobbiamo imparare a smettere di vedere il samsara come un bel parco e riconoscere che queste esperienze derivano da uno squilibrio interiore degli esseri viventi. Quindi cerchiamo di fare tutto il possibile per essere molto molto motivati a continuare senza ombra di dubbio a praticare il Dharma. Adesso cerchiamo di rilassare il corpo, però la mente con la pratica della purificazione del respiro. E facciamo la respirazione in 9 cicli. Facciamo attenzione alla postura. Se possibile, meditate con la postura in 7 punti. Se non ci riuscite, non importa. L'importante è che abbiate la schiena molto dritta. Quindi chiudiamo, premiamo con le narici con la mano destra e ispiriamo con la narice sinistra per 3 volte. Facciamo arrivare l'aria all'altezza dell'ombelico e cerchiamo di trattenerla per qualche secondo. Tratteniamo il respiro per qualche secondo. Poi espiriamo con intensità e cerchiamo di buttare fuori tutta l'aria in modo da eliminare tutte le interferenze. Allora, durante l'ispirazione immaginiamo che tutta l'energia dei 4 elementi, terra, acqua, fuoco e aria, entra dentro di noi e anche entrano dentro di noi tutte le realizzazioni dei grandi maestri e delle divinità e la chiara luce che si dissolve in noi. Visualizziamo in questo caso il respiro in forma di luce bianca. Quando espiriamo, visualizziamo il respiro di colore nero, come fumo nero, e pensiamo che tutte le oscurazioni, le afflizioni, le sofferenze, il dolore, la paura, tutto ciò che è indesiderato esce dal nostro corpo attraverso la narice e viene mandato lontano, lontano. Facciamo questa respirazione 3 volte con la narice sinistra, 3 volte con la narice destra e poi ispiriamo ed espiriamo con entrambe le narici. Ok, cominciamo. Cambiamo narice. entrambe le narici. Inspiriamo chiara luce, espiriamo fumo nero. Ok, adesso prima di tutto devo chiedervi scusa, ma vicino a me c'è un compleanno, quindi se sentite urlare non c'è nessuno che sta male, sono solo i bambini che giocano a voce alta e di conseguenza poi le mamme urlano. Sì, chiedo scusa per questo compleanno, ma non potevo proprio evitare. Ho detto di fare piano, ma non so se lo faranno. Ok, adesso pensiamo alla base della nostra pratica per diventare illuminati, alla motivazione che ci spinge a essere qua. Prima di tutto diciamo che siamo stati veramente bravi a essere presenti per questa grandissima opportunità di partecipare alla maratona delle preghiere, per questo vi ringrazio. E diciamo che noi abbiamo una priorità che è quella di diventare illuminati. E questo obiettivo si raggiunge attraverso due fattori molto importanti, il metodo e la saggezza. Il metodo principale è la bodhicitta convenzionale e la saggezza indispensabile è la visione della vacuità o bodhicitta ultima. Quindi cerchiamo di sviluppare, perfezionare appunto queste due bodhicitte, quella convenzionale e quella ultima. Che cos'è la bodhicitta convenzionale? È il metodo di interessamento altruistico. Noi vogliamo diventare illuminati per riuscire a liberare tutti gli esseri senzienti. E il suo opposto è la motivazione della preoccupazione egoistica, cioè che si prende cura solo dell'io, che ritiene caro e prezioso. La bodhicitta ultima è la saggezza intesa come la realizzazione della natura, della vacuità dei fenomeni. E il suo opposto, in questo caso, è l'aggrapparci all'io, che appare come se esistesse veramente dalla sua parte in modo autonomo e indipendente. Quindi abbiamo due impedimenti che sono la radice chiave di tutte le nostre sofferenze. Da una parte ci preoccupiamo, abbiamo sempre la preoccupazione egoistica e contemporaneamente ci aggrappiamo all'io, perché siamo convinti che esista veramente dalla sua parte e questo ci crea tanta sofferenza. Ed ecco perché è così importante la motivazione di bodhicitta, che è l'interessamento altruistico di chi vuole veramente diventare illuminato, cioè capace di fare del bene agli altri perché li ritiene cari e preziosi, per opporsi appunto all'egoismo. Noi vogliamo cercare di aiutare gli altri perché sono gentili con noi, ma anche perché tutta la nostra vita dipende dagli altri. Per poter praticare abbiamo proprio bisogno degli altri, della presenza di tutti gli altri, e quindi prendiamoli in considerazione pensando a loro con amore e compassione. Ma perché? Perché tutto è uno, tutto è uno, facciamo parte dell'intera consapevolezza primordiale, perché si stabilisce che tutto è mente. Se siamo consapevoli che tutto è uno, come possiamo pensare anche solo in un istante di fare del male agli altri? Perché se facciamo del male, se nociamo agli altri, facciamo del male a noi stessi. E quindi la cosa più importante è quella proprio di prendersi cura degli altri, perché di conseguenza stiamo bene anche noi. Una pratica molto importante è quella della pratica del Tonglen. Prendiamo le sofferenze su di noi e di tutti gli altri e doniamo loro la felicità. Non lo pratichiamo per diventare più bravi o felici, ma per ottenere risultati positivi per noi. Lo facciamo proprio perché con questo senso di protezione del resto del mondo, di volerli liberare veramente dalla sofferenza con amore e compassione. La visualizzazione della sequenza è questa. Attorno a noi ci sono gli esseri umani, gli animali, gli spiriti affamati e assetati, gli esseri infernali, dei e semidei. Ognuno sperimenta la propria sofferenza. Gli esseri infernali soffrono a causa del caldo e del freddo estremi. Gli spiriti affamati e assetati hanno fame e sete. Gli animali si mangiano a vicenda e vengono sfruttati parecchio dagli esseri umani. Gli esseri umani, d'altro canto, soffrono a causa della nascita, malattia, separazione, vecchiaia e morte. Gli esseri dei soffrono per il preavviso della loro morte. Semidei sono in continuo conflitto fra loro, ma gli dei e i semidei non rimangono sempre così, possono anche, finito il loro karma, potrebbero anche cadere nel reame umano, ancora peggio negli animali o negli esseri infernali. Pensiamo che sono tutti intorno a noi con le loro sofferenze, ma ognuno di loro, nessuno escluso, è gentile e caro. Sono rimasti impotenti, soli, incapaci, senza guida e protezione. Nessuno si prende cura di loro. Quindi pensiamo che se non facciamo qualcosa noi, nessuno lo farà. E vogliamo aiutarli cercando di eliminare le loro sofferenze. Pensiamo proprio, io vorrei prendere su di me tutte le loro sofferenze, possano tutte le loro negatività maturare su di me e così avrò realizzato la mia vera aspirazione fino a quando loro saranno completamente liberi. Ispiriamo sotto forma di luce nera le negatività e le cause dopo aver espresso dal profondo del nostro cuore questa preghiera di compassione e con grande coraggio diciamo: possano maturare su di me le negatività e le cause. La luce nera è come fumo nero che rappresenta tutte le negatività e all'altezza del nostro cuore visualizziamo una palla nera che ha la natura della preoccupazione egoistica. Visualizziamo di vedere arrivare il fumo nero che rappresenta la negatività di tutti gli esseri, nessuno escluso, e le loro cause, soprattutto, che arrivano da tutte le parti e vanno a colpire la sfera nera dentro il nostro cuore della preoccupazione egoistica, situata appunto all'altezza del nostro cuore. Quando il fumo e la luce nera colpisce la palla nera, questa va in 1000 pezzi con un'esplosione come un'esplosione e i frammenti della palla spariscono. Facciamo questa visualizzazione per qualche secondo. Ispiriamo fumo nero che rappresenta tutta la negatività, tutte le sofferenze, tutto ciò che preoccupa tutti gli esseri senzienti e tutte le loro cause. La ispiriamo sotto forma di fumo nero che entra attraverso le narici, entra nel nostro cuore e fa esplodere la palla nera che è il nostro egoismo. E rimaniamo concentrati sulla non vera esistenza dell'io, delle negatività e delle cause della negatività degli altri. Non sono oggettivamente esistenti e autonomi, indipendenti, e se andiamo a trovarli non li troviamo. Quindi meditiamo sulla natura della vacuità dell'io, delle negatività e delle cause della negatività. È solo un pensiero della mente. Quindi sorge un gran senso di liberazione per aver eliminato da una parte le sofferenze degli altri e dall'altra la nostra preoccupazione egoistica che è andata in 1000 pezzi. Abbiamo liberato gli altri dalle loro negatività e abbiamo preso su di noi, sotto forma di fumo nero, che è arrivato al cuore e ha frammentato, si è fatto esplodere il nostro io, sparito definitivamente. Quindi esprimiamo una grande gioia per aver fatto qualcosa di grande significato. La gioia è questa meravigliosa energia che sentiamo vibrare dentro il nostro corpo, si trasforma in una luce bianchissima che ci riempie completamente. E attraverso questa meravigliosa luce bianca la facciamo uscire da tutti i pori della pelle e questa luce va ad inondare tutti gli esseri dei sei reami. Pensiamo che tutti sono veramente felici di questa grande ondata di energia pulita, di energia positiva e sono veramente contenti di essere stati liberati dalle loro sofferenze. Pensiamo che tutto il mondo, tutto l'universo è completamente libero dalle sofferenze. Ora leggiamo la pratica, rafforzando di nuovo la nostra motivazione, che è quella appunto di aiutare tutti gli esseri senzienti, prendendo rifugio nel Buddha, nel Dharma, nel Sangha, ma soprattutto nella chiarezza vuota della nostra mente, il Dharma Kaya. Quindi la leggiamo 3 volte. Visualizziamo tutto il campo dei meriti, tutti i Buddha, Bodhisattva, Dakini, Dharmapala e protettori davanti a noi. E con le mani giunte leggiamo la motivazione. Io e tutti gli esseri senzienti, tanti quanti lo spazio è infinito, prendiamo rifugio nel prezioso Guru Buddha. Prendiamo rifugio nel Buddha, nel Dharma, nel Sangha, prendiamo rifugio nell'assemblea dei Guru, delle divinità meditative e delle Dakini. Prendiamo rifugio nella chiarezza vuota della nostra mente, il Dharma Kaya. Io e tutti gli esseri senzienti, tanti quanti lo spazio è infinito, prendiamo rifugio nel prezioso Guru Buddha. Prendiamo rifugio nel Buddha, nel Dharma, nel Sangha. Prendiamo rifugio nell'assemblea dei Guru, delle divinità meditative e delle Dakini. Prendiamo rifugio nella chiarezza vuota della nostra mente, il Dharma Kaya. Io e tutti gli esseri senzienti, tanti quanti lo spazio è infinito, prendiamo rifugio nel prezioso Guru Buddha. Prendiamo rifugio nel Buddha, nel Dharma, nel Sangha. Prendiamo rifugio nell'assemblea dei Guru, delle divinità meditative e delle Dakini. Prendiamo rifugio nella chiarezza vuota della nostra mente, il Dharma Kaya. Io e tutti gli esseri senzienti, tanti quanti lo spazio è infinito, Prendiamo rifugio nel prezioso Guru Buddha. Prendiamo rifugio nel Buddha, nel Dharma, nel Sangha. Prendiamo rifugio nell'assemblea dei Guru, delle divinità meditative e delle Dakini. Prendiamo rifugio nella chiarezza vuota della nostra mente, il Dharmakaya. Adesso visualizziamo che c'è Buddha Chenrezig sopra il nostro capo, che emana raggi di luce di 5 colori e aiuta e purifica tutti gli esseri senzienti, nessuno escluso. Recitando una mala di Om Mani Padme Hum, continuiamo a prenderci cura degli esseri senzienti come cari e preziosi, e attraverso Buddha Chenrezig emaniamo ancora di più amore e compassione, pensando che tutto si risolverà e tutto sarà assolutamente pervaso di grande beatitudine e vacuità. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Passiamo a leggere la preghiera effettiva pensando che siamo completamente, abbiamo purificato il nostro corpo, parole e mente, abbiamo fatto il Tonglen, abbiamo ricevuto l'energia di Chenrezig e quindi questa grande consapevolezza di avere tutte le potenzialità e la forza e l'entusiasmo per aiutare gli altri. Adesso leggiamo la preghiera con coraggio e determinazione. Possano tutte le malattie che caratterizzano la mente degli esseri senzienti e che derivano dal karma e da condizioni temporanee, come i danni causati da spiriti graha, dalle malattie, dai buddhas, dagli elementi, non verificarsi nei reami del mondo. Possa qualunque sofferenza ci sia, dipendente da malattie potenzialmente letali, che come un macellaio che porta un essere a essere macellato, separano il corpo dalla mente in un solo istante, non verificarsi mai più nei reami del mondo. Possano tutti gli esseri incarnati essere illesi da malattie acute croniche, altre malattie infettive, il cui semplice suono dei loro nomi terrorizza gli esseri, come se fossero stati collocati nella bocca di Yama, Signore della morte. Possano tutti gli esseri incarnati non essere danneggiati dalle 80.000 classi di interferenze dannose, i 360 spiriti maligni che danneggiano improvvisamente, le 424 malattie e così via. Qualunque sofferenza ci sia, dovuta a disturbi causati dai 4 elementi che privano il corpo e la mente di ogni piacere, possa essere totalmente pacificata, che il corpo e la mente abbiano splendore e potere, siano dotati di lunga vita, buona salute e benessere, con la compassione dei guru, dei 3 rari supremi, con il potere dei redacchini, dei protettori del Dharma e dei guardiani, e con la forza dell'infallibilità del karma e dei suoi risultati, possano queste molte dediche e preghiere essere soddisfatte appena vengono pronunciate. Possano tutte le malattie che rattristano le menti degli esseri senzienti e che derivano dal karma e da condizioni temporanee, come i danni causati da spiriti graha, dalle malattie, dai buddhas, dagli elementi, non verificarsi nei reami del mondo. Possa qualunque sofferenza ci sia dipendente da malattie potenzialmente letali, che come un macellaio che porta un essere a essere macellato, separano il corpo dalla mente in un solo istante, non verificarsi mai più nei reami del mondo. Possano tutti gli esseri incarnati essere illesi da malattie acute croniche e altre malattie infettive, il cui semplice suono dei loro nomi terrorizza gli esseri come se fossero stati collocati nella bocca di Yama, Signore della morte. Possano tutti gli esseri incarnati non essere danneggiati dalle 80.000 classi di interferenze dannose, i 360 spiriti maligni che danneggiano improvvisamente, e 424 malattie e così via. Qualunque sofferenza ci sia dovuta a disturbi causati dai 4 elementi che privano il corpo e la mente di ogni piacere possa essere totalmente pacificata, e che il corpo e la mente abbiano splendore e potere, siano dotati di lunga vita, buona salute e benessere. Con la compassione dei guru, dei 3 rari supremi, con il potere delle dachini, dei protettori del Dharma e dei guardiani, e con la forza dell'infallibilità del karma e dei suoi risultati, possono queste molte dediche preghiere essere soddisfatte appena vengono pronunciate. Possano tutte le malattie che rattristano la mente degli esseri senzienti e che derivano dal karma e da condizioni temporanee come i danni causati da spiriti graha, dalle malattie, dai buddhas, dagli elementi, non verificarsi nei reami del mondo. Possa qualunque sofferenza ci sia, dipendente da malattie potenzialmente letali, che come un macellaio che porta un essere a essere macellato, separano il corpo dalla mente in un solo istante, non verificarsi mai più nei reami del mondo. Possano tutti gli esseri incarnati essere illesi da malattie acute croniche e altre malattie infettive, il cui semplice suono dei loro nomi terrorizza gli esseri, come se fossero stati collocati nella bocca di Yama, Signore della morte. Possano tutti gli esseri incarnati non essere danneggiati dalle 80.000 classi di interferenze dannose, i 360 spiriti maligni che danneggiano improvvisamente, le 424 malattie e così via. Qualunque sofferenza ci sia dovuta a disturbi causate dai 4 elementi che privano il corpo e la mente di ogni piacere possa essere totalmente pacificata, e che il corpo e la mente abbiano splendore e potere, siano dotati di lunga vita, buona salute e benessere, con la compassione dei guru, dei 3 rari supremi, con il potere delle dachini, dei protettori del Dharma e dei guardiani, e con la forza dell'infallibilità del karma e dei suoi risultati, possono queste molte dediche preghiere essere soddisfatte appena vengono pronunciate. Adesso facciamo assorbire dentro di noi Buddha Chenrezig, e pensiamo che dentro il nostro cuore, all'altezza del cuore, c'è seduto sopra un trono il nostro maestro con il viso rivolto verso l'esterno, e pensiamo che arriva come una pioggia di benedizione e di energia positiva da Chenrezig, che era sopra il nostro capo, e che in questo momento entra dentro di noi e diventiamo di un solo sapore con lui. Quindi pensiamo che l'energia attraverso i pori della pelle va ad aiutare e a purificare, alleviare le sofferenze di tutti gli esseri senzienti, nessuno escluso. E poi l'energia rientra dentro di noi. Facciamo una mala di Mani Padme Hum con questa visualizzazione. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Sentiamo vicino anche il Dalai Lama, che è la rappresentazione, lui è proprio Chenrezig in questo universo. Quindi sentiamolo molto vicino, dentro il nostro cuore, siamo tutt'uno con lui e con i nostri maestri. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Continuiamo con la lettura della preghiera, cercando di visualizzare sempre questa grande gioia che abbiamo incanalato dentro di noi e che regaliamo a tutto il mondo. Possano tutte le malattie, e con coraggio, con forza ed entusiasmo, perché siamo veramente esseri speciali, perché abbiamo trovato il Dharma, abbiamo veramente questa preziosa rinascita umana che è veramente difficile da trovare, e addirittura siamo riusciti a incontrare i maestri e avere accesso al Dharma, quindi siamo veramente fortunati. Possano tutte le malattie che rattristano le menti degli esseri senzienti e che derivano dal karma e da condizioni temporanee, come i danni causati da spiriti grafi, dalle malattie, dai buddhas, dagli elementi, non verificarsi nei reami del mondo. Possa qualunque sofferenza ci sia dipendente da malattie potenzialmente letali, che come un macellaio che porta un essere macellato, separano il corpo dalla mente in un solo istante, non verificarsi mai più nei reami del mondo. Possano tutti gli esseri incarnati essere lesi da malattie acute croniche e altre malattie infettive, il cui semplice suono dei loro nomi terrorizza gli esseri, come se fossero stati collocati nella bocca di Yama, Signore della Morte. Possono tutti gli esseri incarnati non essere danneggiati dalle 80.000 classi di interferenze dannose, i 360 spiriti maligni che danneggiano improvvisamente, le 424 malattie e così via. Qualunque sofferenza ci sia dovuta a disturbi causati dai 4 elementi che privano il corpo e la mente di ogni piacere, possa essere totalmente pacificata e che il corpo e la mente abbiano splendore e potere, siano dotati di lunga vita, buona salute e benessere. Con la compassione dei guru, dei 3 rari supremi, con il potere delle dakini, dei protettori del Dharma e dei guardiani, e con la forza dell'infallibilità del karma e dei suoi risultati, possano queste molte dediche preghiere essere soddisfatte appena vengono pronunciate. Possano tutte le malattie che rattristano la mente degli esseri senzienti e che derivano dal karma e da condizioni temporanee come i danni causati da spiriti grahi, dalle malattie, dai buddhas, dagli elementi, non verificarsi nei reami del mondo. Possa qualunque sofferenza ci sia, dipendente da malattie potenzialmente letali, che come un macellaio che porta un essere macellato, separano il corpo dalla mente in un solo istante, non verificarsi mai più nei reami del mondo. Possano tutti gli esseri incarnati essere illesi da malattie acute croniche, altre malattie infettive, il cui semplice suono dei loro nomi terrorizza gli esseri, come se fossero stati collocati nella bocca di Yama, Signore della Morte. Possono tutti gli esseri incarnati non essere danneggiati dalle 80.000 classi di interferenze dannose, i 360 spiriti maligni che danneggiano improvvisamente, le 424 malattie e così via. Qualunque sofferenza ci sia dovuta a disturbi causati dai 4 elementi che privano il corpo e la mente di ogni piacere, possa essere totalmente pacificata e che il corpo e la mente abbiano splendore e potere, siano dotati di lunga vita, buona salute, benessere. Con la compassione dei guru, dei 3 rari supremi, con il potere dei redacchini, dei protettori del Dharma e dei guardiani, e con la forza dell'infallibilità del karma e dei suoi risultati, possano queste molte dediche preghiere essere soddisfatte appena vengono pronunciate. Possano tutte le malattie che rattristano le menti degli esseri senzienti e che derivano dal karma e da condizioni temporanee come i danni causati da spiriti graha e dalle malattie, dai buddhas, dagli elementi, non verificarsi nei reami del mondo. Possa qualunque sofferenza ci sia, dipendente da malattie potenzialmente letali, che come un macellaio che porta un essere a essere macellato, separano il corpo dalla mente in un solo istante, non verificarsi mai più nei reami del mondo. Possano tutti gli esseri incarnati essere illesi da malattie acute croniche, altre malattie infettive, il cui semplice suono dei loro nomi terrorizza gli esseri come se fossero stati collocati nella bocca di Yama, Signore della Morte. Possano tutti gli esseri incarnati non essere danneggiati dalle 80.000 classi di interferenze dannose, i 360 spiriti maligni che danneggiano improvvisamente, le 424 malattie e così via. Qualunque sofferenza ci sia dovuta a disturbi causati dai 4 elementi che privano il corpo e la mente di ogni piacere, possa essere totalmente pacificata e che il corpo e la mente abbiano splendore e potere, siano dotati di lunga vita, buona salute e benessere. Con la compassione dei guru, dei 3 rari supremi, con il potere dei redacchini, dei protettori del Dharma e dei guardiani, e con la forza dell'infallibilità del karma e dei suoi risultati, possano queste molte dediche preghiere essere soddisfatte appena vengono pronunciate. Possano tutte le malattie che rattristano la mente degli esseri senzienti e che derivano dal karma e da condizioni temporanee come i danni causati da spiriti graha, dalle malattie, dai buddhas, dagli elementi, non verificarsi nei reami del mondo. Possa qualunque sofferenza ci sia, dipendente da malattie potenzialmente letali, che come un macellaio che porta un essere a essere macellato, separano il corpo dalla mente in un solo istante, non verificarsi mai più nei reami del mondo. Possono tutti gli esseri incarnati essere illesi da malattie acute croniche e altre malattie infettive, il cui semplice suono dei loro nomi terrorizza gli esseri, come se fossero stati collocati nella bocca di Yama, Signore della Morte. Possano tutti gli esseri incarnati non essere danneggiati dalle 80.000 classi di interferenze dannose, i 360 spiriti maligni che danneggiano improvvisamente, le 424 malattie e così via. Qualunque sofferenza ci sia dovuta a disturbi causati dai 4 elementi che privano il corpo e la mente di ogni piacere, possa essere totalmente pacificata, che il corpo e la mente abbiano splendore e potere, siano dotati di lunga vita, buona salute, benessere. Con la compassione dei guru, dei 3 rari supremi, con il potere delle dacchini, dei protettori del Dharma e dei guardiani, e con la forza dell'infallibilità del karma e dei suoi risultati, possano queste molte dediche preghiere essere soddisfatte appena vengono pronunciate. Passiamo alle dediche. possa la preziosa e suprema bodhicitta sorgere in chi non l'ha ancora generata e possa la mente che è già stata generata non diminuire mai, ma crescersi sempre di più. Sansara e nirvana sono privi perfino di un atomo di esistenza intrinseca e causa ed effetto e l'origine dipendenti sono infallibili. Chiedo le tue benedizioni per riconoscere il significato del pensiero di Nagarjuna, che questi due sono mutualmente complementari e non contraddittori. Ovunque ci siano molti esseri senzienti malati, possano essere liberati velocemente da tutte le malattie. Possano tutte le malattie degli esseri trasmigratori non avvenire mai più, senza eccezione. Pensiamo in particolare a tutte le persone che sono affette da Covid in tutto il mondo, in particolare in India, Asia, Brasile, ma anche sì, in Europa. E pensiamo anche in modo particolare a tutti gli infermieri, tutti i dottori, tutto il personale sanitario degli ospedali, delle case di riposi, dei centri di salute mentale. Dedichiamo qualche mantra per loro, c'è una dedica speciale per loro. Om Mani Padme, 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 Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, 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 Om Mani Padme. Anche dedichiamo anche a tutti gli altri malati, a tutte le persone che soffrono di qualsiasi tipo di malattia fisica e mentale. Om Mani Padme, 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 Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, 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 Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, 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 Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, 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 Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme. Pensiamo a tutte le persone che a causa di questa pandemia hanno veramente tanti problemi mentali e si comportano in modo assurdo. Pensiamo perché dedichiamo questi mantra, questa preghiera perché possano le loro menti calmarsi e tutto possa essere tranquillo e senza problemi con tutto il mondo. Om Mani Padme, 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 Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, 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 Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, 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 Om Mani Padme. Pensiamo che tutte le guerre possano cessare grazie al potere della proiezione mentale di tante persone che vogliono credere in un universo parallelo fatto di luce, amore, compassione e sintonia e armonia. Om Mani Padme, 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 Om Mani Padme. Om mani padme, 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 om mani padme. Om mani padme, 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 om mani padme. Om mani padme, 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 om mani padme. Om mani padme, om mani padme, om mani padme, om mani padme, om mani padme. Pensiamo ai politici che possano di tutto il mondo che possano prendere delle decisioni giuste nei confronti di tutti gli uomini della terra. Om mani padme, 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 om mani padme. Om mani padme, 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 om mani padme. Om mani padme, 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 om mani padme. Om mani padme, 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 om mani padme. Om mani padme, 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 om mani padme. Om mani padme, om mani padme, om mani padme, om mani padme. Possa in tutte le mie vite non essere mai separato dai guru perfetti. Rigioiamo anche spesso perché abbiamo veramente avuto la fortuna di incontrare i maestri che ci hanno insegnato il Dharma e abbiamo anche la fortuna di essere nati in questo periodo in cui ci sono ancora tanti maestri completamente realizzati. Quindi rigioiamo di questa grande opportunità che la vita ci ha dato. Possa io godere del magnifico Dharma, completando tutte le qualità dei terreni e sentieri. Possa io ottenere velocemente lo stato di Vajradhara. Per la forza del vittorioso Tsongkhapa, che agisce come il nostro diretto amico virtuoso Mahayana in tutte le nostre vite, possiamo non allontanarci mai, neppure per un secondo, dal puro sentiero ammirato dei vittoriosi. E questo è molto importante perché certe volte ci sono dei dubbi, possiamo anche trovare delle difficoltà nel continuare a praticare il Dharma, ma se facciamo questa dedica tutti i giorni, cercando proprio di essere determinati a non mollare neanche un secondo la pratica del Dharma, magari poco, 10 minuti, 15 minuti, ma essere sempre presenti tutti i giorni con la mente che vuole raggiungere l'illuminazione, ma perché la cosa più che ci darà più forza e felicità in questa vita, ma anche nelle prossime. Quindi possiamo non allontanarci mai, neppure per un secondo, dal puro sentiero ammirato del vittorioso. E questo è il bello, perché ci sono stati tantissimi uomini, tantissimi esseri santi che hanno fatto questo, hanno messo in pratica questo sentiero e sono stati benissimo e hanno potuto anche aiutare gli altri perché hanno detto funziona, si sta benissimo. E questo è meraviglioso. Possiamo, io e tutti gli esseri senzienti, incontrare gli insegnamenti del vittorioso lo Zandrappa, che aveva la moralità di uno stile di vita purissimo. Era coraggioso nella condotta estesa dei figli dei vittoriosi e ha realizzato lo yoga dei 2 stadi della suprema beatitudine e vacuità. Come la terra, l'acqua, il fuoco, l'aria, le medicine e il legno da ardere nei monasteri, possa io essere sempre usato dagli esseri senzienti esattamente come loro fa comodo, senza alcuna resistenza. Possa io prendermi cura degli altri come della mia stessa vita. Possa io considerarli ancora di più che di me stessa. Possa il loro karma negativo maturare su di me. Possano tutte le mie virtù maturare su di loro. Fino a che tutti gli esseri senzienti non sono stati liberati dal samsara, possa io dimorare nel samsara per aiutarli, anche se io potessi ottenere la suprema illuminazione. Per tutti i meriti del passato, presente e futuro, accumulati da me, da innumerevoli Buddha, innumerevoli esseri senzienti che sono completamente vuoti dall'esistere dalla loro parte, possa io, che sono completamente vuoto di esistere dalla mia parte, ottenere lo stato della piena illuminazione, che è completamente vuoto di esistere dalla sua parte, e guidare tutti gli esseri senzienti che sono completamente vuoti di esistere dalla loro parte a quello stato che è completamente vuoto di esistere dalla sua parte, da solo, che sono completamente vuoto di esistere dalla mia parte. Come l'eroe Manjushri, come Samantabhadra hanno realizzato il modo di essere delle cose, nello stesso modo dedico totalmente tutte queste virtù affinché possa seguirli nel loro addestramento. Dedico totalmente tutte le mie radici di virtù con la dedica considerata come la suprema da tutti i vittoriosi che sono apparsi nei tre tempi per avere una condotta pura, affinché il sentiero del Dharma, del re del Dharma Tsongkhapa prosperi, possano tutti gli esseri, i segni degli ostacoli essere pacificati e che le condizioni favorevoli essere completate. A causa dei due tipi di meriti, dei tre tempi, di me stesso e degli altri, possano gli insegnamenti del vittorioso Losandrapa illuminare e risplendere per sempre. Gioiello che esaudisci i desideri, fonte di ogni singolo beneficio e felicità in questo mondo, incomparabilmente gentile Tenzin Gyatso, ti supplico, possono i tuoi santi desideri essere esauditi spontaneamente. Tu che detieni l'etica del soggiogatore, che fungi da generoso sostegno di tutto, sostieni, preservi, diffondi la dottrina vittoriosa di Manjun Hat, che magistralmente compi magnifiche preghiere che onorano i tre supremi. Salvatore mio e degli altri, tuoi discepoli, per favore, ti prego, vivi a lungo. Grazie a tutti. E passiamo la parola al venerabile Dancio.
Ciao Agata.
Ciao. Ciao Irene.
Ciao, buona domenica.
Grazie. Allora.
Hello, Venerable Agata.
Hello.
How are you?
Fine, thank you.
I
Yes.
didn't want to step in while everybody was saying their farewells to you, so thank you very much. No, it's always lovely to have you and your wonderful, happy crowd. So thank you very much for leading prayers and bringing so many wonderful people along as well. So thank you very much.
Thank you also.
All right.
Have a nice session.
Thank you very much, Agata. See you next week.
Next week. Thanks.
Much love, everyone. Good evening, everyone. It's Damju here, different setting. And let's have a quick look who's here. Hello, Sarah. Pleased to see you there. Chenrezig Institute, lovely. Irene is here. Mr. Lars. Oh, look, Chrissy. Chrissy, you got a new background. I noticed that. Oh, bless them all. The well wishes. It's always nice to see friendly faces. Not that we should do that from ego point of view now, but it's always nice to know that people are there that can connect with what we're doing. And we hope so that for everyone we don't see on the screen, there are quite a few out there of you who silently reap a bit of benefit from these sessions as well. It's week 58. Time has been quick on our side on this one. And yeah, we stay going strong. So thank you very much for all your support. If you joined us from the beginning, if you joined us just over recent weeks, or you're completely new to this, we're following the advice of Lama Zopa Rinpoche and doing these prayers originally to combat the effects of the pandemic, but also on a wider scale to ease all suffering as it exists in this world. Rinpoche has also given teachings on this subject, so worthwhile checking up. We try to get you a link for next week, everyone who's interested. And those of you who have been following the links in newsletters and Rinpoche's website and things like that. But I'm trying to be a bit more specific next time round. So thank you very much for everyone for the wonderful support and the diligence and feedback that you've given us over the year. And it really means a lot to everyone involved to see that what we do brings benefit to people out there. Okay, so if you take a moment, just have a nice deep breath. Just settle into the quietness of the mind. Nice and calm. And it's a good time again to consider why we are here, why we're here individually. It could well be that we're following Rinpoche's advice, and that is the reason why we're here. We're here because we're told to do these practices. And you may be here because you heard about it and you want to find out. You may be here by accident, and that's all okay. There's a reason why you're listening. And we're glad you could make it and you're here and you can join in. And if you're following us from a non-religious or non-Buddhist path, you still can partake. I mean, some of the visualizations may be very Buddhist orientated, but the principle of love and compassion, that holds true for all faiths. So on that basis, please, feel free to join in, and where there may be alternatives for you to consider, they will be pointed out, so don't worry. Joining us here is not gonna get you into trouble. As His Holiness says, you don't have to be Tibetan to appreciate Buddhism. You have, if there's something in Buddhism that you can appreciate, even if you're from a different faith, feel free to pick it and integrate it into your daily life if it brings you the benefit. And of course, like with other things, the deeper you want to dwell into it, of course, the more sense it makes to consider, taking the Buddhist path as your chosen path. But in general, there's so much universal love and compassion that can be shared. So again, let's open up the session with my lovely 4 verses from the King of Prayers. Again, why we're here, our reason for being here, acknowledging those who are with us on the in these practices, you as the community, our teachers, and then of course bodhicitta. May I ease the suffering in the lower realms and in the many directions and dimensions of the universe. May I guide all wanders in samsara to the pure bliss of awakening and be of worldly benefit to them as well. May I have the friendship of those whose path is like mine, and with body, words, and also mind, may we practice together in the same aspirations and activities. May I always meet a spiritual mentor and never displease that excellent friend who wishes to help me and expertly teaches the Bodhisattva way. Limitless is the end of space. Likewise, limitless are living beings, thus limitless are karma and afflictions. May all my aspirations reach be limitless as well. So think about the, may I always meet a spiritual mentor. The spiritual mentor, from a path point of view, yes, we want, somebody who can guide us doing the right things within our faith, if you want to put it like that. But also people can inspire you in different ways. If you're sort of non-religious, who really inspires you to do good things. You're like, yeah, wow, look at what he's achieved. Look how he's engaged in this charity or that. I wish I could do that. It's there are loads of examples around there. If you think Mahatma Gandhi, for some of you, maybe the younger generation might be Greta Thunberg with a stance on environmental issues. There are various things we can really take from that. And, anyone who can bring the good out in you, respect. And then those who you feel like, oh, crikey, they're really pushing my buttons, more so than your friends ever would do, again, respect them as well for actually teaching you patience. Why do we let them push our buttons? It's like switching your phone off. If you don't want to be called at night, because in this modern society, we tend to live with a mobile phone 24/7. If you don't want to be called every 5 minutes, then switch it off at night. Simple, there's no point arguing that somebody rang us. So, look how we can connect on so many different levels. If we visualize in the space in front of us our guru in the aspect of Chenrezig, if you had the relevant initiations, then please feel free to self-generate. Otherwise, visualize the deity above the crown of your head or in the space in front of you. And if you're following us from a different path, feel free to just visualize the deity you most closely associate with love and compassion for all beings. When we say all beings, we mean all beings, no exceptions. And if you're joining us from a spiritual path and that excludes deity worship, then just visualize a clear light in the space in front above the crown of your head, and let that light be filled with love and compassion for all beings. And that's the important thing, for all beings, not just those we like or those who smiled at us today, even those who challenged us, you know, to challenge our point of view, to challenge our behavior, you know. So include all those, you know, not all the beings in the middle that we actually don't pay any attention to because they're just sort of indifferent to us. We very much focus on the ones we love and the ones we hate. And then all the stuff in the middle we tend to ignore. And actually there are far more of those than the ones we love and the ones we hate. And none of them have done us any harm. So again, just expand it out, expand it out. So if we visualize a light radiance from the Guru's body in all 10 directions, across the 6 realms, near or far. These beings can be right next to you, the furthest corners of the universe. And each light beam finding one of the infinite number of beings, entering their bodies to the crown of their heads, filling them with great love and compassion for all mother sentient beings, purifying away all negative karma and delusions. Feel how the light as it enters your body cleanses you atom by atom, polishing away, you know, removing all the grime, especially the grime that's also in between those atoms. If you think about the old days when we used to polish silver and brass, really took an effort to get all that accumulated mess out of it. And when we polish, it looked worse and worse and worse and worse. How much dirt came out. It's a bit like that. We can't just do one corner because that looks daft, doesn't it? If you have a big brass plate or silver plate, you just say, oh, I can't be bothered. So you have this one shiny corner and the rest of the plate is still dirty. So keep on, the result will be outstanding. So keep purifying, feel that light coming through your body. Feel how the dirt is brought up to the surface and then just rinsed off, washed away, burned away. Like a refreshing shower, washing away all the dust of the day, the sweat of the day, particularly if you've been working hard outside. That rejuvenates you, that soothes your aching bones and muscles. And think how wonderful it feels. And then, you know, the happiness that you experience at that point, to be free from that burden, free from that dirt. You know, maybe something in the dirt was irritating your skin. So we get rid of all this. If you think about it in those terms, get rid of all this, everything that causes you suffering and harm. And the way you rejoice, if you look around, you can see all other sentient beings feel exactly the same. They're so happy to be free from that suffering. And likewise, when we are happy, we communicate differently. We want to embrace the world, we smile at people. If somebody's having a bad day, if you're really on top of the world, don't we just go over to them and say, oh, what's the matter? You know, it's not that bad. And we're that happy. But then if we're slightly down, even that person and coming to us and saying, oh, it's not all that bad if you look at it this way. Do we want to take that advice always? Do we communicate in a happy way? Or do we sometimes feel patronized? So if you think about the response that we get, it's just a matter of point of view, miscommunication, misunderstanding of the intention. And if we get a negative response, what is our response? Oh, well, if you don't want my help. But no, we carry on. We just acknowledge that these beings maybe have a lot to go through in their life. We still embrace them. We want them to be free. We want them to be happy. We want them to be liberated. And on that basis, we wish them to seek refuge in the Guru, so that they, if they follow the path, can be liberated from that source of suffering in the same way we can see how the path is working for us. All sentient beings, my mothers who infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Siddhams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our minds, the Dhammakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Siddhams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our minds, the Dhammakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Siddhams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our minds, the Dhammakaya. Having taken refuge in the Guru is pleased that so many have answered the call. And as the Guru smiles, we can feel the purifying light nectar intensifying more and more. We're being filled with a pure light of joy and compassion, and it fills us, and we begin to glow, radiating light out back to the Guru, exchanging ourselves with the Guru. Feel how you light up from inside out. As they say, beautiful people have beautiful insides, so come in from the outside, from the inside out, bring that light out that you're filled with. Become one with the Guru, exchange yourself with all mother sentient beings, rejoice that so many are lighting up in the darkness that is negative karma, samsara. More and more of these beings come together. We join together, we all exchange ourselves with the Guru, we are one with the Guru. And as we exchange light with one another, we become one source of love and compassion. One light that shines as a bright beacon for those who are still lost in the darkness, and as a searchlight for us to seek them out, to help those struggling to find their way out. So when we recite the Mani mantra, we remember again that through the actions of body, speech, and mind represented by almost so much suffering has been caused. And in order to reverse all this and transform all this, we need to transform. We need to transform to the holy aspect of body, speech, and mind of the Guru, also represented by Om. And where you have to acquire wisdom and compassion, Mani and Padma, combine those in Om to fully transform, to be fully enlightened, to be of maximum benefit to all other sentient beings. So as we recite the Mani mantra, keep on visualizing how you exchange yourself with the Guru. Feel that light radiating out, how it lights you up, how you light up with all other sentient beings, how the light radiates out bigger and bigger and bigger like a glorious sunrise. You see the light just creeping across the horizon, and then the sun breaks and rises to its highest point and shines with love and compassion to all those who look forward to seeing the light after a long dark night. O Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, 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 Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme. Mani Padme, Mani Padme, Mani Padme, Mani Padme, Mani. Mani Padme, Mani Padme, Mani Padme. Mani Padme, Mani Padme, Mani Padme, Mani. Mani Padme, Mani Padme, Mani Padme, Mani. Mani Padme, Mani Padme, Mani Padme, Mani Padme, Mani. Mani Padme, Mani Padme, Mani. Mani Padme, Mani Padme, Mani. Mani Padme, Mani. Mani Padme, Mani Padme, Mani Padme, Mani. Mani Padme, Mani Padme, Mani Padme, Mani. Mani Padme, Mani Padme, Mani Padme. Mani Padme, Mani Padme, Mani Padme. Mani Padme, Mani Padme. Mani Padme, Mani Padme. Mani Padme, Mani Padme, Mani. Mani Padme, Mani Padme, Mani. Mani Padme, Mani Padme, Mani Padme. Mani Padme, Mani Padme, Mani Padme. Mani Padme, Mani Padme, Mani Padme, Mani Padme. Mani Padme, Mani Padme, Mani Padme. Mani Padme, Mani Padme. Mani Padme, Mani Padme. Mani Padme, Mani Padme, Mani Padme, Mani. Mani Padme, Mani Padme, Mani Padme, Mani. Mani Padme, Mani Padme, Mani Padme, Mani. Mani Padme, Mani Padme, Mani Padme. Mani Padme, Mani Padme. Mani Padme, Mani Padme, Mani. Mani Padme, Mani. Mani Padme, Mani Padme, Mani. Mani Padme, Mani. Mani Padme, Mani. Mani Padme, Mani Padme, Mani. Mani Padme, Mani Padme. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Having recognized the faults of the actions of our body, speech, and mind that have caused so much suffering, requesting forgiveness from all other sentient beings for having done so, and under the premise of wishing to engage in wholesome actions, having recited many mantras whilst exchanging ourselves with the Guru and all other sentient beings, may be held on to a pure state for as long as we possibly can. For some of us, it would only be the duration of these prayers, if that long. For others, it will be the end of the day, the end of the week. If you're more accomplished, the end of the month, year, maybe this lifetime. The great masters will be accomplished for many lifetimes. And if you struggle along the way, you find, oh, I'm no longer pure, then acknowledge that. Don't fall for the trap and say, oh, I made a mistake, it's no point. As Aristotle says, we are what we repeatedly do. Action then is not an act, but a habit. Just acknowledge your fault, reset the clock, and try better next time. And the more we do it, the better we get at being pure for longer. Going on to the pure state, we now call upon the Great Mother Tara to help us remove any obstructions and obstacles that may arise for us, maybe during the practice, to remove any obstacles for those who are sick, so that the obstacles may be removed, that those who are sick be restored to good health. For obstacles removed for those who have passed into the bardo, so that they may achieve a fortunate rebirth. And that obstacles may be removed to all beings who suffer hardships in many different ways, May they all be given whatever resources are required to reinstate themselves in a place that's full of happiness, free of suffering, so they may be able to take care of themselves, their family, friends, and the community at large, and all mother sentient beings. Recite the Tara mantra one full round. The Tara mantra has been recommended by His Holiness the 14th Dalai Lama. And if you follow His Holiness's wise, you may be aware that ideally we should recite the mantra at least 1,000 times throughout the day. So if you are adding this to your count, that's perfectly all right. If you if you're just joining us, even if you say I can't do 1,000, it's being recommended. It's not a must. So if you do less, then put your whole heart behind it with the attention, not just reciting words, but bring the intent in that the Great Mother Tara removes all obstacles in any form or shape that we ask her for. So visualize Mother Tara in the space in front of us, emerald green in color, light radiating from her body in all 10 directions, and each light being found one of the infinite number of mother sentient beings. Let's recite the mantra. Om Tara Tu Tara Turu Soa. We remember that Om represents again the holy aspect of body, speech, and mind of Tara. Tara liberates from samsara. Tu Tara liberates us from the 8 fears of ignorance, hatred, attachment, pride, jealousy, wrong view, doubt, and miserliness. And Tura liberates us from disease and illnesses, both physical and mental. So do one round. You can do that whatever pace you prefer. And okay. Om Tare Tu Tare Turu Soha. 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 Om Tare Tu Tare. Om Tare Tu Tare. Om Tare Tu Tare Turu Soha. Om Tare Tu Tare. Om Tare Tu Tare Turu Soha. Om Tare Tu Tare Turu Soha. Om Tare Tu Tare Turu Soha. We now visualize that all obstacles have been removed. And now we call upon the guardians to join us. We're reciting Vajrayana with visualizing Black Manjushri and Black Manjushri, mantra of Black Manjushri. And again, despite the appearance of wrathful and ferocious looking faces, we should embrace these beings as the kind-hearted beings that they are. That they've taken it upon themselves to make sure that we are true to ourselves and not get ourselves into trouble through actions of our body, speech, and mind, and that we do not cause harm through that these actions to other sentient beings, but also they will step in like a protective mother would, stepping in and say no, So that's, the best way sometimes looking at these faces when we see them sort of really, really fierce. It's like mom, smiles at you 1 minute and then you do something really, really stupid. And she just can't believe it. That doesn't mean she doesn't love you, but her face changes. So what was it? Wrath. It's anger without hatred. It's one definition I came across, and I thought, oh, it's really a nice way of putting it. You know, why could you do such a silly thing? You know, didn't I teach you? Anyway, so yeah, embrace those beings for who they are, what they are. Good, close family that we should really respect for their great kindness. So if you visualize in this space in front of us a ferocious looking dark blue Vajrapani, his 2 feet are stretched out and he holds a Vajra in his right hand and a snake lasso in the left. His body is ablaze with transcendental wisdom fire. And from his body are admitted fire garudas, iron scorpions, black pigs, wind, fire, noxious vapors of poisonous gases. Such violent winds and hailstorm. Destroy all disease, epidemics, spirit harms, and interferers. Again, you know, when we think about interferers as beings, we're not here to destroy the being if it can be avoided in any form or shape. Because we're not here to destroy the being, we want to destroy the root causes that enable the being to act a certain way, the motivation for the being to act a certain negative way, and by acting negatively, it keeps itself in the negative loop. So we're trying to break it free from that so that it can save and liberate itself. Vajaped Padmasuri Ped Nibishinang Tata Saurita Hanana Vajnavakshak Soha, Vajaped Masuri Ped Nibishinang Tata Saurita Hanana Vajnavakshak Soha, Vajaped Masuri Ped Nibishinang Tata Saurita Hanana Vajnavakshak Soha, Vajaped Masuri Ped Nibishinang Tata Saurita Hanana Vajnavakshak Soha, Vajaped Masuri Ped Nibishinang Tata Saurita Hanana Vajnavakshak Soha, Vajaped Masuri Ped Nibishinang Tata Saurita Hanana Vajnavakshak Soha, Vajaped Padmasuri Ped Nibishinang Tata Saurita Hanana Vajnavakshak Soha. So we just had to the Vajrama. We visualize ourselves now so put on a protective suit of armor. If you're thinking about doing battle with pandemics and all sorts of suffering, or as a surgical gown, if you think about it in clinical terms, to protect the being from anything that we haven't purified ourselves properly, but likewise for us not catching anything from the environment that we're working in. So now we call upon Black Manjushri to join us. Again, you know, he's a good part of the team. Like a field medic, if you want to think about it that way. If something comes through the armor, you know, we need that extra help. There's nothing wrong with that. It brings also different level of expertise to the field in the same way you have, you know, different people in a surgical team performing different functions, but working very beautifully together. So Black Manjushri, wrathful face, 3 eyes, 2 hands, the left hand holding a scripture, the right hand a sword. Adorned with precious bone ornaments, he stands in the midst of a mass of fire. The flames of clear light emanate from his heart, pervading inside and outside of our bodies and the bodies of all mother sending beings, purifying all negative karma, obstructions, sickness, spirits, previous dangers, and burning away all black magic, curses, and so forth. Om Tam Chu Chu Su Du Su Dum Su Ningo La Chikala Jakam Shantam Bepisu Om Tam Chu Chu Su Du Su Dum Su Ningo La Chikala Jakam Shantam Bepisu Om Tam Chu Chu Su Du Su Dum Su Ningo La Chikala Jakam Shantam Bepisu Om Tam Chu Chu Su Du Su Dum Su Ningo La Chikala Jakam Shantam Bepisu Om Tam Chu Chu Su Du Su Dum Su Ningo La Chikala Jakam Shantam Bepisu Om Tam Chu Chu Su Du Su Dum Su Ningo La Chikala Jakam Shantam Bepisu Om Tam Chu Chu Su Du Su Dum Su Ningo La Chikala Jakam Shantam Bepisu Om Tam Chu Chu Su Du Su Dum Su Ningo La Chikala Jakam Shantam Bepisu. Okay, so we've purified ourselves. We have cleared the environment of obstructions. We assembled additional team to help us, you know, get through this all safely, and in the backup with Tara, Vajrapani, and Black Manjushri. So maybe now come to the main part of tonight, which is the prayer itself. Let's have a quick look. Sorry, okay. Just to quick comment, because you know, I've tried to engage more with comments left on YouTube. Hence, you know, trying to look away. Unfortunately, I'm currently one screen down. So my apologies if I don't address any sort of hellos and, you know, requests currently on YouTube. So I do apologize for that. You know, please think of yourself as thought of. And if you have any requests for families to members and friends to be included in these prayers, we will include them, although I can't address you right now on screen live. So my apologies for that. Okay, so we got quite a bit of time. So yeah, we do the combination again of the Thangtong Gyalpo Prayer, liberating Sakya from disease, and we combine that with the praises to the Sublime Chenrezig, the prayer recited by Thangtong Gyalpo in a previous life as when he was the monk Pema Karpo, and he recited that prayer single-pointedly for 60 years whilst doing Nungne between the ages of 20 and 80. So yeah, what we do, we sort of overlap. So we do the opening of the prayer of the Sublime Chenrezig, then we come to the first realm, and then we do 3 recitations per realm. We have the time for that. And again, it's all a matter of how much time you have. The less time you have, you know, don't feel you have to rush prayers through. Make sure you focus on the meaning of the prayer and the way you want to engage with the prayer. And then you know, the more time you have, of course, you can go out. So if you do one, you have time for one, just think about all sentient beings, how you want to liberate them from suffering. If you have a bit more time, you might be able to do 3 across the 6 realms. So you have suffering of body, speech, and mind. So that covers 3. If you have a little bit more time, think about all the 6 realms. You might be able to do 1 for each realm or 3 for each realm. Or if you have plenty of time, as many as you possibly can, you know, for each realm. It's entirely up to you. But yeah, what we do is we do 3 recitations per realm, and that should work out fine. Okay. I pray to you, Lama Chenrezig. I pray to you, Yidam Chenrezig. I pray to you, Most Sublime Chenrezig. I pray to you, Great Refuge and Protector Chenrezig. To you I pray, Loving Protector Chenrezig. Please hold us with your great compassion and compassion of Buddha. For all beings who have been wandering countless numbers of times in endless samsara and who endure unbearable torments, there is no other refuge than you, Great Protector. Okay, so now we start with the lower realms. So the lower realms being the hell realm, the animal realm, the animal realm, and the hungry ghost or craving spirits, depending what text you're looking at. Through the power of bad actions accumulated since beginningless time, under the influence of hatred, one is born in the hells. May all beings who endured the tortures of heat and cold be reborn in your presence, great symbol of perfection. May all the disease that's in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions such as harms of grasping sinners and the Buddhas not occur in the realms of the worlds. May whatever sufferings there from life-threatening diseases that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and the means that occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. The Masada, whose name by beings as though they have been placed inside the mother of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 class of interferers, the 360 of spits at Hamsad, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the 4 elements, depriving the body mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body mind of radiance and power be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the 3 jewels, by the power of the kings, Dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the disease that's in the minds of sentient beings and result from karma and temporary conditions such as sounds of grasping sinners and the Buddhas not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, Separate the body from the mind and means not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. May a sound of whose names therefore beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 class of interferers, the 360 but spits out of suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind of raids and power be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. With the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma's results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. One last time, just think about what's actually being asked here of you. And may all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 class of interferes, 360-year-old spirits. What about Yama? Do we acknowledge all these? Or do we just go, okay, we want to be liberated, from these things? But actually these things, beings as they are, Yama, the interferers, the spirits, still need liberating themselves. So, we need to include them. May all disease that in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions such as nouns, class, spirits, illness, and the Buddhas not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied may whatever sufferings there from life-threatening diseases that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in the means not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the sounds of whose names therefore beings as though they have been placed inside the mother of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 but spits and suddenly the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind of rage and power be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Okay, so that's the first of the realms. So the power of bad actions accumulated since beginning's time under the influence of avarice, one is born in the realm of craving spirits or hunger ghosts. May all beings who endure the tortures of starvation and thirst be reborn in your presence in the perfect pure land of the Potala. May all the disease that's in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions such as sounds of grass, spirits, illness, and the Buddhas not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there from life-threatening diseases that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in the means not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. May sounds of whose names therefore beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 spirits that suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind of rage and power be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the disease that's in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions such as sounds of grass, spirits, illness, and the Buddhas not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in the means not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names therefore beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 but spits out suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind of radiance and power be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma's results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So one last time for that realm. And again, think about the last verse. By the power, by the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, refuge taken by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians. So we addressed all these, we invited them in. So again, if you have the time, invite them in, make sure that they work with them. And of course, by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma's results. So having acknowledged early on in our refuge that, the actions of body, speech, and mind have consequences. They have caused pain. They have caused suffering. And that we ourselves want to be free from that. And so do other sentient beings, virtuous actions, virtuous merit, negative, non-virtuous actions, non-virtuous, you get the gist, it's like in compounds, you spend too much, can you pay your way through? Okay. We got one in the space. Okay. So the final realm of the three lower realms, and again we said in the opening King of Prayers verse, is the suffering the lower realms, so we just finishing the lower realms in many directions, dimensions of the universe. So we finish the lower realm now. Through the power of bad actions accumulated since beginningless time under the influence of ignorance, one is born as an animal. May all beings afflicted by the suffering of stupidity and dullness be reborn in your presence, O Protector. May all the diseases that sad in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions such as psalms, or spirits, sinners, and the Buddhas not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and means not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases in the sounds of his name, for beings as though they have been placed at the mother of Yama, Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 clouds of interference, the 360 with spirits, suddenly the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind of raids and palm be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being, by the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma's results. May all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sad in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions such as sounds of karma, spirits, sinners, and the Buddhas not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and means not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. May sound of his name stand for beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 clouds of interference, the 360 with spirits, and suddenly the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind of raids and palm be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors, and guardians, by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. One more time. May all the diseases that sad in the mind of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions such as harms across spirits, sinners, and the Buddhas not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and means not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. May sound of his name stand for beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 clouds of interference, the 360 with spirits, and suddenly the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind, if raids and palm, be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being, by the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors, and guardians, by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma's results. May all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Okay. Is it 2 or 3? I better do another one, I'm sure. That's only 2. May all the diseases that sad in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions such as sounds across spirits, sinners, and the Buddhas not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and means not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. May sound of his name stand for beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 clouds of interference, the 360 with spirits, suddenly the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind of raids and palm be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. With the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So for anyone who, sometimes thinks that, oh, he tripped up, well, we do sometimes trip up. And if you're in doubt whether you've done 2 or 3, if you have the time, just do an extra one. If you've done 4 instead of 3, it's better to do that at 1 extra than cut short, but okay. So these were the 3 lower realms. Now we go for the 3 upper realms of the realm of men, demigods, and gods. Through the power of bad actions accumulated since beginning's time under the influence of desire, one is born in the realm of men. May all beings who endure the pains due to excessive activity and constant frustration be reborn in the perfect pure land of devassion. May all the diseases that sad in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions such as harms across spirits, sinners, and the Buddhas not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and means not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. And may sounds of whose names therefore beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 clouds of interference, the 360 with spirits, suddenly the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind of raids and palm be now with long life, good health, and well-being. With the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the kings, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma's results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the disease that's in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions such as sounds of grass, pits, and the Buddhas not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings they are from life-threatening diseases that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and means not occur in the realms of the world. May all body beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. May Sada, whose name is for beings as though they have been placed at the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all body beings be unharmed by the 80,000 class of interferes, the 360 bits suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings they are due to disturbances of the elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind of raids and palm be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being, by the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and results. May all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the disease that's in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions such as sounds of grass, pits, illness, and the Buddhas not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and means not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. May Son of whose name is therefore beings as those that they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 class of interferes, the 360 bits per time suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind of raids and palm be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Through the power of bad actions accumulated since beginning time under the influence of jealousy, one is born in the realm of the jealous demigods. May all beings who endure the pains of fighting and quarreling be reborn in the pure land of the Potala. May all the diseases that in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions such as sounds of grass, pits, illness, and the Buddhas not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and means not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. May Son of whose name is therefore beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 class of interferes, the 360 bits per time suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind of raids and palm be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being, by the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and results. May all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as sounds of grass, pits, illness, and the Buddhas not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and means not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. May Son of whose name is therefore beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 class of interferes, the 360 bits per time suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind of raids and balm be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. With the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma's results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma temporary conditions, such as harms of grass, pits, illness, and the Buddhas not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and means not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. May Son of whose name is therefore beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 class of interferes, the 360 bits per time suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind of radiance and power be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being, by the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results. May all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So now the final round, the realm of the gods. Okay. Through the power of bad actions accumulated since beginner's time under the influence of pride, one is born in the realm of the gods. May all beings who undergo the sufferings of transmigration and fall be reborn in the pure land of the Potala. May all the May all the diseases outside the mind of sending beings that result from karma and conditions such as sounds of cross illness and the Buddhas not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and means not occur in the realms of the world. May all body beings be unharmed by acute chronic and other epidemic diseases. May son of his name serve our beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all body beings be unharmed by the 80,000 clouds of interference, the 360 respiratory suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the elements, having the body mind of every happiness be totally pacified. With the body mind of raids and balm be now with long life, good health, and well-being, by the compassion of the Gurus and the three Jews, by the power of the Dakinis, Dhamma protectors and guardians, by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma's results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that are in the mind of sentient beings that result from karma and demic conditions such as sounds of cause, illness, and the Buddhas not occur in the realms of the world. And whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and remains not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute chronic and other epidemic diseases. May son of whose names therefore beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 clouds of interference, the 360 respiratory suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the elements, depriving the body mind of every happiness be totally pacified, and may the body mind of raids and balm be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being, by the compassion of the Gurus and the three Jews, by the power of the Dakinis, Dhamma protectors and guardians, by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma's results. May all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. One last time. Really from the bottom of your heart, visualize how all the diseases and all sorts of sufferings are really being destroyed right at the germ level so that they cannot germinate, regrow. We can always cut that hedge back, but if we just trim the hedge and ignore those seeds that cause so much suffering, we never win the battle. So we really need to go right down to the nitty-gritty bit. May all the diseases that are in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and under conditions such as sounds of cause, illness, and the Buddhas not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there from life-threatening diseases that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and remains not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, and may sounds of whose names therefore beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by 80,000 clouds of interference, the 360 respiratory suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the elements, depriving the body mind of every happiness be totally pacified. May the body mind of raises and power be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being, for the compassion of the Gurus and the three Jews, by the power of the Dakinis, Dhamma protectors and guardians, by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma's results. May all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Throughout all my existence, may I, by deeds like those of Chenrezig, also liberate beings in impure places and spread the supreme sound of the six-syllable mantra Mani Padme Hum throughout the 10 directions. By the power of thus praying to you, most sublime one, may all beings I will have to train pay the greatest of attention to karma, strive to act virtuously, and practice the Dharma for the sake of all beings. Okay. Dedications. Maybe dedicate to benefit of all mother sending beings, our precious Sangha community, not just our own tradition, but all traditions, all the wonderful lay people who support the Sangha and other sending beings, our precious teachers and gurus, and in particular, so is the 14th Dalai Lama Lama Zopa Rinpoche, for the great guidance and love and compassion, and tasking us with these wonderful practices and shining light bright beacons. May they all live long and healthy lives in this and all future lifetimes. May all beings who haven't done so already meet the Buddha Dharma and achieve enlightenment as quickly as possible. And may we be the cause for them to achieve all this in this and all future lifetimes. Due to all the merits of these virtuous actions, may I quickly attain the state of Guru Buddha and lead all living beings without exceptions into the enlightened state. May the supreme jewel of bodhicitta that has not arisen arise and grow, and may that which has arisen not diminish but increase more and more. Due to all the merits of the 3 times collected by me, the numberless Buddhas and the numberless sentient beings, may all war, sickness, famine, torture, poverty, and economic problems in this world, and all dangers of earth, water, fire, wind be pacified immediately. May perfect peace and happiness prevail in everyone's hearts and lives. May the Buddha Dharma last for a long time. and may the sentient beings in this world meet the Buddha Dharma and achieve enlightenment as quickly as possible. Due to all the past, present, and future merits collected by me, and all the merits of the 3 times collected by the numberless Buddhas and numberless sentient beings, which are completely empty of existing from their own side, may I, who am completely empty of existing from my own side, achieve that state of full enlightenment, which is completely empty of existing from its own side, and lead all sentient beings who are completely empty of existing from their own side to that state which is completely empty of existing from its own side, by myself alone, who is completely empty of existing from my own side. How are we doing in time? Good. Long love prayers for His Holiness and Lama Zopa. Gangrira weka we shingam di pendang de wa malu jung we ne Chenrezig Thangtong Gyalpo yi shape sita vado thank you chi te zhe shang jing yam gen ge we ten jing gen pe we kun zo do po zhe chok song ke we lek mun du du ba dak sok de je gen du shop ten sho. Thank you very much, everyone who joined me online. I think Amanda, so Amanda tuning in between as well. So we got a Liverpool Leeds 1-2 tick tick. Wonderful, lovely, and Lars from Denmark, and of course all the wonderful people at Chenrezig, and our Spanish contingent is all here, and everyone out there on Zoom and YouTube, whether you're watching us live or as a recording. Thank you very much for all your kind support for the past 58 weeks. We said it before, these prayers that we lead are free of charge, so we don't, none of us gets any money for it. There's some costs involved with the organization and the screening. I think Zoom and YouTube charge somewhat for the extent of time that we go. So we had a little bit of a shortfall last year compared to the donations. We slightly $1,000 or something like that, down on $1,500. So there's a little link in the YouTube donation box. If you can spare a penny or two, whether it's a small or large donation, I have an encouragement. Anything you can contribute, that would be wonderful. But that doesn't mean we don't allow you to come back if you can't. It's just wonderful to know that we can help beings, but obviously we live in a modern world with modern costs. And on that note, I hand over to Venerable Fabio. And thank you very much, everyone. And look, Paloma's here. Sorry, Paloma, I missed you. And where's Begonia gone?
I'm back. Begonia still is not here, but we are back already in Spain.
You lost her. You lost Begonia. Honestly, nuns. They went shopping, didn't they? She's, she's leading Tulku, what is Bear Tulku astray. Where's Bear Tulku? You got him there? Oh, Tulku Bear.
Yeah.
There he is. Bless you all. Lovely to see you.
Lovely to see you. How are you, brother?
Yeah, not bad, not bad. I'm not in Nalanda.
Nalanda.
So, yeah. Temperature is slightly higher than what I'm used to.
How long are you going to be for the retreat, rain retreat, or for how long?
Well, let's see how long they keep me here. They might go like, nah, you're too weird. But no. It's, for as long as they have me.
Ale, that means you move to live there, right? Yes. Very good.
Yeah, one tries.
Yes, of course. Why not? Yeah, very good.
No worries. So I'll let you crack on, because I know you have all these wonderful people waiting to hear from you. And I see you at the other end.
Okay. Yes. Okay.
Okay. Bye-bye.
Okay, Thangtong. Thank you.
Oh.
Hola, Lars. ¿Qué tal? And everyone. Sarah, I don't know who is Sarah, but hola. Hello. And thank you very much to Chenrezig Institute, like always, for organizing. Hola.
Sarah.
Where are you from?
Sarah.
I am from Udine, desde Udine.
Udine, italiana, Udine.
Sì, Friuli.
Ok, ciao.
El país de Ágata.
Ale, de Ágata, ya sé.
Sí.
Muy bien.
Muy bien, muy bien. Pues nada, vamos a seguir gracias a Venerable Paloma. Begoña hoy no sé qué ha pasado, puede que no se incorpore, pero bueno, también seguro que está practicando mucho como siempre. Y a los que estáis en YouTube, nada, pues bienvenidos, aquí seguimos. Un saludo a la gente de México, que no sé si hay algún mexicanito conectado ahora mismo. ¿Tú lo ves, Paloma? Yo no. Bueno, pues seguro, pero seguro que están, así es que un saludo para ellos.
Y no han puesto todavía nada, no sé si están o no.
Ah, ok. Que como hay unos minutos de cambio,
Ya lo sé.
y a veces les cuesta un poquito, pues igual todavía no se han conectado. Pues si os parece podemos seguir recordando y generando la motivación especial de la bodichita para hacer esta práctica por unos momentos. En silencio reflexionamos en el sufrimiento de todos los seres, pero al mismo tiempo en el potencial increíble que todos los seres tenemos. Es el potencial búdico, la naturaleza búdica, y que nuestros maestros representan y personifican y ya han conseguido, igual que hizo Buda Sakyamuni, y que nosotros potencialmente también poseemos. Por tanto, aunque existan muchas adversidades, sufrimiento, calamidades, siempre hemos de recordar que tenemos un enorme potencial y además tenemos la mejor herramienta para actualizar ese potencial, que es el Dharma. Si es que en realidad lo tenemos todo, lo que tenemos que hacer es practicar, trabajar, ponerlo en práctica. Nos motivamos así unos momentos. Podemos visualizar a los seres a nuestro alrededor, a nuestra derecha, a nuestro padre, y a nuestra izquierda, la madre. No importa si ya no vive, no están lejos, ahora los traemos a este lugar en el que nos encontramos y los visualizamos a ambos lados. Detrás de nosotros colocamos a nuestros seres más queridos, más cercanos, hijos, amigos, conocidos, pareja, incluso nuestros animales. Enfrente a nuestros enemigos o a las personas que nos molestan, que nos agitan o lo hicieron en el pasado. Y alrededor el resto de seres que componen el samsara, humanos, dioses, semidioses, animales, pretas, seres de los infiernos de sufrimiento extremo, los seres del bardo, en particular aquellos que han entrado en el bardo en los últimos 49 días. Hay tantos seres que nuestros ojos no alcanzan a ver el final. En el espacio se encuentra Guru Avalokitesvara, en el aspecto que te sea más confortable o cómodo para visualizar. 4 brazos, 1000 brazos, de pie, sentado. Inseparable de nuestros gurus, en especial de su santidad el Dalai Lama, de Lama Zopa Rinpoche, de tus maestros personales. En esencia son lo mismo todos. Chenrezig te mira y te sonríe muy amorosamente, muy compasivamente. Como lo hace una madre o un padre con su hijo pequeño. Y tú te sientes muy acogido, muy arropado, muy guiado por Chenrezig. Entonces, pensando así, intentando mantener en nuestra mente esa experiencia, ese sentimiento de que estamos meditando por todos los seres, que Guru Chenrezig está en el espacio frente a nosotros, tomamos refugio 3 veces. Todos los seres, vastos como el espacio y yo mismo, desde ahora hasta que alcancemos la esencia de la budeidad suprema, buscamos refugio en los maestros puros y gloriosos. Buscamos refugio en los victoriosos Budas perfectos. Buscamos refugio en el Dharma puro. Buscamos refugio en la Sangha superior. Todos los seres, vastos como el espacio y yo mismo, desde ahora hasta que alcancemos la esencia de la budeidad suprema, buscamos refugio en los maestros puros y gloriosos. Buscamos refugio en los victoriosos Budas perfectos. Buscamos refugio en el Dharma puro. Buscamos refugio en la Sangha superior. Todos los seres, vastos como el espacio y yo mismo, desde ahora hasta que alcancemos la esencia de la budeidad suprema, buscamos refugio en los maestros puros y gloriosos. Buscamos refugio en los victoriosos Budas perfectos. Buscamos refugio en el Dharma puro. Buscamos refugio en la Sangha superior. Tomamos refugio en la asamblea de maestros espirituales, las deidades de meditación y las dakinis. Tomamos refugio en la claridad vacía de nuestra propia mente, el Dharmakaya. Entonces meditamos unos momentos pensando y sintiendo que tanto nosotros mismos como todos los seres que acabamos de visualizar a nuestro alrededor, ya estamos bajo la protección y la guía de Guru Avalokitesvara y a través de él, de las 3 joyas, de todos nuestros maestros, del campo de méritos, que ellos nos guían de manera inequívoca, de manera perfecta, a todos y cada uno de nosotros. Del corazón de Guru Avalokitesvara surge luz y néctar, rayos de luz y néctar, que entran por nuestra coronilla, la de todos los seres. Y mientras recitamos el mantra Om Mani Padme Hum, meditamos en que el sonido del mantra, la vibración del mantra, activa esa luz y ese néctar que nos inunda por dentro y por fuera a todos los seres, concediéndonos aquello que más necesitemos, en especial la sabiduría y la compasión, y activa nuestras cualidades verbales, mentales y físicas, que nos permiten servir más y mejor a los seres. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum. mani padme hum. Om mani padme hum. Mani padme hum. Om 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 mani padme hum. Entonces hacemos la primera recitación, recordando que es importante mirar de vez en cuando la imagen del Mahashira Thangtong Gyalpo que está en pantalla. Y mantenemos todo el tiempo a Guru Chenrezig en el espacio frente a nosotros hasta el final de la práctica. Esta primera recitación la ofrecemos y la dedicamos por todos los enfermos y fallecidos, no solo por el coronavirus, sino por cualquier enfermedad o cualquier motivo, y en especial por aquellos que están falleciendo justo en este momento en cualquier parte del mundo, que puedan ser guiados a una tierra pura, que puedan ser guiados por Chenrezig, que puedan alcanzar la iluminación muy rápidamente. Piensa en tus seres queridos fallecidos, no importa el tiempo que haga, y les ofreces de corazón también estos méritos, así como a los enfermos. Puedan todas las enfermedades que afligen la mente de los seres y son producto del karma y condiciones temporales, tales como el mal infligido por espíritus, las enfermedades y los elementos, no volver a aparecer en los reinos del mundo. Puedan todos los sufrimientos que provienen de enfermedades que amenazan la vida, como el carnicero llevando un animal al matadero que separan el cuerpo del espíritu en un solo instante, no volver a aparecer en los reinos del mundo. Puedan todos los seres encarnados no ser tocados más por enfermedades agudas, crónicas o infecciosas, cuyo solo nombre aterroriza a los seres como si los colocaran en la boca de llama, el Señor de la muerte. Puedan todos los seres encarnados no ser más afectados por los 84.000 seres que interfieren, por los 360 espíritus malignos que atormentan de repente, por las 424 enfermedades, etc. Puedan todos los sufrimientos provenientes de los desarreglos de los 4 elementos que privan al cuerpo y mente de todo placer, pacificarse totalmente y pueda el cuerpo y la mente tener luz y fuerza, gozar de una larga vida, una buena salud y bienestar. Por la compasión de los maestros y de las 3 joyas y poder de las dakinis, los guardianes y protectores del Dharma, y por la fuerza infalible del karma y de sus resultados, que puedan todas estas dedicaciones y plegarias ser atendidas desde el momento en que son pronunciadas. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Hacemos la segunda recitación y si quieres, Venerable Paloma, hacer la dedicación de esta recitación.
Sí, pues en principio por todos los seres que puedan tener medios de vida dignos, han sido muchos los que están afectados tanto por el coronavirus como por las diferentes desastres de los elementos, fuegos, inundaciones que de repente pues pierden sus medios de vida y todo y enfrentan dificultades, grandes dificultades para sobrevivir. Entonces que bueno, que todos los seres puedan tener condiciones favorables tanto para la felicidad temporal como para la felicidad de las vidas futuras, la felicidad de la liberación y de la iluminación.
Gracias. Puedan todas las enfermedades que afligen la mente de los seres y son producto del karma y condiciones temporales, tales como el mal infligido por espíritus, las enfermedades y los elementos, no volver a aparecer en los reinos del mundo. Que puedan todos los sufrimientos que provienen de enfermedades que amenazan la vida, como el carnicero llevando un animal al matadero que separa en el cuerpo del espíritu en un solo instante, no volver a aparecer en los reinos del mundo. Que puedan todos los seres encarnados no ser tocados más por enfermedades agudas, crónicas o infecciosas, cuyo solo nombre aterroriza a los seres como si los colocaran en la boca de llama, el Señor de la muerte. Puedan todos los seres encarnados no ser más afectados por los 84.000 seres que interfieren, por los 360 espíritus malignos que atormentan de repente, por las 424 enfermedades, etc. Puedan todos los sufrimientos provenientes de los desarreglos de los 4 elementos que privan al cuerpo y mente de todo placer, pacificarse totalmente y pueda el cuerpo y la mente tener luz y fuerza, gozar de una larga vida, una buena salud y bienestar. Por la compasión de los maestros y de las 3 joyas, el poder de las dakinis, los guardianes y protectores del Dharma, y por la fuerza infalible del karma y de sus resultados, que puedan todas estas dedicaciones y plegarias ser atendidas desde el momento en que son pronunciadas. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Hacemos ahora la tercera recitación y esta en especial la ofrecemos por todos los seres que viven en situaciones de guerra, de violencia, de opresión. Pensamos en cualquier conflicto que pueda haber en el planeta o en cualquier lugar habitado por seres. Pensamos en Afganistán y en la situación que hay allí. Pensamos también en todos los seres que se ven o se han visto afectados en España o en cualquier lugar por el desequilibrio de los elementos, tierra, agua, especialmente agua, fuegos, viento, y también en cualquier lugar del planeta, que puedan todos los seres que se han visto afectados verse libres de esas situaciones adversas y los que han fallecido, por ejemplo, por los fuegos de este verano, obtengan un perfecto renacimiento humano muy rápido. También por inundaciones, también por aquellos que buscan llegar a un sitio digno en el que vivir y se ahogan o mueren, o lo pierden todo. Puedan todas las enfermedades que afligen la mente de los seres y son producto del karma y condiciones temporales, tales como el mal infligido por espíritus, las enfermedades y los elementos, no volver a aparecer en los reinos del mundo. Puedan todos los sufrimientos que provienen de enfermedades que amenazan la vida, como el carnicero llevando un animal al matadero, que separan el cuerpo del espíritu en un solo instante, no volver a aparecer en los reinos del mundo. Puedan todos los seres encarnados no ser tocados más por enfermedades agudas, crónicas o infecciosas, cuyo solo nombre aterroriza a los seres como si los colocaran en la boca de llama, el Señor de la muerte. Puedan todos los seres encarnados no ser más afectados por los 84.000 seres que interfieren, por los 360 espíritus malignos que atormentan de repente, por las 424 enfermedades, etc. Puedan todos los sufrimientos provenientes de los desarreglos de los 4 elementos que privan al cuerpo y mente de todo placer, pacificarse totalmente y pueda el cuerpo y la mente tener luz y fuerza, gozar de una larga vida, una buena salud y bienestar. Por la compasión de los maestros y de las tres joyas, el poder de las dakinis, los guardianes y protectores del Dharma, y por la fuerza infalible del karma y de sus resultados, que puedan todas estas dedicaciones y plegarias ser atendidas desde el momento en que son pronunciadas. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Visualiza que Chenrezig en el espacio frente a ti está muy complacido con tu práctica y de su sagrado cuerpo surgen innumerables réplicas que se sitúan cada una de ellas encima de la coronilla de todos los seres que te rodean, tus padres, seres queridos, los que te agitaban y el resto de seres del samsara a tu alrededor. Y el aspecto central, la visualización central de Chenrezig, la figura principal, se sitúa sobre la tuya. Se absorbe en ti y en todos los seres que obtenemos aquello que más necesitemos, en especial la mente que comprende la naturaleza de la realidad, que está libre de existir por sí misma, y cuyo desconocimiento es la causa raíz de todo el sufrimiento, de todos los conflictos, de todos los problemas. Creer que hay un yo inherente, un yo autoexistente, cuando no es así. Piensa que quedas libre de esa visión errónea y como tú, todos los seres que te rodean. Entonces, desde ese estado hacemos las oraciones de larga vida de nuestros maestros, pidiéndoles de corazón que estén con nosotros hasta el fin del samsara. Sí que se ve, ¿no, Paloma? Vale. Es que esta es nueva porque se modificó, la última frase se modificó y la he cambiado. Entonces, todo igual menos la última frase. Hoy la hacemos por primera vez. Entonces, de corazón pedimos que su santidad esté con nosotros hasta el fin del samsara, todo el tiempo, y que nos dé sus preciosas enseñanzas, que podamos ir muy pronto a sus enseñanzas de manera presencial, que podamos verle, que pueda él seguir guiándonos. Yite hemenkadir pende marupa gale juwe sampele jisino Tadi Tsume Tensing Gyatso Utse Tensing Utse Lumru Joya que concedes y colmas los deseos, fuente de todo beneficio y felicidad en este mundo. A ti de bondad incomparable, Tenzin Gyatso, te suplico que tengas una larga vida y que todos tus sagrados deseos se cumplan espontáneamente. Pedimos exactamente lo mismo para Lama Zopa Rinpoche, que pueda la vida de Rinpoche ser larga, firme, estable, que podamos recibir muy pronto sus enseñanzas de manera presencial, que pueda él visitar nuestros lugares y países como lleva haciendo durante décadas muy pronto, que podamos recibir no solo sus enseñanzas, sino su inspiración, su alegría, su protección, su calor. Tuchul cham sin yang gong yer we te si gyom pel we kun so do por se cho sun gur we le mon tu bru ha ta so du je go du sa te cho. Posees la ética del sabio y sostienes la doctrina del victorioso Manjushri, protegiéndola y extendiéndola, actúas soportándolo todo con firmeza. Realizas con maestría oraciones magníficas que honran a las tres joyas. Eres mi protector y el de los demás discípulos. Ruego que tengas una larga vida. Y por último, dedicamos todos nuestros méritos. Dedica tus méritos particulares, personales, necesidades, los de tus seres queridos o aquellos por los que quieres dedicar. Yewa di ji nyu du da la ma san ye ru yu ne dro wa chi kyan ma ru pa de ji sa la go pa so chan chu sem cho ri po che ma ge pa nam ye gu chi ye wa nyam pa me pa yang que por los méritos de estas acciones virtuosas alcance rápidamente el estado de un Buda maestro y lleve a todos los seres sin excepción a ese estado iluminado. Que la suprema joya de la budichita que no ha nacido surja y crezca y que la que ya ha nacido no disminuya, sino que aumente más y más. Pues muy bien, muchísimas gracias a todos por vuestra participación. Gracias a la venerable Tenzin Choki Paloma, que está aquí, como siempre.
Gracias, gracias. Hola, ¿cómo estás?
Hola, ¿qué tal? How are you?
Very good, very good. We're just coming morning time here.
Wow, morning time, mamma mia.
Yeah, sun coming up soon.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, all our Spanish friends. And
Solo recordaros que el sábado que viene, Venerable Paloma continúa con su recitación a las 10 de la mañana, como siempre. Y nada, ahí nos vemos entonces. Ok, thank you.
Ciao, ciao, ciao.
Ciao. Thank you, Dancho.
Hello, Dancho. Enjoy.
Will do. Oh, check it out.
Dancho,
How
I
are
thought
you?
I might just get up early and meet you online.
Oh, bless you. I thought you'd taken over the running of the IT department.
No, Kumpenla's doing that.
Oh, bless you.
So we're going to do a duet or what?
What would you like to do? I'm always happy to listen to you. You're very inspirational.
Okay. Well, I just figured I was up, I was awake, and I couldn't tell my lazy self any more reasons why not.
You know,
so
get there, see whether the stranger has finally made the journey. No, but no, absolutely. So yeah, I see you then at the end of that session.
Ciao, ciao.
All right, bye.
Go make a cuppa.
Another one.
Well, you're British. Well, you're not really, but anyway.
They trained me well.
Good morning, good morning, good morning. Back here from Chenrezig Institute. I was coming up the hill and just listening to the, joyous Australian bird song. And, the morning as they wake up in the morning and just beautiful trilling. And there's one bird, I'm sure every morning it just sort of makes me laugh. I'm sure it goes Ricky Poo, Ricky Poo, Ricky Poo. Yeah. Anyway, so starting off being, early morning here, pre-dawn, that setting our motivation, of course, we continue to set our motivation for the duration of this pandemic every week to be pacified completely. although I think the discourse at the moment is that we're learning to live with the virus and becomes like the flu, just something in our lives. And yesterday here I was having a conversation with people after the Kind Kids Club, you know, the facilitators, and one of them said, you know, there's been many pandemics. And I was like, oh, I don't want to hear about all the pandemics, but actually, of course, it means we are a resilient lot as human beings. We can survive and thrive. And if we look at it from the point of view of all the opportunities that this pandemic, this time, COVID-1, has given us in the world, you know, all the scientists, all the medics, all the politicians stepping up, all us stepping up with our prayers, all us, you know, swiftly following the advice of Kyabje Lama Zopa Rinpoche to do what we can to the best of our ability. And who knows, well, Buddha knows, Rinpoche knows, the sort of imprints that we're laying, the afflictions being purified in whatever forms, and the causes being created for more and more virtue, for more and more transformation, certainly of our own minds, but the minds of all those we encounter, including the birdies around here. You can't even make sense of it all, but get some imprints there, quite a few actually. So like that, you know, thinking that everything we do, I guess we, you know, a friend of mine years ago would say instant gratification doesn't come quickly enough, that we want the instant result every time we do something. And so here, yesterday, Geshe did Jangwa and went along and speaking to the one of the elders who was here from the very beginning, who made a long life stupa, and he made it with a little bit wrong dimension. So he said to the lamas, you know, I made it a little bit wrong, you know, it's supposed to be long life, but I made it too short. So does that mean I'm going to be reborn as a short person, you know? And they were laughing their heads off, or it got translated into Tibetan. And he asked the translator, so could you just, what are they laughing at? And they said, oh, it's too rude, I can't tell you. And then eventually said, they're laughing because you think you've made one stupa and you're going to get a human rebirth. It takes more than that. So let's hope we're creating the causes for our continued human rebirth. So following on from this one, or, you know, to achieve all the realizations, as Rinpoche says at the beginning of each day, after you open your eyes until enlightenment is achieved and until death, and especially today, so that all the activities of your body, speech and mind, hearing, thinking and meditating, as well as walking, sitting, sleeping, doing your job and so on, do not become the cause of suffering, and instead become causes of happiness, and especially they become the causes to achieve Buddhahood, transforming them into a method to accomplish benefit and happiness for all sentient beings. Here is a method for transforming the mind into holy Dharma and especially into bodhicitta. Altruistic mind wishing to benefit all beings. Essence encompassing all the Buddhas, originator of all the holy Dharmas of scriptures and realizations, principles of all the Aryas intending virtue, to the glorious holy Gurus I take refuge. Please, Gurus, bless my mind to become the Dharma to become the path, and the path to be without obstacle. So indeed, visualizing all those beings in the world, all the sentient beings arising on every atom of space in human form, engaging in this practice along with us, taking refuge along with us, and engaging in the practice of the Vajra speech of Mahasiddhi Thangtong Gyalpo, the blessed prayer known as liberating the Sakya from disease. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. So here, pausing to think the Buddha inseparable from the Guru, thinking of all the qualities of the Buddha, having completely purified all the afflictions or the disturbing states of the mind or everything that gives cause to these contaminated aggregates, and having purified that completely, arising in a pure form of all the positive qualities, fully complete all that is to be known, fully realized, in oozing every pellet, pore, every cell, every atom with bodhicitta, radiating the light in all directions, illuminating the world, pacifying the minds of beings. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. So here, resting in that infinite clarity, luminosity of your own mind in its natural state, completely free of all the afflictive obscurations, cognitive obscurations, even the most very subtle ones, completely purified. And just like this morning here, the sun rising in the world, illuminating the darkness, so with our minds, illuminating the darkness of ignorance, alleviating confusion, anxiety, and so forth for all beings. With that powerful wisdom, like the sword of Manjushri, cutting through in the heart of bodhicitta, and the power of Vajrapani, combining in that to engage in this precious, powerful practice of Vajraspita Mahasiddhi Thangtong Gyalpo, the blessed prayer, known as liberating the Sakya from disease. So then reciting the mantra of compassion on Mani Padme Hum, visualizing above your crown and the crown of every sentient being on every atom of space around you, an emanation of that infinite altruistic expression, altruistic mind, well, expression in the form of Chenrezig, or whatever form you're familiar with, thinking how precious our gurus arise in this world for those of us not tamed by previous past Buddhas, so kind. So just like that infinite altruistic power combined with the wisdom for the benefit of the world, for as long as the world endures. And from Chenrezig, or whatever emanation above your crown and the crown of all the beings around you, all in the nature of light. You know, light rays come down. And from the mantra, garland, so forth, radiating light, in the heart of that being, streaming in through your crown and completely pacifying all the anxiety and of course through the crowns of every other being around you, every atom of space, all 10 directions, pacifying, soothing, calming, healing the bodies, our neurotic minds, our toxic emotions, our obscured wrong views, mistaken views and so forth, ignorance, all completely pacified in that light, you know, illuminating more and more. Your body becomes pure, clean, clear like crystal, and the mind completely calm, clear, full of infinite altruistic compassion. The karuna virus, the virus of great compassion, you know, radiating through the world, knocking this, you know, worldly pandemic on its head, stopping in its tracks, connecting us all heart to heart. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 The emanation of infinite altruistic compassion above your crown and above the crown of every being dissolves down to an orb of the essence of that, the light of that, streaming in through your crown, coming to sit at your heart chakra, radiating out towards all the other beings on every atom of space and receiving back from them, having transformed them into infinite beings of compassion, coming back into your heart, connecting us, thinking this is our real heart connection with every being. Holding that precious dear like the Mani jewel of compassion of Chenrezig at your heart. So may it be cultivated and grow and radiate in the world. Create compassion every moment, every pore. The benefit of the world. And with that completely compassionate mind, engaging in the actual prayer, May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and debutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements depriving the body and mind of every happiness be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements depriving the body and mind of every happiness be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. by the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of Raha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements depriving the body and mind of every happiness be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So sealing all our prayers, all the merits accumulated since beginningless time, yes. And then all the prayers since not quite beginningless time, but the beginning of the prayerathon, been a little while, by all the monks and nuns of, IMI, International Mahayana Institute, and by all those who've engaged in, listened to, got the imprints and so forth, all those online, all gathering all that together, sealing with emptiness. Due to all the past, present, and future merits collected by me, and all the merits of the three times collected by numberless Buddhas and numberless sentient beings, which are completely empty of existing from their own side. The I, which is completely empty, a mere fabrication of my mind. Achieve the state of Buddhahood, which is completely empty of existing from its own side, arising in dependence on many, many eons of causes and conditions. And lead all sentient beings who are completely empty of existing from their own side to that Buddhahood by myself alone, is completely empty of existing from its own side. Then dedicating with the verses that we recite from Bodhisattva's Way of Life, from the dedication chapter. May all beings everywhere, plagued by sufferings of body and mind, obtain an ocean of happiness and joy by virtue of my merits. May no living creature suffer, commit evil, or ever fall ill. May no one be afraid or belittled with a mind weighed down by depression. May the blind see forms and the deaf hear sounds. May those whose bodies are worn with toil be restored on finding repose. May the naked find clothing, the hungry find food, the thirsty find water and delicious drinks. May the poor find wealth, as weak with sorrow find joy. May the forlorn find hope, constant happiness and prosperity. May there be timely rains and bountiful harvests. May all medicines be effective and wholesome prayers bear fruit. May all who are ill, sick and ill, quickly be freed from their ailments, whatever diseases there are in the world. May they never occur again. May the frightened cease to be afraid and those bound be freed. May the powerless find power, and may people think of benefiting each other. As long as space remains, as long as transmigratory beings remain, until then, may I too remain to dispel the suffering of transmigratory beings. Chanchub Senchog Rinpoche Maki Panam Ge Kuchi Ke Wanyam Pame Pai Gong Ni Gong Lu Kawashu. And the prayers for the long life of our precious gurus, His Holiness Dalai Lama and Kyabje Lama Zopa Rinpoche. Jikten Kam Di Pende Balu Gang Li Shung Wei Sampe Yi Shino Kadrin Sume Tenzin Yat Solam Soadesu Tushilunushu Tu So Shan Shin Jam Gun Gyawe Tenzin Yam Hawe Kozo Glukose Sum Ko Wele Mantu Pada Su Roje Gundu Shabtin Shu.
That was nice.
Welcome.
Thank you
back.
very much. But you know,
wow, look at you. Look at
what?
this.
Yes. Oh, well, yeah. I don't know whether you know. I'm in Alanda now.
You are. Yeah.
Yes.
I had a thought that you were on your
Moving.
way there.
Yes. No, it's. I thought, you know what? Earlier, I wasn't sure whether the Gompa was free or not. So I thought,
okay.
Well,
okay.
you know, if you stepped in, I thought I might as well move, make use of all the wonderful, wonderful holy objects, you know, to
Beautiful.
give as many imprints as you possibly can.
Absolutely, for the world, you know.
But it's always so nice, you know, when we end over, because it's you know, dusk and dawn to dusk, you know, when we tend to pass. And when you mentioned, you know, you listen to the bird song, you know, the dawn chorus, I'm listening to the crickets, you know, and cicadas at the moment. So, and the nightlife, which is really, really interesting. You know, when we take time and actually listen, so many things in life we miss out of. When in the UK, when we moved from away just 18 miles further down from Brighton, I realized how I missed the seasons, because I suddenly saw the geese fly by again, you know, the migration. And it's just the little things in life that give us joy, but also gives us a chance to think about, you know, all the hard work these geese have to do to fly, you know, all the beings that now have to work through the night, and the day ones have to put up with all the heat and noise.
Well, you should see the bush turkeys. They spend, you know, especially this time of year, because they're all in season, so to speak.
Yeah.
And the bush turkeys, the males spend their whole life building these mounds and getting the right temperature for the lady to lay her eggs. And I'm like, oh, what a life.
Yeah. She trained them well.
Yes, she did. No, I don't like that one. I'm going to his. You know?
It's classic, isn't it? Yes, you didn't brush it this way, that way. It's funny. I used to work with a lady when I was still diving, the owners of a dive center. She would have a hissy fit if she said mop the floor. So, you know, one of the guys was be mopping the floor, the diving instructors, but she then was irritated because he didn't do diagonally. And I thought, really? It's clean. No, you have to do it again. That was very pedantic. Anyway, it looks like you have a busy day ahead. So enjoy.
Yes,
have a cup of tea. Ah, Kumfen, hello. Ah, it's always lovely to see you all. That's who you were egging on to come around. How are you?
That's what I was doing. Come around and say hello.
So I think it's always nice when the wonderful helpers behind the camera show their faces once in a while, because it's so easy for us to take all the credit. Without you guys, we couldn't be out there. That's the way I like to think. Yes.
Share and share alike. And without you.
Oh, bless you. Go away now. Don't make my head bigger. Let's have love. See you all next week.
Okay.
Well, I see you in a little while. But
in a little while.
All right. Shekila, you take care.
You too.
Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Oh, it's always so wonderful to cross paths with the wonderful people at Chenrezig Institute. Actually, we have not had one. You know, all the volunteers are just wonderful to get on with, and the time they're giving. But it's you know, you're very fortunate to have more connections sometimes with some people than you have with others, and it's purely the way it sometimes works out when you're available, when the slots are coming together, and it's it's really nice when there's a positive energy being passed from one to another, and that carries sort of down. And when I think back about the early days of prayerathon, the early days, crikey, it's like it's only a year now, a bit over a year, but when we sort of try to establish who is who, and you know, how can we hand over, and how do we know the other Sangha, and I think that's one of the wonderful things of prayerathon, that it has brought us as a community much closer together. It's a shame that it had to be done through the pandemic, but you know, we have to be grateful for that. That, you know, globally as a community of ordained Sangha, we have definitely come much closer together. And it has also been noted by everyone, by you out there, who over the past 58 weekends sort of send in some feedback saying how nice it is, how welcoming. And I think that's important. That you know, we you know, that it's nice that you feel it's a homely, welcoming place for you to be, a safe place for you to be. So thank you very much to all the wonderful leads who have given their time to prayerathon in front of and behind the cameras, and of course to each and every one of you out there who has joined us on a regular basis, you know, over the past 58 weeks, and even those of you just pop in and out as and when you can, or you might just be here for the very first time. So thank you very much for taking the time out, whether it's as a recording now or whether you're following us live. Okay, so we have, what have we got? We've got about 25 minutes left before Van Bell Cheng is joining us. So just do a short, sweet session. And it's also nice to wind down from, you know, like a lot we do. So in the morning we might be a little bit more energetic. We build up the energy for the day, the positivity of what we want to achieve. So we're looking at the 3 levels of motivations in a minute. And then so for the midday we can adjust, and then towards the end we just want to calm the mind enough so that we're not too rattled. You know, when we need the rest overnight. So if we take a few moments and to take a few deep breaths. And if we consider the 3 levels of motivation, so the 3 levels of motivations are great because we can use it at the beginning of the day to set the tone for the day. We can check then throughout the day, so maybe lunchtime or something. How do we do in the first half? What do we need to correct? And then, you know, we can say, okay, now we go on to the second half of the day, and then in the evening, we can check, you know, how did we perform in the morning? How many times did we need to correct? How did we do in the afternoon? What has changed? How we're performing? So it's quite nice to think about, okay, this one has gone better, I still need to work on this. So little things, people always expect big things have to be changed. Start with the little ones. I mean, the big one looks always tidier, but then it's like most things, even decorating a house. Once you painted the big wall, you go like, yippee, and then, you know, it's the tiny jobs. The cutting in, the skirting boards, the this and the that, and, you know, if you want to prepare the wall, so all the little bits that make actually the preparation for the big jobs much easier. Today, as much as possible, I will harm no living beings with the actions of my body, speech, or mind. So think about that, how you want to do that today. How did you do? And now if you finish the day reflecting on that. Today, as much as possible, I will seek to benefit others in whatever way I can. Help doesn't always have to be a big, pompous gesture, but sometimes a smile is far more effective than just throwing stuff at people. So what can we do? Even if you feel like we haven't got the money to solve the world hunger, that might be true individually, but we still can help. We can still smile. We can carry something for somebody. We can check on an old neighbor or a sick neighbor. Check on the ones that are lonely, those who are lost. You still can extend out. There's no problem there. Today, as much as possible, I will generate bodhicitta. May all my actions of body, speech, and mind be imbued with this profound motivation. Compassion for all. Particularly, the ones we don't always keen on. That's the challenge of the day. We're so used to maybe saying something, oh, not this so and so again. But then realize when we say these things. Go like, okay, what was the trigger? Did I see that coming? Was that remark necessary? So once we start thinking about how we react to a certain situation, it becomes much, much easier, not to waste energy unnecessarily, particularly on negative stuff. Okay. If you're visualizing the space in front of us, our guru in the aspect of Chenrezig, form Thasna, whichever form you're most familiar with. If you had the relevant initiations, please feel free to self-generate. Otherwise, just visualize the deity in the space in front or above the crown of your head. If you're joining us from a different phase, visualize the deity most closely associated with love and compassion for all beings. And those of you who do not wish to engage in deities, just visualize a clear light that is filled with love and compassion for all mother sentient beings. Light radiates from the guru's body in all 10 directions, and each light beam finding one of the infinite number of mother sentient beings wherever they are, nearby or the furthest corners of the universe. Light enters the bodies through the crown of their heads, filling them with love and compassion and purifying light nectar. Just feel how the light, seeps in and cleanses atom by atom. Space between those atoms, really revealing a proper deep clean, getting rid of all that negative karma, delusion of the mind, and revealing your true nature, your Buddha nature. Feel how rejuvenating this is, how satisfying it is, how wonderful, blissful it is to be free again from all these negative things. And then look at all the mother sentient beings and see how they're doing exactly the same, that they rejoice in being free from sources of suffering. Remember what we said, we want to help our mother sentient beings. So if we know the way to the guru, we can invite them to come with us and take refuge in the guru. We want them to be free from suffering, we want them to be happy. See, some will be happy to be helped immediately, others have reservations, others will refuse. And that's fine. Help those who you can help. And be ready for those who who initially, have reservation and don't want your help. They might have to come to terms with it themselves. But be helpful, be there. All sentient beings, my mother, so infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Guru Siddhams in the keys. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our minds, the Dhammakaya. All sentient beings, my mother, so infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Guru Siddhams in the keys. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our minds, the Dhammakaya. All sentient beings, my mother, so infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Guru Siddhams and the keys. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our minds, the Dhammakaya. Having called upon all mother sentient beings to take refuge in the Guru is pleased that so many have answered the call. The Guru smiles, and as the Guru smiles, the purifying light nectar intensifies. And the purifying action increases more and more, revealing more and more of our true nature, our Buddha nature. So much so that we begin to glow and return light back to the Guru, back and forth, back and forth. We exchange ourselves with the Guru, become one with the Guru. We also begin to exchange ourselves with all mother sentient beings who themselves are interacting with the Gurus, exchanging themselves with the Guru and other beings. We become one collective light, one source of love and compassion for all beings that are lost in the darkness of samsara. Shine like a bright beacon for them to find a way out, but also like a searchlight, scanning for those who are desperate to come out, but can't find a way, so that we may be able to go in and help them out that little bit extra. So because we want to free all sentient beings from suffering, we can consider the 6 realms. We do it before we come to the Amani mantra. We can remember that it's through the actions of body, speech, and mind that so much suffering has been caused. And Om represents that aspect of body, speech, and mind. But Om also represents the holy aspect of the Guru's body, speech, and mind. The aspect that helps beings, frees beings. In order for us to transform, we need to acquire wisdom and compassion, Mani and Padma, and combine those in Om. So when we recite the Mani mantra, we keep on visualizing how we ourselves carry on transforming into the glowing aspect of the Buddha, the Guru, become the light of love and compassion for all beings. And before we recite the Mani mantra, I just want to read through the praises of the sublime Chenrezig, because it goes quite nicely together. It's one of Thangtong Gyalpo's other prayers when he was the monk Pema Karpo in a previous life. And he recited this prayer to Chenrezig for 60 years whilst doing nongness between the ages of 20 and 80. I pray to you, Lama Chenrezig, I pray to you, Yiram Chenrezig, I pray to you, most sublime Chenrezig, I pray to you, great refuge and protector Chenrezig, to you I pray, loving protector Chenrezig, please hold us with your compassion, compassionate Buddha, for all beings who have been wandering in countless numbers of times in endless samsara and who endure unbearable torments, there is no other refuge than you, great protector. Through the power of bad actions accumulated since beginningless time under the influence of hatred, one is born in the realm of hells, in the hells. May all beings who endure the tortures of heat and cold be reborn in your presence, great symbol of perfection. Through the power of bad actions accumulated since beginningless time under the influence of avarice, one is born in the realm of craving spirits. May all beings who endure the tortures of starvation and thirst be reborn in your presence, in the perfect pure land of the Potala. Through the power of bad actions accumulated since beginningless time under the influence of ignorance, one is born as an animal. May all beings afflicted by the sufferings of stupidity and dullness be reborn in your presence, O Protector. Through the power of bad actions accumulated since beginningless time under the influence of desire, one is born in the realm of men. May all beings who endure the pains due to excessive activity and constant frustration be reborn in the pure land of devotion. Through the power of bad action accumulated since beginningless time under the influence of jealousy, one is born in the realms of jealous demigods. May all beings who endure the pains of fighting and quarreling be reborn in the pure land of the Potala. Through the power of bad actions accumulated since beginningless time under the influence of pride, one is born in the realm of the gods. May all beings who undergo the suffering of transmigration and fall be reborn in the pure land of the Potala. Throughout all my existence, may I, by deeds like those of Chenrezig, also liberate beings in impure land places, and spread the supreme sound of the six-syllable mantra throughout the 10 directions. By the power of thus praying to you, most sublime Chenrezig, may all beings I will have to train pay the greatest of attention to karma, strive to act virtuously, and practice the Dharma for the sake of all beings. As you can see, it ties in really nicely. And also if we recognize that the 6 realms are manifestations of the mind, and some of these points raised within that prayer, in the realms, we can very happily connect with, with pride, with jealousy, with being dull of the mind, and various other bits. So think about that. So when we think about liberating beings, so we do we recite the Mani mantra, a few malas, and as you keep reciting the Mani mantra, keep on visualizing how you exchange yourself with all other sentient beings and how you begin to glow more and more until you really become pure light that merges with the Guru and all other sentient beings. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. So having acknowledged faults of past lifetimes, body, speech, and mind, having confessed them, making the promise of only engaging in unwholesome actions to benefit all mother sentient beings, having taken refuge in the Guru and exchanged ourselves with the Guru and all mother sentient beings, we're transforming into light. Maybe we visualize ourselves now as pure and holding on to that very pure state for as long as we possibly can, at least the duration of these prayers. Maybe now recite the main prayer of Thangtong Gyalpo, and we have I should get I should be able to do 3 recitations. Okay, so 3 recitations, 1 for the suffering of body, 1 for the suffering of speech, 1 for the suffering of mind. May all the diseases that tear the minds of sentient beings that result from karma, temporary conditions such as the harms of class, spirits, illness, and the Buddhas not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever life-threatening disease now from life-threatening, may whatever sufferings now from life-threatening diseases that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and remains not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. May sound of whose name suffer beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 clouds of interference, the 360 words split from suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings they are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind of raids and power be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being, by the compassion of the Gurus and the 3 jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma's results. May all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sad in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions such as the hounds of class, spirits, illness, and the Buddhas not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings now from life-threatening diseases that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and remains not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, in the sound of whose names there are beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interference, the 360 which spits suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings they are due to disturbances of the 4 elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind of raises and power be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the 3 jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sad in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions such as the harms of class, spirits, illness, and the Buddhas not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings they are from life-threatening diseases that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and remains not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. May sounds of whose name suffer beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interference, the 360 words spirits, and suddenly the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings they are due to disturbances of the 4 elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind of radiance and power be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the 3 jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Okay, so that was the main practice, and now we recite our dedications. May we dedicate to the benefit of our mother sentient beings. May those who are sick be restored to good health, those who are passed beyond be reborn under favorable conditions, and may those who experience suffering be given whatever resources are required to restore themselves into a state that is free of suffering and restore their happiness, so that they may be able to take care of themselves and our mother sentient beings. May all the sentient beings live long and healthy lives, meet the Buddha Dharma and achieve enlightenment as quickly as possible. May we dedicate to the wonderful community of Sangha, not just our own tradition, but all traditions, for keeping the flame of Dharma alive by engaging in studies, giving teachings, in making Dharma accessible in so many other ways. May all our brothers and sisters live long and healthy lives, achieve enlightenment as quickly as possible, never be separated from the Dharma and precious virtuous friends. May we also dedicate to the long life and well-being of our wonderful lay community, who through the kindness of giving their time, expertise, and financial support to Dharma centers, projects, etc., to ensure that these can all flourish. May all our brothers and sisters achieve enlightenment as quickly as possible, never be separated from the Dharma and the precious community of Sangha. And may we always enjoy the company in this and all future lifetimes. May we dedicate our precious gurus for the kind guidance and advice that they've given us throughout this and previous lifetimes. May we continue to benefit from their presence and advice in future lifetimes. And may our gurus, if they haven't done so already, achieve enlightenment as quickly as possible. May particularly dedicate to the long life of His Holiness the 14th Dalai Lama. May all his holy wishes be swiftly fulfilled. And may we also dedicate to Lama Zopa Rinpoche for his great kindness and foresight and giving us the task of prayerathon and other practices, so we may engage fully in to benefit our mother sentient beings. Due to all these merits of these virtuous actions, may quickly attain the state of Guru Buddha and leave all living beings without exceptions into the enlightened state. May the supreme jewel of Bodhicitta that has not arisen, rise and grow. May that which has arisen not diminish, but increase more and more. Due to all the merits of the 3 times collected by me, the numberless Buddhas and the numberless sentient beings, may all war, sickness, famine, torture, poverty, and economic problems in this world, and all dangers of earth, water, fire, and wind be pacified immediately, and may perfect peace and happiness prevail in one's hearts and lives. May the Buddha Dharma last for a long time, and may the sentient beings in this world meet the Buddha Dharma and achieve enlightenment as quickly as possible. Due to all the past, present, future merits collected by me, and all the merits of the 3 times collected by the numberless Buddhas and numberless sentient beings, which are completely empty of existing from their own side, may I, who am completely empty of existing from my own side, achieve that state of full enlightenment, which is completely empty of existing from its own side, and lead all sentient beings who are completely empty of existing from their own side to that state, which is completely empty of existing from its own side, by myself alone, who is completely empty of existing from my own side. So the long life prayers for His Holiness Lama Zopa. Gangri Rawe Kube Shinkanti Pendang Deva Malu Jungwene Chenrezig Thangtong Gyalpo Yi Shape Site Vadu. Thank you. To Changxing Yang Gelwe Tenzing Pelwe Kunzo Po Tse Chok Song Kewe Leg Muntu Padak Sok Jegundu Shap Ten Sho. Thank you very much, everyone who joined me in this session. Thank you very much for your kind support over the last 58 weeks. Thank you very much to Chenrezig Institute for keeping us on air all this time, and all the wonderful, wonderful leads, of which there's one waiting in the wings, and that is Venerable Chiying. How are you?
Good, thank you. How are you, Venerable Damcho?
Yeah, keeping alive and well, and enjoying the French summer. And temperature slightly higher than in the UK, but there you go.
So are you back in Nalanda?
I will adapt. I managed to get to Nalanda.
Oh,
so yeah, so I just have to adjust to the warmer climes now. But you know, if we don't, you know, you can tell I spent too much time in the UK. I complain about the weather. If the sun is shining, it's too hot. If it's raining, I'm getting too wet. And if there's too much fog, I can't see where I'm going. Lots of love to you all, and I see you all next week. Thank you very much for taking the time of leading. Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Take care.
Bye. Hello, Venerable Choila.
Hello, how are you?
I'm very good, thank you. How are you?
I am good, thank you. So, are you staying for this session?
I'm doing the Zoom at the computer. I'm behind the computer.
Wonderful. So, you are our tech support.
Something like
that. Yes. Well, thank you so much for that, because without you, then it wouldn't be possible.
Oh, thank you. Without you.
Oh. And are you at Nalanda as well? In France or?
Institute.
Where?
Chenrezig Institute.
Oh, in Australia.
Yes.
Oh, wonderful. Yeah. And are you all still in lockdown there?
We are not in lockdown here, but the Sydney is lockdown.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, the South Australia is also not good. Yeah. And where are you?
I'm in the US right now. I'm in Raleigh, North Carolina. So we have parts of the US that are very bad and parts that aren't so bad. So at the moment, it's not bad where I am, but down south, it's quite bad here.
Quite bad.
Yeah.
Yeah. You take care of yourself.
Thank you. And thank goodness we're here to say these prayers, because with confidence in Rinpoche's advice, this is going to make a positive difference. So
yeah, it's beautiful.
All right. Thank you. Yep.
Thank you.
So welcome to anyone who is on YouTube for joining us. Thank you for your efforts to say these prayers. And as we start, we can really think about our motivation, because motivation, of course, being the most important thing for any action that we do. And, you know, often we go through our whole day without really being mindful of our motivation, unless we have a nice, strong mindfulness practice where we're looking at our ethical behavior and what is our motivation behind doing things. Often we're just on autopilot, just kind of following our habits, and all those habits may not necessarily be based in what's most beneficial. So we have this opportunity now to just stop and really set a very beneficial motivation for the next half hour. And of course, we want to have that motivation all the time, but really set it strongly for while we do this prayer. And of course, the biggest possible motivation that we have is doing this practice for the benefit of all sentient beings. So that's really a kind of mind-blowing thing to think about. When we all sentient beings, that means no matter what form they're in, no matter where they are, the universe is a huge place. So right now, for this next half hour, by saying a few words, we're doing something that's creating this positive energy, and we're dedicating it to benefiting, being able to benefit every single sentient being. And we do that by developing our own positive spiritual qualities, eliminating our negative states of mind, our fundamental ignorance. And when we've done that, then we become a Buddha, and we have the ability to help all sentient beings. And we're saying, I'm going to work for all sentient beings. I'm going to do this. So it's not our usual mind state, but we certainly can try and do our best to think big. And we have this advice from our spiritual director, Lama Zopa Rinpoche, that this practice is a benefit. It's called the Vajra speech of Mahasiddha Thangtong Gyalpo, the blessed prayer known as liberating Shakya from disease. And even though we're doing this practice for the benefit of all sentient beings, and we're praying that all sentient beings be free of suffering and have ultimate happiness, we also have this special intention to benefit anyone who has COVID or has been affected by COVID, because this practice is particularly effective at stopping epidemics and pandemics in the case of this worldwide disease. And so this is also an opportunity that we can take any of the news that we read that might at other times feel overwhelming or depressing, and use it in a positive way, that we can think about with compassion all the different ways that people are suffering right now, whether it's from the disease itself, from all of the drama around masks and vaccinations and people trying to keep their businesses open and struggling, to the people who are losing family members, grieving people they've lost, can't be with someone while they're dying, can't even visit them in the hospital. All these different ways. Oh, and especially the healthcare workers who are struggling so much when they're overwhelmed, when their hospitals are more than full, and they're having to make choices about who lives and dies because they're just limited resources. Yeah, so many different ways that people are suffering. But here we are, we're going to do this practice with them in mind, with praying that they be free of all of that suffering, all the sufferings of body and mind that might be related to COVID. And then it becomes something that isn't so heavy and depressing. You know, we're not helpless. We can actually do this if we have an understanding of karma, that we're addressing the root cause of this suffering. And so let's say this motivation and refuge prayer 3 times. Let me share my screen so it's easier for you to follow along. There we go. So we'll say this motivation and refuge prayer 3 times. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. And so have a strong visualization, as strong as you can, of either Thangtong Gyalpo, and the image of Thangtong Gyalpo is in this prayer book if you're using it, or Avalokiteshvara, who this practice is based on, who is one with your Guru, and all sentient beings surrounding you in the form of human beings. And Avalokiteshvara sending out beams of powerful white nectar, filling and purifying and healing all sentient beings of any sufferings of body and mind. As we say the Mani mantra, and I'll chant with the tune a mala's worth, and then we'll do some at our own pace quietly. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum. Om 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 Mani. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme. Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme Hum. And still holding the visualization as best you can of Avalokiteshvara purifying all sentient beings. We say the actual prayer 3 times. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the 4 elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the 3 jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the 4 elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the 3 jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the 4 elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the 3 jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. And so imagine that all sentient beings are now filled with this blissful white nectar, completely purifying all sufferings of body and mind, any causes of future suffering, and especially anything related to COVID. And Guru Avalokiteshvara is so pleased. He comes to the crown of your head, wanting to merge with your mind, dissolves into white light, enters through the crown of your head, merges with you. So your body, speech, and mind, and Guru Avalokiteshvara's body, speech, and mind are now in union oneness. Abiding in emptiness, seeing all phenomena as empty of inherent existence. And from that realization, we say these prayers to dedicate all of the incredible merit that we have created. And we dedicate all of the merit of all the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas and all sentient beings of the 3 times, past, present, and future. First, to actualize bodhicitta. May the precious supreme bodhicitta not yet born arise. May that arisen not decline, but increase more and more. And to realize emptiness. Samsara and nirvana lack even an atom of inherent existence, and cause and effect, independent arising, are unbetraying. I seek your blessings to discern the meaning of Nagarjuna's thought, that these two are mutually complementary and not contradictory. And for the sick, especially thinking of those with COVID. However many sick sentient beings there are, may they quickly be freed from all sicknesses. May all the sicknesses without exception of transmigratory beings never occur again. And then we're going to go down to seal the merits with emptiness. Due to all the past, present, and future merits collected by me, the numberless Buddhas and the numberless sentient beings, which are completely empty of existing from their own side, may I, who am completely empty of existing from my own side, achieve the state of full enlightenment, which is completely empty of existing from its own side, and lead all sentient beings who are completely empty of existing from their own side to that state which is completely empty of existing from its own side, by myself alone, who am completely empty of existing from my own side. And we dedicate for the long life of His Holiness the Dalai Lama, the wish-granting, wish-fulfilling jewel, source of every single benefit and happiness in this world, the incomparably kind, supreme Tenzin Gyatso. May you have a long life and all your holy wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. And for the long life of Lama Zopa Rinpoche, you who uphold the subduer's moral way, who serve as the bountiful bearer of all, sustaining, preserving, and spreading Manjunath's victorious doctrine, who masterfully accomplished magnificent prayers honoring the 3 sublime ones, Savior of myself and others, your disciples, please, please live long. So thank you to everyone who joined in, making this half hour the most meaningful way you can spend that time. And hello to Venerable Chiki.
Hello, Chuyingla. How are you?
Good, thank you. How are you and all of your beautiful taras?
I know,
emanating all around you. Yes.
Yeah, Rinpoche gave the instruction for this when he came last time. When Rinpoche came, they were just all on the tables. And since then we followed the instruction and Geshe-la drew the design. So here we have. Beautiful.
Wow.
Yeah.
Amazing. Yes.
Yeah.
And you're well?
And,
you're in lockdown,
I'm very well,
right?
and you're in Raleigh now again,
yeah,
right?
Still. Yeah.
Still.
Yeah.
Excellent. Excellent. I hope it's going well for you there.
Thank you. And are you in lockdown because you're in Sydney?
No, not in Sydney, in Chenrezig.
Oh, you're not? Oh, you are? Okay.
Yeah, so no, we have freedom here because we have a very strict border to everybody south of here.
Ah, right. Wow.
Yeah, but yeah, it's pretty tough. It's pretty tough in Sydney. Yeah. But yeah, we're okay.
Okay. Well, I pray that you all stay well and
yes.
Yeah. And everyone thrives there. Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Good night.
Right. Thank you.
Okay, so zooming back to Chenrezig Institute for our morning here, where sun came up another day and cleared away all the darkness, and may the darkness of our mind be cleared away as swiftly as that as well. Wouldn't it be so simple? Boom, just like that, overnight gone. We can aspire to that. So here, calling to mind, just holding in mind as we can, all those who have lost their lives, the 4.5 million people worldwide who've lost their lives to this disease so far since the beginning of COVID-19. All those affected, which is the whole world, at least the whole human world, severely affected, right? You know, as we're saying, you know, either being in lockdown or, you know, grieving the loss of loved ones, or fearful for that loss coming of ourselves, our own lives and the lives of those around us, and the great transformation in the world, and people are experiencing a sense of, you know, what do we call it? Their liberties being curtailed. And yet, you know, of course, we know all our liberties are curtailed in samsara. We don't have true liberation. So, you know, pandemics and so forth keep arising. You know, as saying earlier, you know, that, you know, having a conversation yesterday with one of the Kind Kids facilitators after the workshop yesterday morning, and saying, you know, many, many pandemics have arisen in the world, and, you know, and just we as human beings, for human beings, right? Pandemics for humans. And then, you know, it seems our resilience has won over, you know, even though His Holiness says, look, we don't have claws, we don't have fangs, stop fighting each other, that, you know, we're made for love, for compassion. This is what we're doing here. And also His Holiness said, despite all the wars and pandemics and so forth, the human race is increasing rather than decreasing. So that mind, let's keep having human rebirths that we can attack, you know, to the best advantage of the world, to the best, you know, minds of kindness and compassion. You know, we're just talking about how Sydney's in strict lockdown. I remember some years ago they did or maybe they do it all the time, you know, that a world table of how we're tracking in the world in terms of kindness, and Sydney was way down the bottom, and a friend of mine had already made the commitment to make Sydney the kindness capital of the world. He went on to make, I think, the world the kindness capital of the world, but just through his projects, very, very inspiring, and bringing, you know, big minds together, but also just the little random act of leading kindness cards all around the place wherever you go, just these little business cards with just quotes about kindness, very, very effective. So we here are doing our prayers for this virus to make it as effective as possible, the Karuna virus, the virus of great compassion, Karuna, for the benefit of the world at this time and at all times. So contemplating the for immeasurable thoughts, the immeasurable minds for immeasurable beings, immeasurable equanimity. How wonderful it would be if all sentient beings were to abide in equanimity, free from the closeness of attachment and the distance of hatred. May they abide in equanimity. I myself will cause them to abide in equanimity. Please, Guru Deity, bless me to be able to do this. So we can think of all the disturbing emotions of all the beings, all the human beings, you know, on this pandemic merry-go-round, and thinking, and, you know, all the other atrocities in the world, such as, you know, the situation in Afghanistan and the floods in the US and all the other, you know, sort of environmental disasters, war zones, and flashpoints of epidemics and disease, hunger, thirst, etc. And think all the disturbing emotions that arise on the basis of that. You know, if I would take that on myself, relieve them of that. Always, you know, my Christian upbringing always, you know, Jesus Christ on the cross, you know, to relieve the suffering of the world. And it's just like, did that relieve the suffering? Absolutely not. But it was an act of great compassion. Just like Arya Chenrezig looking around and seeing there was still so much suffering, and tears come, and then Tara comes. Don't give up, Chenrezig. Swift action, Tara will help. So may we be that swift action. immeasurable loving kindness. How wonderful it would be for all sentient beings were to achieve Buddhahood. May they achieve Buddhahood. I myself will cause them to achieve Buddhahood. Please, Guru Deity, bless me to be able to do this. So transforming your body into that wish-granting jewel that goes beyond, you know, just giving all the worldly stuff, you know, shelter, food, all the, you know, protection from fear, all those things important. But transforming into the Dharma, be the Dharma, live the Dharma, breathe the Dharma ourselves is the most powerful transmission of the Dharma to others and placing them in that state, awakening their kind heart. Immeasurable compassion. How wonderful it would be if all sentient beings were free from suffering and the causes of suffering. May they be free from suffering and its causes. I myself will cause them to be free from suffering and its causes. Please, Guru Deity, bless me to be able to do this. So again, here, if you could, you would take on all the suffering, smashing this self-cherishing based on the self-grasping, which is like a, you know, solid rock grasping at this I that does not exist on any atom of space here, there, or anywhere, or in between. Smashing that, just smithereens and just really softening our heart, opening our heart. Again, going back to my upbringing, I have this sort of image from my childhood of Jesus Christ, you know, with the, almost like a Superman opening robes and the bleeding heart of Chenrezig, of Jesus Christ, you know, of compassion, well, of Chenrezig. Why not? Great Bodhisattva, great being. Immeasurable joyfulness. How wonderful it would be if all sentient beings were never separated from the happiness of higher rebirth and liberation. May they never be separated from these. I myself will cause them never to be separated from these. Please, Guru Deity, bless me to be able to do this. Giving freely from our heart, from that soft, open heart towards all beings, all our health, all our possessions, all our merits, most importantly merits, all the virtues, you know, the result of which is the merits to, you know, from beginningless time to each and every sentient being, all the way up to and including enlightenment, placing them in a state of bliss and joy and their mind totally joyful, and we delight in their delight, all the way up to enlightenment. Never giving up, never giving up. With those immeasurable minds, turning to the Vajra speech of Thangtong Gyalpo, the Blessed Prayer, known as liberating the Sakya from disease. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. So here, visualizing on every atom of space around us, each and every sentient being, past, present, future, alive, dead, arising in human form, living form, engaging in this practice along with us. All the 10 directions, all around, up, down, behind as well, every atom of space. And think, you know, for these all I am responsible. So engaging in this practice, holding all those beings in minds, engaging for our own benefit, for their benefit, for the benefit of the world. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dhamma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. So here we can visualize all those objects of refuge, either the whole of the refuge field, if you're familiar with that, or all arising into one, Shakyamuni Buddha, inseparable from the Guru, Buddha Dhamma Sangha, all arising in this form. Or we can have like, the 21 towers, or all rising in the form of Tower Kandravini, sort of, so whichever form, the Buddha, encompassing all the objects of refuge. As an infallible guide, the Guru. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yadams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yadams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yadams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yadams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. Abiding there in that vast spaciousness, that vast clarity of your mind, like the sky unobstructed by clouds, or I look around here unobstructed by trees, completely clear. Translucent, luminous, like the light, the sun in the world illuminating the darkness. Be that light in the world, beacon shining just like our precious Gurus. And for that mind that precisely knows reality as it is, can't help but help arising the mind of bodhicitta, of infinite altruistic compassion to benefit the world for as long as space endures. So together, reciting the mantra of great compassion, Om Mani Padme Hum, visualizing by your crown and the crown of all the beings around you, an emanation, an embodiment of that infinite altruistic compassion in the nature of light above your crown, 3D, but nature of light. And as we recite the mantra Om Mani Padme Hum, nectar and light rays come down through your crown and the crown of all those beings on every atom of space you visualized around you, pacifying, healing the body of any harms we have done, purifying them, anything we're holding on to that we can't let go of, any ailments and so forth. And then particularly the mind, calming the mind, cleansing the mind, purifying the mind of all the toxic emotions or the negative thoughts, the self-destructive thoughts, the other destructive thoughts and so forth. Completely pacified all our anxieties, our depression, our grief. Last night I was listening to this woman talking about the grief, following her mother's death, and then learning about the 5 stages of grief and saying, well, that didn't help. And then, learning about grief about the stages of grief, and then learning more about the stages of death and how that helped her eventually. So, may we all have the mind pacified like that. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 Om Mani Padme Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 Om Mani Padme Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 Om Mani Padme To really feel the body completely transformed, calm, completely transformed, clean, clear, like crystal, radiating the light of compassion on every atom out to each and every other sentient being, radiating that back to your heart chakra, like Mani jewel of compassion, and then the embodiment of compassion at the crown of your head. This sort of dissolves like snowflakes and melts through the crown of yourself and all the other beings, cooling, the cooling, pacifying energy of compassion of bodhicitta, like the moon, like 1,000 moons, full moons. It's sort of that light descending, radiating through every particle of your being, and coming to rest at your heart and the heart of every other being, the jewel of compassion to cultivate, to grow, to, sort of act our action wing based on our wisdom. Skillful means. So for us, skillful means is doing these prayers. For the medics, it's attending those in the hospitals. For the scientists, it's developing all the vaccines and understanding, this pandemic and so forth. And for the, political leaders and the armed forces and so forth, strictly understanding how their crazy minds work and trying to make it contain this virus for our benefit. So holding all those beings in mind, including ourselves. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements depriving the body and mind of every happiness be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions such as the harms of the graha spirits, illnesses and the brutus not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements depriving the body and mind of every happiness be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses and vibhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interference, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements depriving the body and mind of every happiness be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So now, holding in our mind, we always say all our kind mothers, sentient beings, because, you know, we've been their mothers, they've been our mothers, and even when not our mothers, how kind sentient beings have been to us, and so forth. Today in Australia is Father's Day, so I think we should, you know, I know in different parts of the world they celebrate at different times. Of course, every day is a Father's Day, just like every day is a Mother's Day, but nonetheless, we especially choose today, the first Sunday in September, as our celebration of our precious fathers. So maybe we can hold all our precious dear father sentient beings in our minds. And, you know, I'm reminding myself my youngest brother's son became a father about a month ago for the first time. So I remember him specially. And of course, my brother becoming a grandpa for the first time, remember him specially, and then goes back, doesn't it, beginningless time. So holding all our precious dear ones in our hearts and dedicating all of our prayers for the welfare of all beings without exception, all our fathers, all our mothers, all the beings, every atom of space. For my 2 types of merit vast as space that I have amassed from working with effort at this practice for a great length of time, may I become the chief leading Buddha for all those whose minds, wisdom eye is blinded by ignorance. Even if I do not reach this state, may I be held in your loving compassion for all lives, may endure. May I find the best of complete graded paths of the teachings, and may I please all the Buddhas by my practice. Using skillful means, drawn by the strong force of compassion, may I clear the darkness from the minds of all beings with the points of the path as I have discerned them. May I uphold the Buddha's teachings for a very long time, with my heart going out with great compassion in whatever direction the most precious teachings have not yet spread, or once spread have declined. May I reveal this treasure of happiness and aid. May the minds of those who wish for liberation be granted bounteous peace, and the Buddha's deeds be nourished for a long time. By even this graded path to enlightenment completed due to the wondrous virtuous conduct of the Buddhas and their sons, may all human and non-human beings who eliminate adversity and create conducive conditions for practicing the excellent paths never be parted in any of their lives from the purest path praised by the Buddhas. Whenever someone makes effort to act in accordance with the tenfold Mahayana virtuous practices, may they always be assisted by the mighty ones, and may oceans of prosperity spread everywhere. And then the long life of our precious Supreme Fathers, His Holiness the Dalai Lama and Kyabje Lama Zopa Rinpoche, our precious Guru, the fathers of everybody, mothers as well, mummies and daddies and everything. The wish-granting, wish-fulfilling jewel, source of every single benefit and happiness in this world, to the incomparably kind Tenzin Gyatso I beseech, may all your holy wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. And Kyabje Lama Zopa Rinpoche, you who uphold this jewel's moral way, who serves as a bountiful bearer of all, sustaining, preserving, and spreading Manjana's victorious doctrine, who masterfully accomplishes magnificent prayers, honoring the 3 sublime ones, Savior of myself and others, your disciples, please, please live long. Due to all the past, present, and future merits collected by me, and all the merits of the 3 times collected by numberless Buddhas and numberless sentient beings, which are completely empty of existing from their own side, may the I, which is completely empty of existing from its own side, achieve the state of full enlightenment, which is completely empty of existing from its own side, and lead all sentient beings who are completely empty of existing from their own side to that state which is completely empty of existing from its own side, by myself alone, who is completely empty of existing from my own side. Thank you very much. Hello, Venerable Yeshila down there. No. Who am I saying?
Legdren.
Oh, Legdren. Hello. How are you? How's sorry, I thought it was my sister here, but it's my sister there. You're at Atisha, right?
Not right at the moment. I'm in Melbourne.
Oh, you're in Melbourne in lockdown.
Yes, I got called in by my daughter to take care of my granddaughter.
Oh.
So then ended up, because the childcare place is closed. Yes. So they have to work from home and no childcare. So I'm a grandmother now, so I have to fulfill those duties as well.
Yes, you're the big mummy.
I am, and I've got a pretty bad cough and cold from the little one.
Oh, well, I hope you get better soon.
Thank you.
Stay safe, and good to see you. Good to see you.
Yeah, lovely to see you too.
Okay.
Bye.
Over to you.
Okay.
Is she there?
No.
Are we still on? Okay, so we're just having a few internet difficulties, I think, and
But she's back.
Good to see you back.
Her cannot hear. Cannot hear. Cannot hear.
Has she unmuted? I think, Electron, you have to unmute.
Is it on mute? Okay, let me read and get started. Whoops. Okay. I am unmuted. Can you hear me?
It's good. It's good.
Okay, okay, great. Whew, thank you. Okay, so we'll take a moment to, I will take a moment to sort of gather myself and just settle body, speech, and mind, set our motivation to the prayers that we are going to do. Just thinking about the continuing challenging situation with COVID-19 and other drastic environmental challenges, political challenges, economic challenges, intensifying and compounding problems in many parts of the world. That we make a firm determination to become enlightened, because we understand ultimately the true cessation of suffering comes from the emptiness, understanding emptiness, and cultivating true compassion, great compassion. So in order to purify our negative karma, along with all the people, all the samsaric beings, we are doing this practice that's suggested by Lama Zopa Rinpoche. For the benefit of all sentient beings. So let that become heartfelt. To feel what it would be like to have this capacity to truly help sentient beings and to be truly free from suffering forever for ourselves as well. And would there be any other blissful, beneficial way to be than to be fully enlightened, to understand the true nature of our own mind, to be free from all obscurations. So truly taking anything that comes on our path, all the hardships and all the good circumstances, and aiming towards enlightenment, we do this practice. So I'd like to think about, for us to recall the qualities of Thangtong Gyalpo Mahasiddha. So I found this description of him that just gives details that I wasn't aware before. I have to ask you to excuse my voice because I've got as I mentioned before, I've got a terrible cold. So hopefully you can still hear. So this Thangtong Gyalpo Mahasiddha was from the 14th century. And in Bhutan and Tibet, he's mostly revered. and his reputation is more well known there. He is a master of the highest Vajrayana teachings, and he displayed unparalleled skill in multiple areas. For instance, in architecture, and he was a blacksmith, he was a civil engineer, artist, writer of operas, and dispeller of epidemics, which is what brings us to try to invoke him today. And he's both a legend and a historical figure. So some puts him at 1385 and say that he instantly was a person of 60 years. Most sources agree that he died when he was 125. So he perfected secretly the longevity that practitioners can attain through supplication and prayer. So this is why we turn to him in this time of the pandemic. And also some sources say that he was actually 900 years old. So it's obvious that he surpassed time. You know, there was no real age, that these are all relative. We are trying to figure out how to actually understand somebody who has no such barriers. Even though Thangtong Gyalpo is depicted as an old man with a white beard and white hair and really big muscles, not frail. So all of this is just showing his Mahasiddha capacities. So when somebody is a healthy old man, brings the meaning of long life, and the white beard, so gray beard in this instance, is that he's wise. So by visualizing, praying, and supplicating, it creates this connection between the practitioner to receive his blessings of longevity. So that's wonderful that we have access to these prayers. So another thing is that his accomplishments, one of the things he did is his tremendous realization as engineering accomplishments. He established incredible engineering marvels. As you can imagine, Tibetan terrain is very difficult, but Thangtong Gyalpo Mahasiddha managed that. He built bridges and incredible buildings. So he has the wisdom of Guru Padmasambhava. He is known to have ridden wild horses into shrine rooms. So we kind of get the picture. And he became known as a madman of the empty land. In some Tibetan texts, he's reported to have seen feasting just as easily on a long dead and rotting horse as on delicacies. Again, not only did he went beyond his age, he also went beyond likes and dislikes, good and bad. Because of his madman looks, apparently a ferryman refused him passage across water to a holy site. And from this experience, Thangtong Gyalpo had a vision of iron chain suspension bridges that any pilgrim could cross. So he set about building bridges, and to raise money for that, he composed opera. Amazing. So Thangtong Gyalpo developed a method of smelting iron to create enormous chain links that remain untarnished to this day. Incredible. Many of the 58 suspension bridges that he built are still in use in Bhutan and Tibet. Wow. He opened the route through the land of Kongpo Aborigines, where he obtained iron for his bridges and rites of passage for Tibetan pilgrims to visit the holy places. It is said that Thangtong Gyalpo used his skills as a performing artist to raise money for his projects. How contemporary. I mean, amazing. And he established Tibet's first Dharma theatre group, which performed operas, recited mantras, and told stories that were meant to subdue demons and teach sentient beings. Even today, the great sons, they are the performance name, in Tibet consider Thangtong Gyalpo the founder of Tibetan opera. They often perform a sword dance that ends with breaking a stone to reenact Thangtong Gyalpo's triumph over an epidemic-causing demon. After flying to Lhasa on a white-tailed eagle, he trapped the demon inside a stone that he carried into the marketplace and split open with a rock shaped like a ritual dagger. Thangtong Gyalpo's ability to eradicate sickness is also part of his legend. His prayers are considered to be effective against myriad of adverse circumstances. So many High Lamas say that Thangtong Gyalpo's prayer is one of the most powerful for outer, inner, and secret refuge practice of the Mahasiddha. Thangtong Gyalpo prayer is very helpful. And many Lamas say they do it all the time, day and night, whatever there is, whenever there is a need. It was given directly to Thangtong Gyalpo's teacher. It was given directly to Thangtong Gyalpo by his teacher, Avalokiteshvara himself. Wow. And people who use it to transform in difficult circumstances are able to transform life circumstances and other difficult habitual patterns. And it seems like it's really worked wonderfully. So with that, let's take a moment to just visualize Mahasiddha Thangtong Gyalpo, thinking that this yogi is not separate from me. He possesses these 5 qualities. And he's one with our own Guru. So holding this visualization, we'll now turn to the prayers. Just again, taking a moment to think about all the Mahasiddha qualities that Thangtong Gyalpo accomplished and used them, all of his capacities in diverse ways to benefit all sentient beings. And what an inspiration. What a unique Mahasiddha. So truly wishing to establish this connection, supplicating this Thangtong Gyalpo, we'll do the motivation prayer. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dhamma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dhammakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. Go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dhamma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dhammakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dhamma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dhammakaya. We'll do this a few more times. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dhamma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dhammakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dhamma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. Again, with a strong sense that we have truly gone to refuge for the Buddha, Dhamma, and Sangha, and the yidams and all our gurus. And ultimately, it is our own mind, the Dharmakaya. So we'll recite Om Mani Padme Hum. For this, I'd like you to visualize 1,000 arms Chenrezig above our head, above your head. And just recalling today is a special day for all the fathers. So thinking about the kindness of our own father that gave us life. And all the fathers in the world, all the sentient beings and animals are here because there was a father that made that possible. Thinking with gratitude, the special qualities of the male and the challenges they also face in the world to pacify the toxic male pressures, and for us to be able to go beyond male and female bias, that we think of all our fathers, to have a wonderful day today, to have long life and to be free of suffering. And we think about all the 6 realm beings surrounding ourselves, starting with our loved ones, mother, father, brothers, sisters, extended families and friends, and anyone. I'd like to think about the people of Sri Lanka, India, Nepal, and wherever, all the other places that are terribly challenged in one way or another, particularly Afghanistan and Syria and other places. We recite Om Mani Padme Hum. And as we recite, imagining that from the heart of Avalokiteshvara, from the syllable Shri, light emanate, and this light falls on all sentient beings. On top of their heads, purify all negativities, all the obscurations, and completely remove our challenging circumstances and create all the conducive circumstances for us to have realizations immediately. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. So just imagining the nectar just gathered back at Chenrezig, Arya Chenrezig's heart, and Chenrezig dissipates into steam-like quality and descends into the crown of our head. Through the crown as enters our heart, and that we are all endowed with the qualities of Chenrezig. And we are completely clean, clear, and purified. We're reciting the prayer. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings, that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, the Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings, that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly in the 424 diseases and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the 4 elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the 3 jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings, the result of karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the 4 elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the 3 jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. We'll do the dedication prayers. Just may the precious Supreme Bodhicitta not yet born arise. May that arisen not decline, but increase more and more. So thinking about all the sentient beings again and all the various tremendous suffering they are encountering, we dedicate to remove these conditions from the world. Recite His Holiness the Dalai Lama's long life prayer. In the land encircled by snow mountains, you are the source of all happiness and good. All-powerful Chenrezig Tenzin Gyatso, please remain until samsara ends. Those who uphold the subduous moral way, who serve as the bountiful bearer of all, sustaining, preserving, and spreading Manjunath's victorious doctrine, who masterfully accomplishes the magnificent prayers honoring the 3 sublime ones. Savior of myself and others, your disciples, please, please live long. I fully dedicate these virtues to be able to train just like the hero Manjushri and who knows reality, just like Samanthabhadra as well. I fully dedicate all my roots of virtue with the dedication praised as the best by the gone beyond victors of the 3 times in order to have good conduct. So we'll do the emptiness. Due to all the present, past, and future merits collected by me and all the merits of the 3 times collected by numberless Buddhas and numberless sentient beings, which are completely empty of existing from their own side, may I, who are completely empty of existing from my own side, achieve the state of fully enlightenment, which is completely empty of existing from its own side, and lead all sentient beings who are completely empty of existing from their own side to that state, which is completely empty of existing from its own side, by myself alone, who is completely empty of existing from my own side. Thank you very much. I hand over to you, Venerable.
Good morning, Venerable Lecton. How are you?
I'm good. Nice to see
Lovely.
you.
And lovely to see you. And thank you for a wonderful story on Thangtong Gyalpo. That was really wonderful, really enjoyable.
Yeah, I didn't know much about him. So when I came across it, that was good. Except my voice is dreadful. So hopefully people understood it. I've got a terrible cough and cold. So.
Oh, well, we wish you to get well very soon.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. You have a lovely day.
You too. Thank you.
So good morning. We're back at Chenrezig. Doing a bit of a swing shift all around at the moment. So yeah, back here. lovely spring morning and Father's Day. So big love to all the fathers out there. And just take a moment as we go about today with family, friends and community, and take a moment to share and reflect on the insights, experiences and wisdom of others, in particular our fathers. Remind ourselves how blessed we all are. In a world around us, there's many who are suffering and face immediate and present dangers, harrowing hardships and the gravest of challenges. So it's time to focus our thoughts of compassion and practice loving kindness to ourselves, but especially to all of those around us, near and far. And keep our parents, teachers, gurus, friends, enemies, strangers in mind, with the thought that we all be well. May we all be happy and may we all have peace in our lives. May no one come to harm and may we harm no one. May we all have patience, courage, understanding and determination to meet and overcome inevitable difficulties, problems and hardships in life. So, just going to recite the swift fulfillment of wishes, independence on the great Jetsun Tsongkhapa by Serpong Rinpoche. Lama Zopa Rinpoche also requests this to be recited as part of the COVID prayers. And just keeping in mind the last line of the prayer where we ask that all our wishes be swiftly fulfilled, and at that point really try and generate that thought of the wishes for everybody to be safe, to be free of the pandemic, to be free of hunger, free of war, and just be full of peace, joy and happiness. So just really focus that last line when we say those words to spread that love and that feeling towards all sentient beings. Namo Guru. Supreme embodiment of the wisdom and compassion of all the victorious ones of the three times, manifesting as a monk wearing the three saffron robes, the spontaneous exalted wisdom Dharmakaya possessing the five bodies. To you, Jetsun Losang Drapa, I make request. Please bless me that my wishes be swiftly fulfilled. With the nature of primordially pure clear light, uninterrupted natural expression of the complete Sambhogakaya, great being who unifies body and mind, to you, Jetsun Losang Drapa, I make request. Please bless me that my wishes be swiftly fulfilled. Displaying an array of manifold Namanikaya emanations, appropriate to the limitless living beings, equaling the expanse of space, to you, Jetsun Losang Drapa, I make request. Please bless me that my wishes be swiftly fulfilled. Through the power of having made single-pointed requests to you, may all the unfortunate natural manifestations of the degenerate age, illness, famine, quarrelling, epidemic disease, graha spirits, interferers, and so forth be pacified. Then, when I request the excellent collection of conducive conditions increase, please bless me that my wishes be swiftly fulfilled. Having completely cleared away the darkness of ignorance and confusion, and fully developed the illumination of supreme intelligence, virtuous friend who causes the 100-petal lotus of the scriptural tradition to bloom, the sun radiating benefit and happiness, to you I make request. Please bless me that my wishes be swiftly fulfilled. Since I and others, the assembly of faithful disciples, have no other Lord of refuge to turn to for hope, when we make requests in all the 6 sessions of day and night, please bless us that the Guru's blessings may enter our minds. Also at the end of this life, may I see you, glorious Losang Drapa, along with your retinue, and immediately have a vision of you saying reassuringly, Son, go to the celestial realm of Tushita. Care for me with your compassion, precious Guru. Please bless me that my wishes be swiftly fulfilled. And we'll move now to the Vajra speech of Master Thangtong Gyalpo, the blessed prayer known as liberating Sati from disease. This is our regular prayer each week with prayerathon. And we'll start by reciting the motivation 3 times. Taking refuge and really generate that thought that we are taking refuge. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. And now we'll recite some malas of Mani Padme Hum. We'll do 3 of these. We'll start off together and then go silently to ourselves. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, Om 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 Mani Padme Hum, Om. And now we'll just recite the actual prayer 3 times together. If you have it there with you or on the screen, however you have it. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of Graha spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Three Jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings, that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Three Jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings, that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Three Jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. We'll recite another 3 malas of Mani Padme Hum and generate the thought of sending out love and compassion to all sentient beings, all those affected by COVID, all those affected by famine, all those affected by war. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Amen. 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 Recite the actual prayer 3 times together again. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings, that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the 4 elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the 3 jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings, that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the 4 elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the 3 jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings, that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses and debutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Do another mala of many hymns. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. At this point, we'll just going to recite another prayer by Thangtong Gyalpo, and it's the prayer for dispelling famine. And just, although this prayer was written at a different time by Thangtong Gyalpo, famine is being created currently by the situation of COVID-19 in parts around the world. People are unable to have resources to get food due to isolation or illness. Famine is also being created, as we know, by war and hardship in some countries through the elements. So just keeping in mind, famine is an effect of all of these things as well. So I'll just recite this prayer, if I may. First, you generated the supreme mind of unsurpassable awakening, firmly set upon the liberation of sentient beings in their infinitude. Then you perfected the two accumulations, O compassionate victorious one. You whose love embraces beings bereft of any protector in these degenerate times, protect them without fail. For these beings plagued by hunger, thirst, difficulties and suffering, release upon the world and the land of snows a rain of all the pleasant things the senses can enjoy, including jewels, food, wealth, grain and bedding. pacify harm among the four elements, untimely wind and fire, or inauspicious rain and waters. Let grains, plants, harvests, and the like mature fully, just as in the Golden Age, through the strength of aspirations such as these, inspired by loving kindness and compassion, may sicknesses, weapons, and famines be thoroughly pacified, and beings enjoy long life, good health, well-being, and happiness. Through the power of the compassion of the victorious ones and their ease, and the infallible power of the interdependent causes and results, may the teachings of the victorious ones spread and flourish, and all beings swiftly reach unsurpassable awakening. On to the dedication, please. We'll just seal the merits with emptiness. Due to all the past, present, and future merits collected by me, and all the merits of the 3 times collected by numberless Buddhas and numberless sentient beings, which are completely empty of existing from their own side, may I, who am completely empty of existing from my own side, achieve the state of full enlightenment, which is completely empty of existing from its own side, and lead all sentient beings who are completely empty of existing from their own side to that state which is completely empty of existing from its own side, by myself alone, who is completely empty of existing from my own side. May all beings everywhere plagued with sufferings of body and mind quickly be freed of their illnesses. May those frightened cease to be afraid, and may those bound be free. May the powerless find power, and may people think of befriending one another. May those who find themselves in trackless, fearful wildernesses, the children, the aged, the unprotected, be guarded by beneficial celestials, and may they swiftly attain Buddhahood. May the precious Supreme Bodhicitta not yet born arise. May that arisen not decline, but increase more and more. To the incomparably kind and supreme Tenzin Gyatso, the wish-granting, wish-fulfilling jewel, source of every single benefit and happiness in this world, may you have a long life and all your holy wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. You who uphold the subduer's moral way, who serve as bearer of all, sustaining, preserving, and spreading Manjunath's victorious doctrine, who masterfully accomplishes magnificent prayers, honouring the 3 sublime ones, saviour of myself and others, your disciples, please, please, live long. Thank you very much. Oh, Venerable Kadru. Good morning.
Hi, good morning. How are you?
Very well, thank you. How are you?
I'm doing well, yeah, thank you.
Wonderful. Okay, I shall leave our glorious morning to your glorious, is it evening there?
It's well, afternoon, mid-afternoon.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay, thank you so much. Take care. Okay, so let's begin this next session of the prayerathon with motivation. And so there's a great deal of suffering in the world right now. There's always suffering of some kind, somewhere in some sorrow. It's never completely free of suffering. But the original reason for having this weekly prayerathon was the suffering related to COVID. And that's still very much real. Still many people getting COVID, many new cases every day, and also many deaths from COVID. And then there's all the other related suffering. People losing loved ones. So those who die leave behind family and often children and siblings and friends, spouses. So all the people left behind experience a great deal of suffering, of grief, of loss of their loved one. And COVID has also caused a great deal of homelessness and hunger and poverty. and fear and other mental suffering, loneliness. So there's a lot of people, probably most people in the world, have been affected in one way or another by this disease. And that's still there, creating problems, creating suffering. So that's the main reason for doing these prayers, is to relieve that suffering and create the causes for this disease to disappear completely from the world. But there's many other problems as well. There's other kinds of diseases, such as cancer and heart disease. So again, many people are suffering from these kind of diseases, dying from them, and leaving behind loved ones. And then there's suffering of war, people fighting one another. A lot of problems in Afghanistan, Myanmar, various parts of Africa. So again, that creates a huge amount of suffering. Those who are killed or wounded in the fighting, those who live in fear of being harmed or being killed. And again, things like hunger and homelessness, if their homes are destroyed by the fighting. So these are just some of the many different kinds of sufferings in the world. Those are the major forms of suffering, but then there's all the little ones as well. You know, every day, everybody will experience some kind of unhappiness, pain, discomfort, disappointment, major, minor, in between. So this is the nature of samsara, to experience suffering. But we can still offer prayers, do these prayers and mantras and recitations, and dedicate the merit to the relief of suffering. And in particular, to wish all beings to make connection with the means to be free of suffering, the Dharma. Dharma means, the meaning of Dharma is that which protects from suffering. So that's another problem. Many people don't have access to the methods that will enable them to be free of suffering and stop creating suffering for themselves and others. So it's really important that all beings be able to encounter the Dharma, meet teachers, have the necessary conditions in which to practice the Dharma. So this is our reason, our motivation for all beings to be free of suffering, and in particular for them to have access to the means to free themselves from suffering and attain the peace of liberation and the perfection of full enlightenment or Buddhahood. So it's good to imagine all the sentient beings in the universe sitting around us. Of course, you can't literally see every single one of them, but just to feel that they are there, to wish that they could be here with us as we're reciting these prayers and mantras. So they are there around us. And in front of us is the Buddha, Shakyamuni Buddha. And around him, many other Buddhas and Bodhisattvas, Tar, Chenrezig, Medicine Buddha. So there are many Buddhas and Bodhisattvas around us all the time, even if we don't think about them or visualize them, but they are there ready to help us. So it's helpful to focus on that, to feel confident that they are there, visualize them as clearly as possible as we recite these prayers. So we start by taking refuge along with all the sentient beings in the space around us. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Siddhams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Siddhams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. Now, we recite the mantra of Om Mani Padme Hum, mantra of Chenrezig, Buddha of Compassion. We'll do that a few malas. And imagine the Buddha of Compassion, Chenrezig, there in the space in front of us, among all the other Buddhas and Bodhisattvas. And imagine light and nectar flowing from Chenrezig's heart in all directions, going into the body and mind of every living being, ourselves and others, completely filling us down to the tiniest particles and all the space in between. And it purifies our karma and afflictions, the causes of suffering, and also the suffering itself, sickness, pain, and other kinds of problems. And it purifies also our mental suffering, the suffering of afflictions and karma. So we become completely purified, and the light and nectar also nourish our positive potential, seeds and imprints in our mind that will give rise to greater compassion, love, wisdom, and all the other qualities we need, and realizations that we need to be able to progress along the path and finally reach full enlightenment. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, Padme, Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 Now, the mantra of Tara. His Holiness the Dalai Lama has recommended the practice of Tara for this problem of COVID. So again, imagine Tara there in the space in front amongst all the other Buddhas and Bodhisattvas. And she's looking at all of us sentient beings with the gaze of incredible, great compassion and loving kindness. She's like a mother completely dedicated to us as her children, wanting us to be free of all our suffering and problems and to have genuine happiness and peace up to enlightenment. And she's completely dedicated to being there for us and helping us in whatever way possible until we do achieve those states. So imagine again, light and nectar flowing from Tara into yourself and all of your sentient beings, purifying all suffering and causes of suffering and nourishing our potential to attain all happiness, from ordinary happiness up to the highest happiness of enlightenment. Om Tare Tu Re Soha. 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 Om Tare. Om Tare Tu Re Soha. And then the mantra of Black Manjushri, which is also a very good practice to do for clearing away diseases, life-threatening and epidemic diseases. Om Trasuchu Sadur Siddharmithani Welcome to Zakam Shamdam Baby So Om Trasuchu Sadur Siddharmithani Zakam Shamdam Baby So Om Trasuchu Sadur Siddharmithani Zakam Shamdam Baby So Om Trasuchu Sadur Siddharmithani Zakam Shamdam Baby Om Trasuchu Sadur Siddharmithani Zakam Shamdam Baby Om Trasuchu Sadur Siddharmithani Zakam Shamdam Baby Om Om Trasachus, a dirt is a dermis. Welcome, Shantam baby. So Om Trasachus, a dirt is a dermis. Welcome, Shantam baby. So Om Trasachus, a dirt is a dermis in English. Chocolate. Welcome, Shantam baby. So Om Trasachus, a dirt is a dermis in English. Chocolate. Welcome, Shantam baby. So Om Trasachus, a dirt is a dermis in English. Chocolate. Welcome, Shantam baby. So Then the actual prayer of Thangtong Gyalpo, known as the breeding succor from disease. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. I'll read that one more time. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, Dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. And Shantideva's dedication verses from Bodhicharyavatara. May all beings everywhere, plagued by sufferings of body and mind, obtain a notion of happiness and joy by virtue of my merits. May no living creature suffer, commit evil, or ever fall ill. May no one be afraid or belittled with a mind weighed down by depression. May the blind see forms and the deaf hear sounds. May those whose bodies are worn with toil be restored on finding repose. May the naked find clothing, the hungry find food. May the thirsty find water and delicious drinks. May the poor find wealth, those weak with sorrow find joy. May the forlorn find hope, constant happiness and prosperity. May there be timely rains and bountiful harvests. May all medicines be effective and wholesome prayers bear fruit. May all who are sick and ill quickly be freed from their ailments. Whatever diseases there are in the world, especially COVID, may they never occur again. May the frightened, especially those in Afghanistan, cease to be afraid, and those bound be freed. May the powerless find power, and may people think of benefiting each other. For as long as space remains, for as long as sentient beings remain, until then, may I too remain to dispel the miseries of the world. Now the dedication prayer, so we can dedicate all the merit accumulated here by ourselves doing these prayers and mantras, but also all the merit accumulated by all living beings everywhere, especially Buddhas and Bodhisattvas, huge amount of merit. Due to the merits of these virtuous actions, may I quickly attain the state of a Guru Buddha and lead all living beings without exception into that enlightened state. May the supreme jewel, bodhicitta, that has not arisen, arise and grow, and may that which has arisen not diminish, but increase more and more. Just as the brave Manjushri and Samantabhadra too realize things as they are, I too dedicate all these merits in the best way, that I may follow the perfect example. I dedicate all these roots of virtue. For the dedication praised is the best, by the victorious ones, thus gone of the 3 times, so I might perform good works. Then long life prayers of His Holiness in Lama Zopa Rinpoche. In the land encircled by snow mountains, you are the source of all happiness and good, all powerful. Chenrezig Tenzin Gyatso, please remain until samsara ends. You who uphold the subduer's moral way, who serve as the bountiful bearer of all, sustaining, preserving, and spreading Manjunath's victorious doctrine, who masterfully accomplish magnificent prayers honoring the 3 jewels, Savior of myself and others, your disciples, please, please live long. And finally, sealing the dedication with emptiness. So may the I, who is empty of existing inherently, independently from its own side, due to these merits, which are empty of existing inherently from their own side, quickly reach enlightenment, which is empty of existing inherently from its own side, and lead all other living beings, who are also empty of existing inherently from their own side, to that state of enlightenment as well. Okay, so thank you very much.
Thank you, Venerable. Good evening.
Good evening. I wasn't sure who was coming on next.
I know, I was surprised.
Anyway, I'm glad somebody showed up.
Yes, it's always a relief to us too from this end, holding the fort. Okay, so thank you very
so
much.
Thank you.
Okay.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. So back here at Chenrezig Institute for the final session of this week's prayerathon. You know, we're celebrating here Father's Day. Of course, we're always thanking our kind mother sentient beings, equally our kind father sentient beings. So, of course, today, every day. So I thought, by way of reflection on, for us here at least, Father, all our kind gurus and so forth, Guru Shakyamuni Buddha, the biggest father of us all in terms of showing the path. And then all our precious gurus, we can think like that. Practicing guru devotion with the 9 attitudes, and as Kyabje Lama Zopa Rinpoche guides us, in order to quickly set all my mother sentient beings and my father sentient beings who have protected me with kindness from beginningless lives in cyclic existence into the state of a complete Buddha, I myself must attain the perfectly complete state of a Buddha. Sangye Buddha, completely purify all the negativities or the afflictions or the contaminated aggregates altogether, and arising in the purified form of a Buddha, attaining the four kayas. Therefore, I'll practice the 9 attitudes for resolutely considering and seeing my virtuous friend to be a Buddha and carrying out his orders. I request the kind Lord Guru, who is more extraordinary than all the Buddhas, please bless me to be able to devote myself with great respect to a qualified Lord Guru in all my lives, realizing that correctly devoting myself to the kind Lord Guru is a foundation of all good qualities, is the root of happiness and goodness. I will devote myself to him with great respect, not forsaking him even at the cost of my life. Thinking of the importance of the qualified Guru, I will allow myself to enter under his control. May I be like an obedient son, acting exactly in accordance with the Guru's advice. Even when Maras, evil friends and the like try to split me from the Guru, may I be like a Vajra, inseparable forever. When the Guru gives me work, whatever the burden, may I be like the earth, carrying it all. When I devote myself to the Guru, whatever suffering occurs, may I be like a mountain, immovable. Even if I have to perform every unpleasant task, may I be like a servant of the king, with a mind undisturbed. Having abandoned pride, holding myself lower than the Guru, may I be like a sweeper. May I be like a rope, joyfully holding the Guru's work, no matter how difficult or heavy a burden. Even when the Guru criticizes, provokes, or ignores me, may I be like a dog, never responding with anger. May I be like a ferry boat, never upset to come and go at any time for the Guru. Glorious and precious root Guru, please bless me to be able to practice in this way from now on and in all my future lives. May I be able to devote myself to the virtuous friend in this way. Of course, here we can pause to think of the Buddha, of Guru Shakyamuni Buddha, all our precious teachers, Holy Dalai Lama, Kyabje Lama Zopa Rinpoche, all our great fathers, all our great teachers, right? All mother, father, sentient beings, then arising in the space around us to take refuge in all the precious, dear, sublime ones, so that we are able to hold each and every sentient being in our heart without exception, like on every atom of space all around us, arising in human form, engaging in this so that we're really cultivating this very spacious bodhicitta attitude, motivation for engaging in this practice. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dhamma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dhammakaya. So pausing to meditate here, to reflect here on the meaning of these words, the meaning of refuge for you, what these objects of refuge, our Gurus, the Buddhas, the Gurus, inseparable from the Buddhas. So rising in the form of Shakyamuni Buddha, or like the Tower Buddha here, Power Buddhas here, or like Ekshobhya here, White Tower, Green Tower, Chenrezig, so forth. And the medicine, the teachings, the advice, the instructions we get for our practice and so forth, to pacify the affliction, remove the obscurations. And then the Arya beings who have that direct perception of reality just as it is and know perfectly how to guide. And the Dhammakaya, our own awakening of all those qualities within ourselves, so that you like the nature of our mind, you know, like space, completely clear, translucent, unobstructed, no barriers. That's the potentiality we all have. Abiding in that space, in that clarity, in that luminosity of the wisdom cutting through our confusion and darkness. It's such a powerful mind where everything is possible. No obstructions, no obstacles. Just infinite possibility. Abide there. And from that vast, spacious mind arising, the heart of compassion can't help but help. That urge to benefit all beings, that we visualized every atom of space around us. That's why we're here engaging in this practice, doing what we can. Those of us who are not the medics, who are not the frontliners, first responders, who are not the politicians having to make the hard decisions. We are not, you know, I'm very proud these days of my niece who epidemiologist and working at the Doherty Institute in Melbourne, which is one of the ones advising the government here. And, you know, a few years ago when she was training, it was like, oh yes, epidemiology, that's very interesting. And now we're like, you know, we want to know, you know, give us what you know. So rejoicing in them and so forth. Yeah. All that, you know, we all do whatever we can. And we see that in the world, you know. The heartening thing about this, you know, world experience, human experience of this COVID virus is the coronavirus, the compassion virus that has been generated in response. It's very heartening to whatever level in the world we can engage that here, with the help, of course, of Arya Chenrezig. So we visualize 1,000 form, 8-arm, 4-arm, 2-arm, different emanations of Arya Chenrezig. Because we always think, I always think he's always Dalai Lama. Of course, you know, Chenrezig in the world, you know, just the message of compassion and peace and coming together with a kind heart. So visualize that emanation above your crown, above the crown of every sentient being around you, every atom of space, in the nature of light and streaming from the heart of this being, coming through the crown of your head and that of each and every other being around you. Is this sort of stream of nectar from If you're familiar with the mantra garland, you can think from the mantra garland, or you can think from the heart chakra coming down and, you know, through your crown, through their crown, pacifying all our anxieties, all our confusion, all our fear, all our disturbing states of mind, toxic emotions, all our, just overwhelm and not knowing what to do in relation to this virus, but all the other conditions that arise in the world. And our hearts go out, of course, to our friends in the US who, you know, massive floods and so forth. And then Afghanistan, unbelievable atrocities and death and fear of death and so forth, and just unbelievable. And other areas of war zones, other areas of natural disturbances of the elements or unnatural disturbances of the elements, you know, via earth, water, fire, air, and all the conditions that arise to challenge us in this world. May it all be pacified through the power of our practice. Mani Padme Hum, Om 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 Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, Om 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 Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani If you've got a drink, you can blow the mantras in there. Value-added. So this powerful emanation of infinite altruistic compassion above your crown and about the crown of every sentient being around you dissolves into an orb of light, descends through the crown of your head, you know, like the soothing, cooling, refreshing, you know, the curds of bodhicitta, like coming down from Tashita heaven or coming down from the heart of Chenrezig and so forth. It's melting and calming, cooling the fires of our disturbing negative and grasping states of mind, with the sort of heat of that is, you know, dispelled. And your body and the body of every being around you totally transformed, clean, clear, like crystal, completely pure. And the mind completely calm, clear, abide in that experience of the embodiment of compassion. Be that in the world. Feel that connection from us to every other sentient being around us, heart to heart, our true selves. You know, when we cut away, strip away all the extraneous things, as His Holiness the Dalai Lama says, physically, mentally, emotionally, we all, you know, human beings are the same. Differences of culture, belief systems, you know, vaxxers, anti-vaxxers, color, creed, everything is secondary. Heart to heart. We all don't want to have this pandemic in the world, let alone any form of suffering whatsoever. And we want to have the causes of happiness. So may we be the causes of happiness for each and every other sentient being. And may we self-create those causes for ourselves and others by engaging in the actual prayer known as liberating the Sakya from disease. The Vajra speech of Mahasiddhi Thangtong Gyalpo. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the virtues, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So we never know whatever is possible through our prayers and through our dedication and our determination, never giving up. In the Liberation Prison Project this week, we've had the most marvelous success that, at the beginning of the year, even a few months ago, it's not going to happen, it's not going to happen. So one gentleman who was in prison for 15 years and was released from prison, not in this country, in another country. And it wasn't his country of origin. And so he was, we were trying since December to arrange his repatriation. And, one F, another F, another F for one detention center, COVID, another detention center, COVID, back to the first one, COVID. And is it ever going to happen? Airlines don't want to take former prisoners, so forth, so forth. Many, many obstacles to overcome. So finally, all those obstacles were cleared, last week, or, just in the last 10 days. And not only is he back in his country of origin, he wants to, where there's, Dharma is not established in the prisons, but that's his motivation to do that. He said, if he saw his self now met his self that went into prison, he said, I wouldn't want to know him. So slowly over the years, he's built his Dharma practice and he's built his Dharma knowledge a little bit, and would like to pass that on now to others, which is so, and getting instructions from our dear precious Guru, Kyabje Lama Zopa Rinpoche, to, to do what to do. So how amazing. I didn't think any of that possible. And just like, as I said, doesn't want to go back to the hellholes of the prison, which is a pretty awful prison, and detention centers, very, very bad conditions. And anyway, so it seems the conditions are coming together, and we can take delight in every time that we see the virtue ripening. But normally we're not going to see that for lifetimes, right? So we can just think this is karma. ripening from past lives and so forth. So never giving up hope, though, that the power of our practice has a palpable effect in the world. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements depriving body and mind of every happiness be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. Long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So there's our proof. By the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, and mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So dedicating all our dedications and prayers that they be fulfilled, gathering all of those that we've all of us around the world offered, for the pacification of this pandemic. May that be fulfilled instantly. So do the dedication prayers, and I thought of we have one that we do here in the evenings, having Chenrezig nuns community here, and then having the monks as well. We like to recite this verse. May the monks and nuns of the FPMT outwardly have the pacified and subdued behavior of hearer listeners, inwardly be training well with bodhicitta, secretly maintain the yoga of bliss and emptiness of the two stages, and actualize the complete teachings of the victorious one, Losantrapa. Jangchub Senchog Rinpoche, Maki Panam Ge Kurchi, Ge Wanyam Pa Me Payam, Gong Ne Gong Du Pa Wa Shu. Due to all the past, present, and future merits created by me, and all the merits of the 3 times created by numberless Buddhas and numberless sentient beings, which are completely empty of existing from their own side. May the I, which is a complete fabrication of my mind, is made up, empty of existing by way of its own characteristics, attain the state of full enlightenment, which is an accumulation of many eons of causes and conditions following the footsteps of Guru Shakyamuni Buddha, and lead all sentient beings who are dependent arising, all that kind mother sentient beings, all that kind father sentient beings, every father's dead, to that state which is completely empty of existing from its own side, by myself alone, who's completely empty of existing from my own side, merely labeled by the mind. For the Dharma King Tsongkhapa's way of Dharma to flourish, may all signs of obstacles be pacified and all conducive conditions be complete, due to the 2 types of merits of the 3 times of myself and others. May the teachings of Victorious One, Losang Dragpa, shine resplendent forever. Due to all the past, present, and future merits created by me and all the merits of the 3 times collected by numberless Buddhas and numberless sentient beings, may bodhicitta be generated in the hearts of all the sentient beings of the 6 realms, and especially in the hearts of everybody in this world, including all the students, center benefactors, and volunteers in the FPMT organization. May it be generated in the hearts of all those who rely upon me, all those for whom I promise to pray, and all those whose names have been given to me. May it be generated in my heart and the hearts of all my family members, those who are living and those who have died. May the bodhicitta that has already been generated increase. And the long life prayers for our precious gurus, for His Holiness the Dalai Lama, the wish-granting, wish-fulfilling jewel, source of every single benefit and happiness in this world. To the incomparably kind Tenzin Gyatso, I beseech, may all your holy wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. And for the long life of Kyabje Lama Zopa Rinpoche, you who uphold this ajour's moral way, who serves as a bountiful bearer of all, sustaining, preserving, and spreading Manjanath's victorious doctrine, who masterfully accomplishes magnificent prayers honoring the 3 sublime ones, Savior of myself and others, your disciples, please, please live long. Thanks everybody for this week. We're bringing the prayerathon to a close. Thank you to all the technical team, multimedia team, and so forth as well for hosting this. And hopefully see you again next week. Hello, Venerable Raptola. I was wondering if you were there.
I was there. I came a couple of minutes late, but I was there.
Excellent, excellent. Good to see you.
I'll see you next week at the
Yes.
little whatever Zoom day. Yeah, that'll be wonderful. And during the week anyway.
Wonderful. Yes.
You're well?
I'm very well. Thank you very much. Beautiful. The sun is shining, but then the clouds are coming. Oh, well, that's okay. At least, you know, we're not in the conditions that you are in Sydney where you're sort of stuck.
I know, but it is a beautiful day here so far.
Excellent.
Have a lovely day tomorrow for lunch.
Ciao.
Yeah.
Okay.
Bye-bye. Bye-bye. See you again. Thank you. Bye-bye. Thank you very much. Thanks.